Stick with me because we're about to see what happens when you know your own end. This guy with the perfect six pack and killer looks is our main character, the head of a top tier noble family and the youngest genius professor. Yet he was obsessed with one woman, doing anything to chase her regardless of the cost, only to end up dying at her hands. But now that he knows the ending, what will he do to change his tragic destiny? No more waiting, let's dive in. The story kicks off on a night where the rain just wouldn't stop pouring down. A tragic voice echoes through the air. Change your fate, the winner becomes king, but the loser gets a sword through the chest. The man's face is completely emotionless, as if he has already accepted his own miserable end. If you want to kill me, the voice continues, while an emotionless woman stares right down at our main character. She grips her sword tightly. It looks like the man Dylan has already met his end at her hands. Truth is, he still has a bit of life left, spitting blood as he reaches out. You're too beautiful, he mutters, and that's why I couldn't have you. Dylan's hand brushes her cheek, but she immediately steps back, keeping her distance and watching him from afar. This time, Dylan is officially gone. Even in death, he finds no peace. He curses her in his mind, that damn woman. Breaking the engagement was the condition for killing him. Suddenly, the darkness vanishes, replaced by a bright office and a heavy sigh. Luckily, the screen shows the game is complete. Congrats on clearing the stage. You kidding me? Turns out that tragic scene you and I just watched was just a plot Ujin created and it finally stopped crashing. So much effort just for this one character, but he finally fixed the recurring bug in the broken engagement storyline. Character design Kim Ujin. That is my name. And man, am I exhausted. Ujin stretches his tired arms. Overtime is finally over. I'm a developer at REW, a console game studio. We're in South Korea, which is usually considered a wasteland for console games. But REW hit the market like a massive storm, releasing one hit title after another, and until the whole world eventually came to know their name. The game I'm testing right now is where REW poured all their investments and total profits from over the years. According to Ujin, this is a do or die project. If this game fails, the entire company goes down with it. He's still working hard. Let's see, total playtime is already 11 hours. The core of this game is that the difficulty and story change based on every choice the player makes. Maybe that's why, even for a single player game, the advanced AI and named characters have gathered a ton of attention from everyone. Plus, there are tons of different classes like knights, mages, adventurers, demons, demon hunters, nobles, kings, and absolutely so many more for every player to explore. With such diverse roles, players can easily become whoever they want to be in this digital world. Here's the part we've been waiting for. If this game succeeds, we're going to make a fortune. But if it fails, the studio crumbles. Better double check the character settings one more time. Watch this guy closely. He is the reason I have been working overtime for months. Character information: name Dylan von Graham Oaken, occupation chief professor, magic power 3357. This is the main character of the episode where I finally fixed his death bug. Dylan von Graham Eucken, one of the game's mid bosses and a notorious villain. Because there were so many plot branches involving this character, we had to fix countless errors along the way. Finally, I managed to kill him off without any glitches. The cause of death in this specific route: stabbed by his own fiancée. Ujin thinks the plot is reasonable, considering all the schemes this villain planned, but a sudden voice cuts right through his thoughts. Ujin, a beautiful girl, walks up to him and asks, "How's the testing going?" "Let me introduce you. This is the leader of the development department where I work. She's also my ex girlfriend. We were together for 7 years, sharing so many happy moments. I was lazy while she was a natural workaholic. Her ambition actually pushed me to become a better person. But in the end, we still split up. I failed at love and realized I couldn't change no matter how hard she tried to help. Even after the breakup, she still seems like a genuinely good person. I heard you were struggling with some bugs. 6 months later, I heard she already had someone new. People who talk smoothly always get ahead. Looks like things are going well with that new guy, huh?" She's surprised the office gossip mill moved that fast. "Yeah, rumors around here spread like wildfire, I guess." Ujin tries to act tough, but you and I both know hearing that news from an ex never feels good. Trust me, you and I are about to watch a guy's life turn into a total nightmare. He forces a smile and congratulates her. "Drop the pettiness and fix the bugs. Plus, you need to change some things in the game." The writers just tweaked Deculane's story and it is frustrating. Again, at this rate, he will just be a mid tier boss who is way too easy to kill. But that is the appeal of this game and Dekulane himself. The deeper the story goes, the stronger Dekulane becomes. The difficulty depends entirely on the player's choices. She is right, and there is no way for him to argue with that. True. But did you know this character model was actually based on you? Ujin is stunned and cannot even react. She leans in shyly and asks if he really has not noticed how much they look alike. Ujin, does not buy it for a second, since he only met the artist twice. Yuara continues her explanation. That is why she killed him the moment he appeared in the game. He plays along just to stay interested. What? Now pay attention because this character's reputation is absolutely trash. Dekulane, that bastard. The system says he is dead. His final words were damn brat. Yet she says they are alike. Switching to serious mode, she asks how the game feels. He admits the game is good, but hates that the entire studio's fate depends on this one project. She tells him not to worry since it will be a hit. The gameplay trailer is already blowing up. He gives a half hearted nod just to be polite. Ujin shifts the focus to her boyfriend waiting nearby. Every party must end. Ujin is ready to pack up and send Yuara home. Look, he is waiting for you and it is getting late. Don't make him wait. Go. On the inside, his heart is likely breaking into a million pieces. Realizing she has been kicked out, Yuara does not plan on staying any longer. She says a quick goodbye, good luck, goodbye, Ujin. Hope I never see you again. Bye. The moon looks lonely tonight, glowing with a tired, faint light. It reflects his own solitude perfectly. Time to head to bed. But Ujin is still grinding for the company. He checks the Decoline model again. This artist really went too far. People think we look alike. He scoffs at the stats. 6 attributes, majestic and elegant, with average magic potential, combining genius intellect with mediocre spellcasting. As a child, Decoulain was praised as a magical prodigy and put on a pedestal. But in reality, he was just an average mage like everyone else. His arrogance and noble birth turned him into a person with the absolute worst personality. Elitism, obsessive compulsive, strict habits, hyper competitive aristocratic etiquette, sensitive, authoritative, fake, and emotionally suppressed. Is this guy even human? He's supposed to get stronger as the script progresses. But right now, he is surrounded by people who hate him. Can't we add some better traits to his character? You and I can see he is feeling bad for the guy, especially since he is modeled after him. Let's see. Maybe add comprehension? Is that like empathy? He wonders if this will make him more empathetic than he is. Let's add it. Wealthy hands? Might as well throw that in too. Sharp vision? That sounds useful. Iron Man? Why not? Ujin is tempted to give Dekulain every buff in the entire world. After adding all the good traits, he starts feeling a bit embarrassed by what he just did. He regrets it and thinks he should revert everything to normal before something actually happens. Time for a break! Suddenly, a loud ring blares from the computer screen, nearly giving him a heart attack. Who sends emails at this hour? The sender is Ren, the developer. Subject previous message. Date April 6th, 2021. Confused Ujin thinks it is the writer. He asks if they are still working. Yes. Any changes for the character model? I can edit it right now. The person on the other end immediately says, no, I'm just waiting to double check. Right now, he cannot process this. The person messaging him this late at night is Ren, the developer. Previous message, April 6th, 2021, 1:23. Reply to the message, I'm just waiting to check again. What? What do you mean? Do you want to see the completed character model? A mysterious message from Ren? That is not it. Look out the window. Girls are hard to understand, but now guys are confusing him too. What is outside? Inside his heart, a storm is brewing, and outside, a massive gale is about to hit. Huh, he looks totally confused. Ujin cannot react in time. What on earth it looks like there is a giant hole in the sky. The space shifts as a face that is neither human nor demon suddenly appears. And that is where it gets crazy. This bizarre entity swallows Ujin whole. What is happening? Where am I? A scream shatters the air, leaving him totally lost. Who is it? A strange voice warns, son, stay alert, never trust him. Stick with me, this gets wild. The person shouting isn't someone easily tamed. He might hesitate now, but he could strike at any moment. He's just hiding his true talent beneath the surface. He's a genuine villain through and through. Thrust into a strange world, urgent shouts ring out. Wake up, get up right now. Dylan Ujin has successfully possessed Dylan's body. A purple haired girl screams with a furious expression. How long do you plan on sleeping? Miss, please try to calm down. Do you even dare call yourself human? Dylan lets out a heavy sigh, his body feeling like it's glued to the bed. He thinks to himself, it's been days since he entered this body, yet it still feels like a dream. Jeriel isn't backing down. How much longer are you going to hide rotting in your room over some woman? Do you want to shame the entire family? I'm leaving these papers here, so deal with them yourself. If you don't want to get fired, then get up now. Ever since that day the sky turned strange, I woke up trapped inside a body that wasn't my own. It's been a week, and it's clear I'm inside the game I created. This scene confirms that I'm the worst character here. Now pay attention. Things are getting real. A man who can't escape his own death. No matter what, this human is destined to die. I've become the villain, Dylan. Lying there like a dazed chick on the bed, thinking it's already been a week since I arrived at this mansion. At first, I thought this was just a dream, but every passing day feels so impossibly real that I've had to accept the truth. Is this some kind of twisted afterlife? After getting struck by lightning, I'm dead. Whatever. Only one thing is certain, I've really become the villain, Dylan von Gran Eucken. He is the mid level boss of the entire game. No matter the player's path, he's the root of all evil and everyone's enemy. Why, of all people, did I have to become a famous villain like him? The bigger problem is, I don't know exactly where we are in the plot or how fast my time is actually running out. Dylan thinks that with things like this, he won't be able to prepare for anything at all. This is no joke. During development, my team and I must have tested this game at least 1,000 times. And get this, you and I are watching a character who only survived once out of those 1,000 attempts. He was created just to die as a mid boss. As Dylan sits up, he notices a stack of documents nearby. He wonders, did she leave these Professor Dylan of the Imperial University Basic Magic Theory and Mana Perception? Yeriel von Grahan Oaken. She's the one who threw these papers at me while I was sleeping. She's Dane's half sister and the current head of the family. Note that she has zero love for Dylan, and that woman she mentioned, that must be Julie. I'm guessing something bad must have happened between the current Dylan and his fiancée. Dylan recalls the memories, his sister storming out shouting, I'm leaving these documents for you, so deal with them yourself, and don't make me come back. If you don't want to lose your fancy job as a lecturer, then get up right now. Dylan sits on the bed, finally processing her words. The lecture is today. He picks up the magic papers and sighs. I should probably head out. I've never taught a class before, but I need to do something to gather more information. A system screen pops up. Main survival goal, become a key character in the game. Side quest, teach at the university. Store currency plus zero point 0.5. These words have been floating in front of me since I woke up. Because of these messages, and Jeriel, I need to move. There are countless ways Dylan could die just because of her. Anyway, this store currency seems like it's going to be extremely important. My footsteps echo through the hallway. But what on earth am I supposed to teach? It sounds worrying, but it's fine. This body has the comprehension attribute, a unique rank skill that consumes mana to understand anything. Before I became Dylan, I added this attribute myself to give him a bit more depth. This is a unique rank skill that only appears late in the game, so it might even have hidden effects. He walks into a bathroom that's absolutely dripping in luxury and splendor. While changing, Dylan mutters the clothes, the room, everything is strange, yet I'm using them like I've lived here my entire life. It's as if I've spent my entire life as Dylan. Usually clothes like this would feel restrictive, but now they feel elegant. You and I are going to see him own this life. Alright, you and I are about to see a regular guy wake up as the most hated genius in a fantasy world. This body feels like it's actually mine, radiating a prestige that makes it impossible to say anything even remotely rude. The heavy formality Kimujin once found suffocating is now starting to feel more natural than ever before. My mission is to gather info, but as I head toward my first lecture, every step feels strangely effortless. I'm a high noble now, part of the elite. But thinking about it just makes me swear under my breath. Kimujin, a normal guy from Korea who was actually pretty decent looking, though his ex always called him a lazy, useless jerk. That was the old me. I won't lose my way or let my guard down here. Time to head out. Waiting outside is a luxury car fit for a king. As I step inside, I realize I've never even sat in a car this expensive. It brings back some annoying memories. Now pay attention, because this is where Kim Woo-jin starts realizing just how messed up his new life is. Who's this? The stranger greets me saying good afternoon and handing over some lecture documents. Is he an assistant or a secretary? I have to ask if he is actually a mage. He says he served me for 3 years. I wonder if these papers are what the original Dekulen actually taught. I expected a syllabus, but it's just a word for word script meant for him to read aloud. It contains every single detail needed for the entire lesson. A hack this arrogant couldn't have written this. The assistant must have done all the heavy lifting himself. So I tell him he did a good job. He looks at me like I have grown a second head. I tell him to rest until we arrive. Even the driver is stunned that I actually offered a compliment. The secretary obeys, and I just strike a cool pose while looking out the window. Why does giving one compliment feel so nauseating? Seriously, what kind of person was this Dekulin guy? Dekulin's personality is slowly taking over my own. Before I know it, we have reached our destination. The driver announces our arrival at Imperial University, the prestigious place where I will be working. The invitation says the lecture is being held at Roteohon Hall. Inside the hall, students are buzzing. Everyone is desperate to hear from the legendary head professor Dekulane. They call him a genius of magic decoding. As I walk in, I demand their full attention. I am Dekulane von Grahan Yin From today, I will be taking over this class as the head professor of the University Magic Tower. Let's begin. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Every girl in the room is mesmerized by his striking looks. He is so handsome, smart, and cool, but in the back, one girl's eyes are burning with pure hatred. You and I both knew there had to be a catch, and here she is, Ephirine. 3 years ago, her father took his own life after years of researching magic decoding. Someone stole his thesis, driving him into a pit of total despair until he chose death. The thief was hailed as a genius. That man is the Kulain, and Ephraim has been powerless to stop him. After her father died, she lost everything her noble title, her land, and her dignity. Left with no home and no family, she became a wandering orphan with nothing but a grudge. She swore an oath to get revenge on that bastard sitting right there in his class. She worked herself to the bone just to enter this academy and get close to him. The world thinks he is a master, but she knows his skills are just a lie, built on her father's work. He ruined her entire family for a fake reputation. She crushes the paper in her hand, trembling. How can he stand there so proudly? That podium belongs to her father, not a thief like him. She glares at him, wanting to expose his lies and kill him right now, but she forces herself to wait. To take him down, she needs a perfect plan, a revenge that leaves him with absolutely nothing. Deculain calls for silence. It is time to start. He introduces himself one more time. He is the head professor and an elemental wizard king, a title that commands respect from everyone. There are 11 ranks of mages, and as a wizard king, I sit at the fourth tier. Trust me, you and I are just getting started. All right, you and I are diving into a world where magic rules, and our main character is about to drop some serious knowledge about the three attributes and 9 types of magic that form all matter. These categories include summoning, soul manipulation, and pure destruction. Then there is support charms, control transformation, enchantment, and finally reaching perfect harmony with a mage's own internal nature. Listening to him, Herini thinks this is much simpler than expected for her very first lecture on magic theory. She is still new to this, but even though he is just reading from a script, she understands every word perfectly. His overwhelming presence demands everyone's focus, and that natural elitist pride of his actually makes him look like a born leader instead of a tyrant. It is clear that right now Deacon actually possesses all the qualities of a truly great teacher. Her thoughts are cut short as Deacon explains how mana usage differs depending on where it is stored in the body. Typically, mages store their mana in the head, making it much easier to visualize and cast their spells. Knights store it in the heart to fuel their blood, while the most common method is the inner core balancing internal and external energy. His point is simple effort matters, but if you lack raw talent, you have to choose your focus wisely. Hearing this, Herenit thinks the advice fits him perfectly, considering his own situation. In reality, the guy has zero special talent with a mana capacity of only 3,375. Compare that to high rank mages with 30,000 mana. It is almost funny watching him teach something he needs to remember most. Now, pay attention here, because Deacon is about to handle this classroom drama in the coldest way possible as he wraps up the lecture. The script ending feels weird to him. He wonders if he really has to read this annoying part out loud. Normally, he would not bother, but he asks if anyone has questions. Immediately, the students start buzzing like a crowded market. As they whisper among themselves, Deacon breathes a sigh of relief, hoping no one actually speaks up. But then a student shouts out, claiming a mysterious magic trace was discovered in the dormitory last night. They suspect it is a demonic mark, and they turn to Deacon, the supposed genius of magic, deciphering for an answer. Deacon just stares at Herain and asks if she is really from the academy. Confused, she asks why he is questioning her. He snaps back that if she is a student, she should start with her name and rank. He does not answer anyone who lacks basic manners. She is stunned into silence by his cold and sudden rejection. Inside, Deacon is panicking. He has no choice but to act tough because he does not know how much mana deciphering this will cost. The class starts gossiping that she is just a desperate attention seeker, making her stand up in a rage to stop him. She claims the current magic tools cannot analyze it and people are calling it just a rumor. But she believes he can prove it. She fires a blast of blue energy toward him, demanding he identify the spell. She forces the magic forward, putting the professor on the spot to analyze it right then and there. As Deacon looks at the spell, his mana starts draining fast. Herin adds that even the other students are stuck. She asks for just a hint, but Deacon already has the answer ready for her. It is a barrier. Herin is just a low level freshman who was only recently admitted to the Academy Magic Tower. She is speechless, but he tells her he does not need to give hints because the answer is obvious. It is an enchantment type barrier designed to trap people. With that, he just turns around and walks out the door. The class is left in total shock. A system notification pops up, quest complete, shop points increased by zero point 0.5. Later at the royal dining hall, you and I find Hereen stuffing her face while cursing that annoying jerk for being so difficult. She wanted to expose his lies with a spell no one had seen before, but he just made her look like a fool. He acted like she was the rude one just for forgetting her name. She is so embarrassed she wants to disappear. She thinks he was just bluffing by calling it enchantment, since those spells are complex and require specific parameters. There is no way he could have known that for sure without any data to back it up. She even brought the original magic symbols from the dorm door to study them herself. It was supposed to be a research exercise for the first years. She wonders who the real idiot is now. As she is sitting there fuming, someone calls out to her from behind. A red haired girl mentions that the door magic actually turned out to be a real barrier. Hareen is stunned. Her friend is impressed, saying they were all too scared to ask the professor, but Herin was brave enough to do it. Herene just smiles, but inside she is reeling. Trust me, you and I just watched a fraud actually turn out to be a genius. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where a genius might be a total fraud. That pretty girl just confirmed it, his prediction was dead on. Dekulane might actually be a genius. Eferine cannot believe the stories her classmate is telling her. There is no way. She refuses to even think about thanking that man. Her friends insist on writing the report and giving him credit. Ephraim sighs and tells them to just go ahead and do it then. She fumes, thinking he just got lucky with a guess. Did she really just accidentally help boost the reputation of that man de Kulin? Ephraim grips a paper on the high-level understanding of rank 5 elemental magic trying to process the information. Meanwhile, Professor Dekulin von Graha and Yukin is lost in thought. He reminds himself that knowing your enemy is the key to winning every single battle. He needs to keep his spirit steady since he will be forced to deal with that troublesome girl many more times from now on. Just you wait, Dekulain, I will expose your true face soon. She crushes the paper in her hand with a grip of pure rage. Dekulain walks slowly down the hallway. He looks straight ahead, thinking to himself that he barely made it out of that situation alive. That moment when he looked at the magic spell earlier, his automatic understanding ability triggered on its own. Just staring at that magic circle with its complex overlapping lines was enough to completely drain every single drop of mana left in his body. He does not even understand what kind of magic that was. He could not grasp its logic even with double his mana. But watch this, out of nowhere, a sudden voice calls out from the distance. Long time no see. Dekulen turns his head toward her and is stunned to see a woman with striking white hair. With those bright eyes, he recognizes her immediately from the screens he has seen before. It is Julie. She looks at him and asks how he has been lately. As her voice rings out, Dekulin finally realizes who is standing there. Julie von Drafen, Freiden, the fiancé of Dekulin, and a future legendary knight who will reach the very top. He did not expect to meet her here. Dekulin looks away and gives a cold, indifferent response, saying he is not quite sure. Julie simply accepts his cold attitude. This reaction leaves Dekulin feeling quite surprised and caught off guard. Julie looks at him and continues by asking if he is truly doing all right, even though he broke their promise a week ago. Dekulin frowns in confusion, having absolutely no idea what she's talking about. He decides the best move is to just avoid her for now. He tries to walk past her, claiming he does not remember. Julie immediately blocks his path and asks if he is trying to run away. Just like you always do. You and I can see it, she won't let him go easily. He just stares back at her with total indifference and silence. He tells her a recent fever made him forget things. He asks her to repeat the promise they made to each other. Julie flashes back to that night, remembering the moment she asked him to give her his word. Please promise me this. If you can finally be honest with yourself and confess your fake talent and pride to the world, I will stay by your side even if the universe collapses. Back in reality, seeing that he has no memory of that night breaks her heart. Julie grits her teeth and forced out a pained response. It seems she was wrong to ever put her trust in him. Julie looks down as her face darkens with sorrow while walking past him. You can leave now. Dekulane stands there in total silence, watching her lonely figure walk away from him. He does not linger and leaves immediately. Julie thinks about how their engagement was purely a contract for the benefit of their families. A talented mage and a brilliant knight. She remembers the words someone once told her about the significance of their future union. Combining their lines was a massive step for both politics and the purity of their noble blood. The Yukin and Freiden families, two powerful noble houses that no one in the world would ever dare to oppose. She accepted it for the sake of her family, even without love, but then both families realized his talent was a complete lie. Dekulin could not face the truth, so he called himself a genius analyst and became a professor to hide his shame. She remembers the newspaper headline about the fall of the youngest prodigy of the magic tower, Dekulin. No progress in 3 years. Since that one incident, he has not achieved anything at all. Both families stayed quiet. They did not want to become the target of gossip for the rest of the world. They wanted to hide their weakness from the public, but Julie could not accept living a life of lies. A loveless marriage is fine, but she can't stand being part of a massive deception that hurts her honor. That is her pride as a knight. She remembers him saying he would do exactly as she asked that night. She was shocked back then because he had actually agreed to her terms without any hesitation. Will he really break his word? You and I are about to find out as the real drama at the Magic Tower begins. All right, you and I are about to dive into the most prestigious and famous magic academy in this entire world. In our world, this department would be Seoul National's medical school, and the Magic Tower would be its top university hospital. Staring at the luxurious university, DQ Len let out a silent sigh of pure amazement. It really is a stunning place with a sprawling campus and perfectly manicured gardens that remind you of a top tier American university. He clears his throat, and suddenly memories of his past life and his old game development team come flooding back to him. My team and I spent countless nights designing this exact atmosphere. I just wish I could experience this place as anyone other than myself. Lost in thought, he walks slowly until a student suddenly comes charging toward him from the shadows behind. Startled, he spins around just as a student, struggling with a heavy load, accidentally slams right into his chest. The impact is enough to knock the boy off balance, sending him tumbling straight onto his back. Hitting the ground, the boy immediately starts apologizing, explaining that he's in a desperate rush to see the professor. Seeing the boy, he realizes it's the same kid from before and mutters that he thought it was a secret ambush. Then he asks, "Are you Zoro?" Hearing the wrong name, the boy quickly clarifies that he's Alan. Realizing his mistake, the professor simply nods along. He says he must have confused him with someone else, while Alan curiously asks who this Zoro guy is while they walk to the office. Now, in his office, he looks over the documents and asks if this was why the boy was in such a hurry. Alan confirms it, explaining that this is the official list of sponsorships for all the new mages this year. The Magic Tower is just like a real world research center. If you want to develop magic, you need serious funding. Professors sponsor the mages they find worthy, and our main character begins to scan through the documents with a very careful and focused eye. Now, pay attention because here is where we see his secret power reveal a massive and golden opportunity. The rare great tycoon trait describes someone born as a brilliant financier with an unmatched intuition for spotting what is profitable. The more data they gather, the more accurate their deadly intuition becomes. Then there's the rare keen eye, a skill that lets him see hidden attributes and mana points when combined with other abilities. This mix of great tycoon and keen eye is perfect. Whoever is behind this name is going to be a gold mine. Continuing through the stack, he notices that a few other names in the files are also glowing with that same light. But one name shines brighter than all the rest, Heron Luna, a massive figure in the world of the game. The original developer said she lost her father because of the villain. After looking it over, our main character suddenly shouts out in total shock. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why is a genius like her being ignored? Alan rubs his head awkwardly, admitting that when it comes to Luna, everyone is just too afraid of the consequences to step up and sponsor her. He realizes they're all terrified that if they sponsor her, he'll think they're betraying him and take his revenge on them, just like the original villain would. The girl is a genius, talented enough to enter the magic tower without ever setting foot in the academy. But she is his sworn enemy. Well, technically, he's the one she actually wants to see dead more than anyone. If everything goes exactly like the game, she'll kill him to break their engagement and he will end up dead just like he did before. The fate of a villain trait describes the destiny of a bad guy. The entire world wants him dead, but what survives becomes stronger. In the original game, this villain died in countless brutal ways: a sword through the heart, a staff to the head poison, or even a terror bomb. No matter the method, the fact that he dies never changes. To survive this time, he has to make a choice that the original version of himself never would have considered. After thinking it over, he finally picks up his pen and signs his name on the paper. He hands the list over to Alan and asks him to send it off, then requests that he borrow some specific books for him before he goes home. Alan takes the list with a quick nod, saying goodbye before he politely steps out of the professor's room. The professor quietly watches the boy leave the room. He knows he needs massive amounts of money to stay alive because in this world, many paths to a certain death can be easily blocked with gold. Sponsoring a mage is a solid way to make money, but it's not enough when so many important characters in this world hate his guts. They will try to kill him whenever they get the chance. So if he wants to survive, he needs to find a way to become much stronger. Back in his office, the professor is thinking deeply. He realizes his current talent is only average, which means there is no way he can handle the lethal threats that are coming for him soon. You and I just witnessed a man desperate to survive. Can he actually change his fate and avoid those deaths? Even so, we can see his unique attribute is a major advantage. Declan cannot control four elements at once like a show off, but his potential in earth and fire is definitely there. Combining earth, fire, and metal unlocks a special Dekulin trait called Unique Hand, which consumes mana to open up a target's hidden potential. Thanks to that, his talent for metal manipulation allows him to use air flying swords with ease. Dekulane opens the basic control magic book and realizes that while the name sounds grand, it is actually just a very simple form of telekinesis. Even so, this specific type of magic is not common at all in this world. Any lack of raw strength can be compensated for by manipulating the various attributes of metal. But first, he needs to learn object control, so he places his hand on the book and begins the experiment. A surge of blue mana erupts from the pages, completely wrapping around his arm. The energy grows larger until a massive power envelops his body, leaving Declan feeling absolutely stunned by the strength of it. The mana spins with increasing violence, creating a powerful vortex that feels like it could sweep everything away. The moment he feels the mana, all the knowledge and spells for basic telekinesis start flooding directly into his mind. A moment later, the energy finally fades. Dekulane is panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face as he looks at the book. Dekulane reaches out his hand to control the pen and lets out a small shout. There it is. Now he has fully memorized basic control magic and can cast it without any spells. Seeing something from a game become reality is unreal, especially since his brain now automatically executes spells he has understood. It is just the basics for now, but if he keeps going like this, he knows that even if he learns higher level control magic, he will never reach the legendary level he truly desires. He stares at the book again and asks himself, what exactly should I do now? Now pay attention because carving massive magic circles onto his own body is a total game changer. He plans to use his comprehension to grasp his entire physical being, not just his brain, but his very heart and core, carving magic circles all over his body to strengthen his control ability. This could cause a massive overload, but his unique steel trait pushes his physical abilities and innate potential to the highest possible level. But since this body has the steel attribute, it allows him to withstand those dangerous side effects. This is something that only he can pull off in this entire world. His current mana level is 800, which is just enough for a small test. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mana erupts from his hands. He can feel the mana slowly invading his body with overwhelming force. Deculin's face twists in agony as intense pain hits an incomparable suffering that feels like every bone is being crushed and every muscle is being torn apart. But he will not waver. He will not even groan, maintaining the dignity required of a noble until everything finally returns to normal. His hands won't stop shaking as his mana reaches 1375. He is exhausted and failed for now, but he definitely gained something valuable. A magic circle is now on his shoulder. At this rate, it will take 2 weeks to carve them across his entire body. 1 month later, you and I are finally at the magic tower for the first day of class. Staring at the carved board, the students start gossiping because this is nothing like what they heard from the seniors. The board says the professor wants to test their abilities. He wants them to bring any results back from this area filled with elemental energy. Confused by the message, the students wonder if they are really supposed to teach themselves using symbols and do something with the elements. Is that why we have to go out here? And where exactly is Professor Dekulane anyway? Ephraim stands nearby with her arms crossed, annoyed that he is still just as irresponsible as ever, daring to leave students to self study on the very first day. What kind of jerk? Suddenly, someone begins slowly approaching from the distance. Sylvia walks past with her head held high and accidentally bumps into Ephraim, who turns around and shouts out in total annoyance, Hey, who is that? But seeing the familiar silhouette leaves her completely speechless. Staring at the girl, she realizes it is none other than Sylvia von Josephine. The two of them stare at each other in total silence, but after a moment, Sylvia simply turns and walks away. Sylvia's cold reaction leaves Ephraim completely stunned, and she realizes the girl did not even recognize her at all. Deep in the forest, Ephraim releases a surge of mana, wondering what is really going on here, and trust me, we will find out together next time. Alright, stick with me. You're about to see an old grudge turn into a deadly clash. 10 years ago, the Hewlett family feared our potential surrounded our manor and forced us to quit everything. Recalling Sylvia's cruelty toward her family, Ifrena fumes. How could she not remember me? Suddenly, something feels off. Her mana is being sucked away. Her eyes widen in pure shock. Eferina watches as Sylvia trains with a massive, terrifying source of power right next to her. She turns towards Sylvia and screams at the top of her lungs. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Sylvia ignores her. Eferina storms over yelling, You're stealing all my mana. Can you even hear a word I'm saying to you? Sylvia remains completely silent. Eferina is shaking with rage. What is wrong with this bitch? Wait for it, this is the exact moment she realizes something is seriously wrong with the situation. Eferina crosses her arms and glares. Listen, don't you dare pretend you don't know who I am. Lady Sylvia, I know you recognize me. After destroying my life and my magic, are you finally scared? Are you afraid that I've come back to steal your precious spotlight? Sylvia doesn't even stop her training. She just replies coldly, I don't know you. Eferina explodes in fury. How dare you speak to me like that? Sylvia adds, I only know your father. Eferina is completely stunned by those words. What did you say? Sylvia turns with a cold gaze. That arrogant noble, I heard he finally died. Helena is filled with hatred. A student points at the forest in a panic and screams, Look over there! If Irina can't take it anymore, she charges her mana, launching herself directly at Sylvia to attack. If Irina glares with fury and screams, What did you just say? Say that again, you bitch. She lunges forward, voice full of rage. I dare you to say that one more time. Faced with a massive amount of mana, Sylvia immediately manifests a barrier to protect herself. Sylvia looks panicked for a second. Then, boom, a massive explosion sends rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The energy is so intense that nearby students have to shield their faces from the blast. Once the dust settles, everyone stands there in total shock. What just happened? Is anyone hurt? Ifirina has Sylvia pinned, clutching her hair tightly. Sylvia glares up and commands, Let go of me. Ifirina is blinded by rage. I told you to repeat it. You insulted my father. I'll end you. Suddenly, a strange, eerie light appears, making the crowd gasp in absolute confusion. What is that, a light? A surge of dark energy is hurtling straight toward them. Seeing the approaching danger, everyone starts screaming in terror. What the hell is that thing? Eferina stands frozen, staring at the phenomenon. It's a void, created where our mana collided. You and I can see the panic. Everyone is running before things get even worse. Hey, that thing is about to blow. Everyone run for your lives. Eferina realizes the horror. No, if it explodes, metal shards will fly like bullets. We'll all die. Moments later, the light strikes, and a terrifying explosion rips through the area. Eferina pushes her mana to the limit, bracing herself against the sheer force of the energy. Suddenly, everything goes dead silent. She's confused. What's happening? Why is it so quiet? Did it stop? Standing right before them is the Kulin. He releases his mana, effortlessly stopping the dark energy to protect everyone from the blast. When did he get here? And how are those exploding fragments just frozen in midair? A massive, overwhelming power radiates from him, leaving every single person there completely awestruck. Dekulane uses telepathy to speak. Gasps of amazement echo through the training grounds. As magic students, they can't help but be mesmerized by the sheer beauty of his spell casting. It's a gorgeous, captivating display of power that no one could ever deny. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next. All right, you and I are jumping into a high stakes academy drama right now. Class is dismissed except for those who started the riot. Helena's heart sinks. She's terrified, thinking she's absolutely doomed this time. Inside the interrogation room, a professor stares at Dylan. So you were the first to arrive at the scene. The big shots walk in, the chairperson plus Professor Riffin and Professor Redlin from the Soul Magic Department. A girl in a witch hat watches them closely before asking her question. Welcome, everyone. Sorry for the sudden summons, but thanks for getting here so fast. Right, Professor? That is Adeline Segalian, the Tower Master. All the professors line up in their seats, ready for judgment. One of them growls, asking who dared lay a hand on a high ranking noble daughter. Just some low life, apparently, not even a real student. This is why commoners are so despicable. Redlin laughs, casting a sharp, mocking glance over at Dylan. At least Head Professor Dylan handled it before things became a total disaster for the school. Arfin nods, faking admiration. These people are all master politicians. It is all just a performance. Because of that, the result of this disciplinary meeting is already decided. On one side, the powerful Sylvia. On the other, Helena, a noble with nothing left but her name. It's obvious who they'll pick. I have to flip this script before it is too late. Now pay attention because I see something they don't. A dark red energy swirling around Helena. It is the villain's fate. The whole world wants her dead, but the pain only makes her stronger. If I don't change her fate now, my own death is coming a lot sooner than planned. Both girls sit in the center of the room as the official announcement rings out. The hearing begins. Redlin immediately screams at Helena, demanding to know why she caused such a mess. If Professor Dillon hadn't stepped in, someone could have been seriously injured or worse. Why were you two fighting, Helena? Just bows her head in despair. I can't say, she whispers. That answer sends the professor into a total rage. What did you just say? Helena looks up, terrified that a certain someone is watching her every move right now. She remembers Sylvia's cruel eyes and that mocking voice saying, I heard your father died. The memory cuts deep. Sylvia insulted her family, but Helena can't defend herself in front of these enemies. The pain is too much to handle. Tears start streaming down her face, unstoppable now. Seeing her cry only makes Redlin angrier. Is this some kind of joke to you? Is this just your inferiority complex? You should know the massive gap between you and Sylvia. How dare you ignore the natural order? Helena stays silent, clenching her fists in agony. Now here's where the lies start. Watch this. Redlin turns to Sylvia and tells her to speak. Sylvia claims it was just an accident. I ruined her assignment and she just attacked me. Redlin fakes a shocked expression. What? So this was all just a big misunderstanding. So Sylvia's innocent and this lowlife started a riot over nothing. How absolutely pathetic. Do you have anger issues, girl? He turns to the chairperson, suggesting the harshest punishment possible. Chairperson, we have to expel her. We cannot allow this kind of violence in our academy. Every lie makes Helena's eyes grow colder and darker. She is reaching her breaking point. She is forced to sit there and listen to these cruel, twisted words without a single witness. In this room, everyone is against her. No one will stand up for her. It is so cold. Her hatred for Dylan boils over. She glares up at him. This is all his fault. Adeline looks over at Dylan. It seems like everyone is in agreement then. Professor Dylan, you saw it happen. Give us your opinion before we finalize the expulsion. The room goes silent as Dylan finally prepares to speak. I am Dylan, head professor of this tower and a member of this disciplinary committee. And trust me, you and I are about to see the table turn. Sylvia, do you really think you're innocent? All right, you and I are about to witness a moment that leaves everyone speechless as de Kulin calls out Sylvia's name, leaving her in a state of utter shock and confusion. I will ask you one more time. Do you honestly believe that you are completely without any fault in this matter? Sitting right beside them, Ifrine hears this and is stunned. What on earth? What exactly is going on here? Over on their side, Raylan looks at him with wide eyes and asks, Professor, what are you saying? Dekulane doesn't even bother with him. He looks down and continues, You had the power to stop this entire thing, but you didn't. Perhaps the talent that everyone praises you for is actually worth much less than we all thought. As soon as he finishes those words, Sylvia is struck with a wave of pure terror. She bows her head instantly and admits that she didn't stop her because she secretly wanted her to get into much bigger trouble. This confession leaves Ephraim reeling in shock. Why is he interrogating Sylvia instead of questioning her? After all, she was the one who started it. Clearly, the blame should be mine. Up on their side, Relin looks toward him in a total panic. But even so, head Professor Dekulane, the fault shouldn't lie with the defender. It belongs to the one who struck first. He simply asks, if we look at the actual situation, was I not the one who caused today's lesson? Professor Relin, do you want me to take the blame instead? Hearing this, the man becomes incredibly panicked and starts to explain. No, of course not. I just thought this whole situation was becoming quite unfortunate, that's all. You see that Ephraim is stunned as he actually counters Professor Relin, the very man who was supposed to be standing on Sylvia's side. Why would he go this far just to protect her? Adeline, who had been watching from the side, suddenly claps her hands. That is enough. She then turns her head and smiles toward them as she speaks up. Children need to argue and clash to truly grow. These two are just debutant mages, so instead of pointing fingers and tearing them down, I think we should let this go just this once. After the meeting ends, Relin quickly follows along beside the Kulin. He speaks as they walk, saying it's exactly what he expected from a head professor of his caliber. Your analysis was brilliant, all for the students. Suddenly, the Kulin turns his cold face and glares down at the floor. Ephraim stands there, clenching her trembling hands. She looks up at him and says, there is something she must ask. At the same time, she wonders if he even remembers the name Luna anymore. Do you know my father? Do you know he suffered under you his entire life before finally ending it all? Now pay attention here, because this gaze carries a weight we're only just beginning to understand. Does he remember the Luna family and how her father died because of his cruel and twisted delusions? She looks down sadly, wondering what happens if he takes back his protection just to save himself. She closes her eyes and trembles. Even so, if he truly doesn't remember her father at all, wouldn't that be even more heartbreaking? Degulin tells her there's no need to ask. He advises her not to waste her talent on the past before walking away and leaving her alone. She stands in silence, realizing he does remember. He would have no reason to help her otherwise. Decolin actually felt a sense of responsibility for what happened back then. She grips her hands tight to hide her emotions. Was the reason he helped her before nothing more than pity? Ephraim looks up as tears stream down her face. What a relief. At least he didn't forget. And if he still remembers her, that's enough. For now, that's more than enough for her. She cries into her hands as the system announces the villain has cheated death, adding +2 shop currency while the carriage rolls down the road. Du Heon looks at Sylvia and tells her she doesn't need to worry about that child anymore. The head of the Yulet family knows Ephraim Luna has talent, but she has already missed her golden opportunity. Sylvia thinks back 10 years to the academy entrance exam when she first met that girl. It seemed impossible. The professor had declared that both of them had the potential to become great mages. What? Could two people from our territory really do that? Almost no one believed the prediction at the time. The peak of the magical world is a height that even the Emperor himself cannot hope to reach. Those who reach that level are called great mages, and their names are carved into history forever. However, tradition says only 3 people can hold the title of great mage in the same era. That is the absolute rule of magic. Back then, besides the seat held by Demkan, 2 spots remained empty. And trust me, with Adeline almost guaranteed a seat, the battle for what's left is going to be legendary. In other words, as the yet family heir, I had to compete against Ferrin from the side branch for the final spot. I knew exactly what my father meant without him saying it out loud. Kagan Luna, you need to give up on the idea of your daughter ever entering the academy. Stick with me here is the truth. My clan crushed the Lunas just so I could become the great mage instead of Herini. It was their wish for me, and I finally realized that this was my true destiny and fate. Is she afraid of being overtaken? Sylvia sat there lost in her own deep, silent thoughts. Sylvia sighed about her bad luck, while Du Hyun warned her that even if that child was gone, she still had to be extremely careful around the Kulin. That man is not simple. He might seem awkward now, but in his youth he was known as a total genius. Who knows, he might suddenly rise to the top one day. Sylvia looked down in silence, thinking back to the past. I realized long ago that Professor Deculain had already seen right through my little trap. In that moment, I had definitely erased Herene's mana. I set a trap so that it would explode the second it touched her power. The worse the incident became, the more trouble she would be in. But Deculain saw through my entire plan instantly. Even though I checked everything twice, there was absolutely no sign of surveillance magic inside that room. Yet he still forced me to compromise instead of just outing me as the culprit. He basically told me to cooperate since he already knew everything. It was a threat I had no choice but to accept. I used to think he was just an arrogant guy with slightly above average talent. Now pay attention here. Sylvia's shaking and covered in sweat, wondering what kind of monster she is actually dealing with. Who is this man? A few days later at the Deculin mansion, the professor adjusted his clothes as Roy asked if he was finally ready to go. He simply said he would be down soon and stepped into the waiting carriage. As the carriage sped down the main road, he sat upright, thinking that supporting Ferrin was definitely a smart decision. Thanks to that, I eliminated a death variable and even managed to earn some shop points. I never expected Herine to be the one asking questions, but she seemed pretty hostile toward Deculin back then. Deculin was cold. Sylvia might hate me for what happened, but I had no choice but to crush the danger right in front of me. He turned his gaze away to watch the scenery passing by outside. Setting that aside, I still want to avoid social events, but I cannot miss this chance to grab more shop points. Suddenly, the system notification rang out in his mind. You and I know the grind never stops. He needs 5 points to unlock the shop, so he is carefully hunting for big names at the Flower of the Year event to complete his quest. The carriage stopped at a magnificent palace, and Deculin was immediately greeted by the servants as he stepped inside. Welcome, Professor Deculin. The hall was packed with high nobles laughing and playing, many of whom were very familiar faces to him. He looked towards someone he once used as a role model. Maybe coming here was the right choice after all. One of the guests in the crowd spotted him. The man walked over happily, asking if it was truly the famous Professor Deculin standing before him. My son is in your class! As the man spoke, everyone turned and started shouting desperate to meet the legendary professor. Deculin immediately regretted his choice. Lord Ganesa, I have read all about your great feats in the Continental magazine. Startled by the sudden attention, the man asked if the professor would like to dine with his family nearby. Before he could even finish, Deculin raised his hand to stop him. Forget that. I just heard someone mention Ganesa. Befriending her would be the best move I could make, as she is a major turning point in the story. He scanned the room. Where is she? I heard her name nearby, and I have to find a way to connect with her right now. Out in the hallway, a girl with short red hair crossed her arms, staring at Deculin with a dark expression. That is Yanessa, the 5th strongest adventurer in the early game. Deculin kept looking around, wondering where Ganessa was hiding. He searched the area, certain she was close by, until he finally spotted something above him. Found her! Ganesa was standing up high, looking down with a terrifying gaze and her arms crossed. She had red pigtails and wore explorer gear. I have to move fast. Is that really the person I think it is? Suddenly, Hem approached from the distance. Professor de Culain. He was startled. Was this really happening right now? Ehem von Ring, the fourth ranked unique mage of the Magic Empire, stepped forward with his arms spread wide. Does the famous head professor still remember me? What an honor. It has been a long time. How is your research coming along lately? But I have heard some rumors recently. Dekulain asked what he meant while Liam just smiled and rubbed his chin. It is nothing big, but the rumors say your research has been stuck for 3 years. Trust me, you and I are about to see if he has really lost his touch. Alright, you and I are diving back into a villain's struggle to dodge his own death flags. This guy, Hem, was actually D. Kylan's old classmate back in university. Ehem reaches out like a friend, but it's all an act. Ever since Kylan snatched that head professor position, this guy has been drowning in public jealousy and resentment. Kylan just turns away. The old Kylan might have been bothered, but to me, these petty provocations mean absolutely nothing. Besides, Zihem's rumors aren't wrong. Kylan suddenly looks up, the girl in the hallway has vanished, leaving only an empty space. Wait, pay attention here. Ganesa is gone, and he just lost her because he was wasting time on this trash. As he walks past, Kylan stops. Yihem expects a reply, but is he ready for it? Kylan's voice drops to a terrifying chill. Stop talking nonsense and get lost. You smell like rotten cheese. As Killen walks away, Yihem spins around in shock, screaming out, "What did you just say?" That rotten cheese comment really stung, but Kylan needs to find Ganesa fast before his entire plan falls apart. A voice calls from inside the castle. "Professor Kylan, where are you?" He sighs. Even after ditching him, the nuisances keep coming. This is exactly why he hates social parties. But suddenly a call from the shadows makes him freeze. There she is, Professor Kylan. The girl he was hunting is leaning against the railing, her sharp gaze locked onto him. Ganesa casually rests her hands behind her. Meeting again so soon, or were you actually looking for me? Kylan watches her. He didn't expect to run right into her while trying to escape that suffocating crowd. Could Ganesa and Kylan have a history? She just crosses her arms and laughs. I just got lost. Seriously. You and I can see she is sharp. She knows he's looking for her. I am sorry about the last mission, but since I returned at the deposit and fees, can we just move on? Kylan stays silent. It seems their relationship was strictly built on business transactions. The two of them stand there face to face in the heavy silence. Ganesa continues, I apologize for not delivering a child with the magical talent you demanded. It is not like I did not try. She smiles softly. I grew attached to them, so I could not just hand them over. Kylan is confused. What kids is she talking about? Then it hits him. The original Kylan was trying to fix his own weaknesses by finding a talented child to exploit. Ganesa asks one more thing. He replies, What is it? She smiles mockingly. How long do you plan to live like this? Kylan looks away. How long he remembers the faces from his past life before he ended up in this body. The original Kylan trusted useless flatterers, destroying lives and hurting everyone just to polish his own reputation. After a long silence, he leans both hands on the railing and turns back to her. However, from now on, I will live differently. Ganesa stares stunned by an answer she never expected. She admits she thought he would try to kill her for deserting a top secret mission. He dismisses it as a useless worry. He realizes the old Kylan would have actually tried to kill this top tier fighter. The man really had a no fear of death. The current MC knows Ganesa is a monster who could kill someone with a single strand of hair. Her stats are insane: indestructible body and martial arts master. She is a warrior at the absolute peak of physical power. A martial arts master can move in perfect unity, regardless of the style they use, and the indestructible body that means her entire frame is as tough as a diamond. Since I am in his body now, I see his mistakes. The old Kylan would have sent assassins, and he would be the one dead on the floor. She wonders if he ate something weird because everything today is going against her predictions. But he's achieved his goal. Relationship established. There is no reason to stay at this party anymore. Kylan turns to leave. I'm heading back, so stop worrying. She's surprised. You're just leaving. She's genuinely worried about assassinations or more death. Kylan just looks back coldly. How pathetic. Ganesa stands there frozen, watching him walk away. Kylan realizes that using his power to pressure her would be a huge mistake. Going against someone like her would only lead to unpredictable variables regarding his own death. System alert. Villain fate death variable avoided. Store points +1. He starts to get anxious. What he realizes the conversation with Ganesa wasn't just a chat, it was a survival test. Without even knowing it, he was standing on the edge of another deadly situation. He looks at the crowd. No place in this world is safe. And trust me, you and I are going to find out just how dangerous it gets. Let's dive into a world where surviving as a villain is everything. Riley July's rank 12 relative watches her sulk. I never wanted to be here, July mutters. Riley sighs. Come on, just deal with it. But July is in a terrible mood, her eyes full of anxiety as she glares at the floor. Riley asks, how are things with him lately? July pauses. So Riley clarifies, I mean the professor. Everyone is talking and the rumors are getting nasty. At the mention of his name, July can only see the cold, distant image of his back in her mind. She grits her teeth, feeling a hollow emptiness in her chest. It is not good, she admits. Suddenly, a man appears at the top of the stairs. You are being too loud, Decoline says sharply. July flinches, her heart racing as she looks up at him in complete and utter shock. As he slowly walks down the stairs, the crowd begins to hiss with gossip. Wait, is the professor leaving the party already? The man who usually thrives in these social circles walks right past his own fiancée without even giving her a single glance. People are buzzing, their relationship is clearly falling apart. It looks like every single rumor about them was actually the cold hard truth. Word spreads that he left early because of a fight with Julie, but Kim Woojin, the soul now inside him, has no clue this is happening. Side quest complete. Attend the New Year social event. Points added zero point 0.5. Total points available 4.5. Woojin takes a moment to think. An entire week has passed since he attended that social gathering as the professor. He has been training with a serious intensity, his mind constantly racing as he tries to master his new reality. Between memorizing spells and practicing basic telekinesis, he realized his stamina was pathetic, so he started a brutal daily physical routine. Now pay attention here. This is where things almost went south. Drenched in sweat, he remembers nearly dying during a reckless experiment involving a massive building explosion. Woojin drags himself up, trembling. If he were just a normal mage, that blast would have killed him on the spot. Was it his Iron Man trait that kept him alive? He has to be certain that is what saved him. After meeting Ganesa, he craved even more power, so he added fire manipulation to his existing telekinetic abilities to broaden his reach. He realizes he can strengthen his metal manipulation by carving magic cores directly into his telekinesis, creating a brand new level of force. This method slashes the time needed to learn new magic, but the trade off is that it is extremely dangerous for the user. After feeling the crushing pressure it puts on his body, he decided that physical conditioning is no longer optional, it is a necessity. Back to the present, Woojin finishes his workout, his body covered in sweat as he establishes a permanent morning schedule. He exhales, time for work. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the air. Alan, what on earth is that? In the head professor's office, Woojin frowns at a report from the magic tower. His brow furrows as he reads the official notice. It is from the Faculty Evaluation Committee. As Woojin prepares to leave, a voice echoes in his mind. We inform you that within 6 months, a formal hearing will be held to evaluate the research progress and standing of head professor Deculain. Please ensure that all relevant documents and research findings are fully prepared by that time. Wu Jin realizes the gravity of the situation. Deculain's research has been a dead end since long before he even entered this body. This is a major disadvantage. He remembers the game data Deculain must keep his title as professor at all costs. He suspects that keeping this title is a hidden requirement for his survival. If he loses it, there is no hope of returning home. Now, here is where we see his true resolve. Wujin stops dead in his tracks, a new plan forming in his mind. He needs to find something, anything hidden in the lab. He throws the door open and steps into Deculain's private workspace. He stares at the absolute disaster in disgust. What a complete mess, he mutters, slowly walking through the room to inspect the wreckage. It looks like no one has set foot in here for years. If the original Deculain was active, the lab would never look this abandoned. Something suddenly catches his eye. A specific pile of clutter in the corner starts to look very suspicious. That trash does not look normal at all. Is it being used to hide something important? He has no other choice but to check. He does not know who is behind this mess, but he knows this is the best way to stop Deculin's downfall. He feels lucky he mastered telekinesis. With a simple thought, a book from the floor flies directly into his hand. Opening the book, Woojin notes that the research was encrypted to prevent theft. But then the pages glow blue comprehension. Successful. A massive explosion of light floods the entire room, illuminating every dark corner of the laboratory. The golden radiance is staggering. It seems that this man's research was actually far more incredible than anyone ever imagined. The light fills every crack. Combining his wealth of knowledge with his sharp vision, the results are brilliant, but he is still not satisfied. The research is incomplete. Pages are torn, logic is missing, and some of the conclusions are just flat out wrong. Even with the flaws, it is brilliant enough to trigger a reaction from his wealthy trait. It is a true gold mine. He spots a photo in a shattered watch. Haruna, his face turns cold as he whispers, I see. Stick with me because this secret changes everything. All right, you and I are about to uncover the dark research that Her and his father desperately tried to hide while serving Dekulin. Dark thoughts keep resurfacing the deep resentment that the mages of the Luna family feel toward the house of Dekulin. It is undeniable that because of Dekulin's relentless pressure, Herin was forced to live a truly bitter and difficult life. He grips the pocket watch tightly and whispers, Don't worry, I promise to complete this research through my own understanding. If I finish the paper this way, I will include his name. I understand why others worry about co authorship, but I need the credit too. At the Ellen Cafe on campus, someone shouts loudly, Do you understand we commoners have to stick together? Julie slams the table and states her point clearly. There are only 30 commoners in this entire class, you know. If we do not support one another right now, we are all going to suffer for it sooner or later. Suddenly she turns and asks, You think so too, right, Herene? Well, I actually used to be a noble. Heren sighs and takes a sip of tea. But since she has no territory or home left, can she even be called a noble? Julie continues to press her. Remember, Haren, you must join us. Another girl chimes in. You are the representative of the commoners. Julie agrees even more enthusiastically. That is right. After all, you were also a victim of that girl, Sylvia. Hearing this, Herini is speechless. Do these girls really think she is some kind of commoner leader? Another girl asks worriedly. But if we want to start a club, we need the approval of a supervising professor, do we not? Most professors probably would not like the idea of us gathering like this. Julie realizes this is the biggest hurdle. They start gossiping excitedly, mentioning every name they can think of. What about Professor Rin? He is famous for sucking up to those fat nobles. How about Professor Kamal? Don't even mention him. He ignores commoners completely. A guy rests his chin on his hand, looking bored. And of course, asking Dikuline is totally out of the question. Heron is focusing intensely but on something else. Are they going to eat that? She really hopes they leave the food behind. Julie suddenly interrupts her thoughts. That is it, Herene. You should try asking Professor Deculaine. Herene is assigned the task before she even understands. You will ask him for us, right? Another boy agrees with Julie. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Thinking about it, he is actually quite fair. He looks down on everyone, both nobles and commoners, in exactly the same way. Julie asks Harine once more. He was the one who saved you from punishment, right? Doesn't that mean he likes you? Harine is completely confused and immediately denies it. No way, do you guys honestly think he is a good person? She never imagined things would turn out like this. How did the atmosphere in the room become so tense and strange? I don't want anything to do with Deculain. Seriously, you guys are totally misunderstood. If I do it, the result will be a disaster. Now watch closely because just as they are gossiping, the man himself appears right behind them. When Farron sees her friend's face change, she asks what is wrong. She turns around to find Deculain standing there coldly saying, Move. Looking closely behind her, Herene has turned completely pale. It is Deculain. Farron just stands there, stunned and frozen. Julie is hiding in a corner making cheering motions. Good luck, Herene, but inside Herene is screaming in pure terror. Julia, when did you get here? The cold professor walks past her like she is invisible, not caring about her at all. As he's leaving, Herene gathers her courage and calls out to Professor Deculain. She shyly holds out a paper, acting very respectful. I want to start a club, and I need your signature for approval. Inside, she decides to just go for it. Fearing he will refuse, she continues, I won't bother you. I was just worried you might dislike clubs with commoner members. She is worried sick inside. I really don't want to deal with him, but Julie was right about the other professors. Recalling what her friend said, she realizes no other teacher would cooperate with them. It was him or nobody. Instead of being annoyed, Dekulin actually takes the application from her hand. He decides to give it a look. You and I both expected a cold rejection, but Dekulin actually tells her to send him the details later. What he hands the form back to her, and a stunned Hareen quickly replies, Yes, sir. Did he really sign it? She stares blankly at his back. He just agreed. Wow, that Dekulin is truly something else. Julie runs over, chirping with excitement. Harin, did you really get his signature? I honestly did not expect that. Heron is still deep in her own thoughts. But why just like at the disciplinary committee? Why is he being so kind? Deculin's voice echoes from a classroom. Today's lecture will be about understanding the nature of pure elements. As you all should know, elements are the very foundation of all magic in this world. And that is where we leave it. Stay tuned to see what this mysterious professor does next in the academy. Alright, you and I are diving back into Ephrine's world where guilt and suspicion are starting to tear her soul apart. She stares at the man on the podium, wondering if this feeling is actually pity. He's the man who drove her father to his death. No matter how kind he acts, it is all just a fake act. If he really felt guilty, he would reveal his true twisted face to the entire world. Julie asks if she's okay snapping Ephraim out of her dark thoughts. She can only blink in total confusion. Julie tells her she looks terrible, advising her to ignore the nobles and the way they keep running their hateful mouths. Ephraim is lost, but then she realizes Julie is talking about the arrogant students sitting above them. Those pests are glaring at her with pure malice, wondering what a girl like her is doing here. Ephraim feels helpless. After that incident, she really has become the common enemy of every noble, even though she is a noble herself. Seeing Julie's concern, she tries to force a reassuring smile. Trust me, you and I are jumping into some academy drama. Don't worry, Julie, they're always like that. Just focus while UIN is still seriously lecturing up front. He explains that every magical circle they have used so far has a hidden logical pattern. Pay attention here because you and I are about to see exactly why his lectures are so legendary. Adding just two lines to this ignition circle can change the very color of the flames. He opens a blue book for today's lesson, turning to a page titled Flowing Fire. To the students, Kim Ujin's lecture feels like a breathtaking masterpiece of pure magical theory. His deep insights and creative explanations leave everyone in the room absolutely stunned. Even Sylvia the genius, who lost her passion for learning, watches in silence as he withdraws his mana. As you all know, this specific formation is typically used to summon water. He demonstrates the technique, and when combined with fire, the mana turns purple and starts flowing like liquid. The entire class watches in total speechless shock. Everyone whispers in awe. Fire is actually flowing like water right before their eyes. She cannot believe it. You and I can see Ephraim's shock. She never expected his lecture to be this grounded in logic. Most geniuses rely purely on intuition, making theory feel like nothing more than a rigid, boring cage. But if mages only focused on theory, magic would become a stagnant thing trapped in a box. It makes sense. Focusing too much on books leaves zero time for actual practice. Trying to master magic through logic alone is inefficient and blocks real training. This is the great paradox. To become a truly great mage, one must possess a sharp, unteachable intuition. But even the best cannot explain how that intuition works. She stares at him completely baffled. How can a man whose talent is being questioned by the public give a lecture this profound? It should be impossible. Leaving the academy, Ephraim admits the rumors were dead wrong. She has never been this focused on a lesson before. Later, she returns to her dormitory tower. She sighs, looking completely drained, but when she sees her door, she freezes in frustration. The words trash and get out are scrawled on her door. How long will these petty pranks last? Ephraim realizes things have only gotten worse since that incident with Sylvia. She spots a sponsorship certificate on the floor and picks it up, frowning at the fine print. There is no way this is real. Who in their right mind would want to sponsor her? With both the Hewlett family and Kim Woojin hating her, she figures she should just report this fake document for a reward. We move to the magic management office. Everine is standing there, still unable to believe the truth. It's real. She plays the words back in her head over and over again. The clerk confirms that the seal is authentic and the documents are real. Epherine's entire face lights up with pure ecstatic joy. Could this actually be happening? She tries to snap herself back to reality. She slaps her cheeks to wake up, hoping no one saw her acting like an idiot. She carefully gathers the papers. If people find out she has 100,000 LN, what then? She decides to prepare an emergency suitcase, just in case. She probably shouldn't have come here today. So, what do you and I think? Is this the start of her comeback or just another disaster waiting to happen? Alright, you and I are jumping into a story where a sister's rage and a brother's secrets are about to collide. Pinned to the floor, Hireen curls up in a ball. It hurts, but she is so happy this feels just like a dream. But she is not fully awake yet. Hireen is so happy she cannot stop crying, wiping away these tears of pure joy. Someone finally recognized her talent. She tells herself that there is still kindness in this world, so she must keep trying. At the Euclid mansion, Jeriel from the Hardican family stares at the butler in total disbelief. Are you serious? The butler confirms that he is currently heading to the Senjo auction and has likely arrived by now. When she finds out he actually went to the auction, a look of pure irritation washes over her face. Just thinking about that money flying away makes her grab her hair and scream in total frustration. He threw away 10 million L last year, and now she wonders what disaster he is planning. She will never forgive him. Over at the auction city, Decollane has no idea that his half sister is ready to literally wring his neck. He strides down the hallway with a light heart, finally able to buy the item he has been searching for. Since he started using psychokinesis as his main magic, he realized he needed specific metals to make up for his lack of talent. The item he is carrying right now is made of wood steel, but that is only a temporary fix. He pushes open the VIP waiting room door and steps inside, so deep in thought he doesn't notice someone else is there. Now pay attention. This is where he finally realizes he is not alone in the room. Just looking at that back, he knows exactly who it is. He freezes in his tracks for a second. The person in the VIP room is Julie. As she turns around, he curses internally, never expecting to run into her. As for Julie, the moment she sees him walk in, a look of visible disgust spreads across her face. They both stay silent, locked in a tense stare down. Julie knits her brows and gives him a bone chilling greeting. It has been a long time. Dekulin stares at her silently, thinking he never expected to find Julie here. Thinking about his recent actions, Julie immediately questions him. She heard he sent two young mages to the disciplinary committee. Her interrogating tone starts to annoy him. That is old news, so what is the problem? Are you going to blame me for that too? Julie clears her throat, staring him down with hateful eyes before finally speaking. They were just newly appointed rookies. Are you really going to crush the dreams of those young people? Your sins will come back to haunt you one day. Stop repeating your past mistakes. She lowers her voice as a warning. This is the final piece of advice I can give you. Decolin remains expressionless, just looking down at her silently. The final advice, those are the last words Julie has for me. She is planning to completely cut ties with him. If this were the original owner, he would probably be terrified right now. But check this out, he actually feels relieved. Honestly, you and I would probably feel the same way. No matter how beautiful she is, I do not want to marry someone just for some shallow reason. Plus, she is surrounded by way too many death flags. If I am not careful, I might die on my own wedding day. After dropping her warning, Julie doesn't want to deal with him anymore and turns back to her seat. He watches her with suspicion. The Julie I know does not attend auctions. What is she doing here? I am curious. He asks if she came all this way just to tell him that. Julie is shocked by his narcissism and spins around. What? Her voice gets louder as she gets agitated, firing off words like a machine gun. You are unbelievably arrogant. There is no way I came here for you. I'm only here to buy something. Seriously, I'm actually looking for an item. Seeing her so worked up, Decolin backs away and tells her to calm down. He says helplessly, I get it now, you only had to say it once. Being misunderstood makes Julie puff out her cheeks. Seeing this side of her, he thinks she is actually pretty cute. He watches her turn away, still muttering under her breath that it was all his fault for misunderstanding her. That sudden spark of emotion for Julie leaves him stunned. Wait a minute, what is this weird feeling? I was just thinking about how dangerous it is to be near her. Could I be merging with the original owner's emotions? Am I being infected by Deculane's feelings? I have been so careful not to let his personality take over. While he is lost in thought, the announcer's voice echoes through the magic crystal ball, signaling the start of the event. The auction is officially starting. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next in this madness. He tries to brush it off, it's nothing. But his heart, it's beating way too fast every time he looks at Julie. All right, you and I are about to dive into a high stakes auction where money is no object. Right now, something mysterious sits on that table, completely hidden under a crisp white cloth. The guests are already buzzing in their seats. The host signals the staff to pull the cover, officially kicking off the first bid. The first item up for grabs is a rare ancient vase from the East. Take a look at these elegant curves, masterfully crafted by a legendary artisan from the far reaches of the Orient. The moment that cloth drops, a blinding golden aura explodes from the vase. It's so intense, it's actually hard to look at, and the Kulain can barely believe his eyes. He's seen this globe before, back when he was studying Elharin's secret manuscripts. This is the mark of massive fortune. Before the host can even finish the introduction, the entire room erupts into a bidding war for this Eastern treasure. The host calls out a numbers over the mic. Bidder 993 at 700,000, then 1038 hits 750,000. It's clear that everyone in this room understands exactly how valuable this ancient relic really is. Guests are frantically tapping their bidding spheres. The announcer's voice is non-stop. Bidder 1413 jumps straight to 1.5 million. Finally, the host locks eyes with Decolane, who just threw his hat into the ring. The host gasps. Bidder 777 just offered 2.5 million. Spending some bank right now isn't a bad idea at all. His balance is sitting at over 205 million LNE. From here on out, he starts outbidding everyone for every single item at the highest price. The host is getting more hyped with every item. The Rufin ring sold to bidder 777 for 3 million. Lucho's scissors go to 777 for 2.1 million, followed by an ancient rune necklace for a staggering 4.3 million LNE. The announcer's voice rings out again, this time bidder 777 clinches another item for 5.5 million. The other wealthy guests are absolutely stunned as they watch him successfully sweep up everything in sight. Everyone turns to see who this big spender is. They can't believe bidder 777 is buying everything. Wait, isn't that Professor de Culain? Julie has no idea what he's actually planning. To her, he's just being loud and showing off his wealth. How pathetic, she thinks. Even in a place like this, he's still desperate for everyone to look at him. The more she thinks about it, the more she feels the gap between them is huge. She can't believe he's throwing away money just to satisfy his momentary pride. She honestly can't understand why he doesn't value the beauty of being humble and staying low key. Whatever, she pushes thoughts of him aside to focus on the one item she needs. Her eyes are locked in with pure determination. I only need the winter flame, she whispers. After the flurry of items, the host gestures toward the main stage. Now pay attention because you and I are about to see the one legendary item that everyone here has been hunting for. This legendary ore was used to forge the most prestigious swords in the history of the Empire. The staff immediately rips away the white cloth. The host turns, voice rising, witness the magic of nature, the flame of winter. On the table sits the fire snow stone, a crystal of extreme purity, its outer shell sparkling with a brilliance that rivals a perfectly polished diamond. Inside the mineral, a faint blue glow flickers like a burning flame. Now I see why they call this legendary ore the blue flame. The moment the stone hits the stage, both Julie and Deculin fix their gazes on it at the exact same time. The fire snowstone is one of the 10 rarest metals in existence, prized for forging the world's most powerful weapons. Just like its name, it's a paradoxical mineral that holds both intense heat and freezing cold energy. Check this out, you, and I can see the infinite potential of this stone, and Deculin wants it even more than anything else tonight. Realistically speaking, this fire snow stone is the absolute best material he could ever hope to get his hands on. Julie's eyes are burning with a must have intensity. The bidding begins, and she's already hammering the control sphere. The host's voice rattles off numbers 10 million, 13, 20, 25, then bidder 1089 hits 30 million LNE. Any other bids? Seeing no one else stepping up, the host prepares to close the deal before the item is officially sold. Julie is thrilled thinking she finally secured it. But as we know in this world, life is rarely that simple. Deculane drops a new bid. Bidder 777 at 31 million. Hearing that number again, Julie freezes and whips her head around in fury. 777, she's heard that number way too many times today. Seeing her prize slipping away makes her blood boil. She can't ignore him anymore. What on earth are you doing? Julie glares at Deculane, teeth gritted in anger. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see who wins this war. Guest 777 bids 33 million LNEA. Nearby attendee exclaims to his friend in shock. He's trying to buy that snowflame stone to forge a sword, likely for his fiancée, isn't he? If it's a gift, why not let her buy it herself? He must be deeply in love. Deculane is confused. Alright, let's dive into this messy auction where our main character realizes he just accidentally started a war. Even knowing she wants it, he can't back down. The snowflame stone is something she truly crave. If I take this, she'll absolutely despise me, but I need it just as much as she does. He stares at her cold, furious expression. It's the first time this stone has appeared in 3 years. Seeing the murderous intent in Julie's eyes makes Deculin flinch, but for his own survival, he can't stop. It's dangerous, but for the sake of his precious goals, he's throwing everything into this high-stakes bidding war. He won't retreat. That stone must be his. After a long battle, the final price is finally called. Watch this closely because the winner of this stone is about to change the entire dynamic between these two. Of course, Deculane takes the prize. The announcer's voice booms declaring guest 777 the winner. Thunderous applause erupts. Professor Deculane actually did it. This was surely the most intense auction in history. A guest sitting across from Julie whispers to his companion. Lord Freden was a bit excessive, but Deculane clearly went all out to get that gift for his fiancée. Every whisper from the crowd stings. Losing the one item she desperately needed has left Julie truly miserable. Deculane's arrogance is finally the last straw for Julie. She grits her teeth, fighting back a volcano of rage. It's happening again, a repeat of last year's humiliation. This wasn't supposed to happen. It triggers a memory of the old Deculane before the soul switch happened. If it's what you want, I'll give you everything and more. I would do absolutely anything for you. Their engagement day was the absolute worst day of her life. He thought this would make her love him. Look at my greatness. That was his unspoken message. But facing his arrogant wealth, she only felt deep shame. Now let's pause. You and I can see why she hates him, but does he even realize what he's done? He knew exactly what was happening when they met. He knew what she truly wanted from him all along. So she walked out and destroyed her own engagement, but she knew that was only the beginning of it. Cruel rumors began to crush her spirit. To think someone as proud as her would fall into his trap. They say she was promised a knight captain position as a bribe. Rumors claim she even begged for it. It's obvious who's behind these lies. Does he seriously think ruining her name will bring her back to him? What an utter fool! He is the one man she could never love, no matter how hard he tries. Just as Julie stands to confront him, she freezes in shock. He has already walked up right behind her. Julie stares at him stunned. The Kulin calmly looks her in the eye and asks, "Do you want this too?" Expecting him to use the stone as leverage to control her, her expression darkens. "How long will you humiliate me?" But instead of a threat, he does the unthinkable. He offers a sincere apology. Julie is left completely speechless. After apologizing, he immediately turns to leave. "If you'll excuse me." Julie can't even process what just happened. She just stares. Why did he apologize for winning the auction? The Deculian she knows would never say sorry. But then Josephine's voice suddenly pulls her back to reality. "Julie." She looks up in surprise at Josephine. Her sister gestures toward the carriage. "Get in the car." Josephine, the eldest Freden daughter and Julie's sister. Meanwhile, Dekulin is already heading back to his own mansion. Leaning back in his carriage, he recalls her furious expression. It seems Julie really did want that stone. She's likely livid that I snatched it. Surprisingly, though, his predicted death flag didn't even trigger this time. He definitely saw the murderous intent in her eyes. It makes him wonder what the original Deculain really did. Just how terrible was this man to make her hate him? As he arrives, his servants bow low. "Welcome home, master." But something feels off. He notices the servants are all trembling with a strange fear. He narrows his eyes and asks suspiciously, "Did something happen?" And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are dropping right into a heated family confrontation that is about to turn deadly. As Deculain heads for the dressing room, Yeriel snaps. That money was for the mines, yet he just threw it away on luxuries. She is absolutely fuming. Hearing those accusations, he finally realizes why her personal accounts were so loaded. He had never paid attention before. Coldly, he just tells her not to worry, claiming his purchase will bring in massive profits eventually. She screams, her voice trembling with tears. Is she just a trash can meant to handle his garbage? The pain in her voice is real. He turns back to see her expression, and a chill runs down his spine. This is bad, really, really bad. Yeriel's face is stained with tears, but her eyes, they are filled with a murderous rage that could tear him apart. She asks if she was born just to clean up his messes. All the money she worked so hard for gone in a single heartbeat. Bitterness floods her heart. The family is already struggling, and every employee is working themselves to the bone just to keep the clan afloat. And yet he squandered it all. Her anger boils over. What kind of monster is he? A massive surge of energy erupts. Yeriel genuinely wants to kill him for gambling with the family future like this. Seeing her explode with such raw emotion, Deculain is left completely speechless. Crap, his villain skill? The fate of the villain is activating. Suddenly he spots a faint golden glow flickering around her, piercing right through her red, angry aura. Now pay attention because the great wealthy man's skill just kicked in. It is a literal do or die moment. If he fails this, he is dead. But if he survives, he will walk away with an absolute mountain of gold. After a moment, a plan forms. He knows the way out. He tries to calm her down with a steady voice. "Don't worry, Yeriel." But simple words won't work now. She just barks back at him to shut his mouth. Does he think she is just worried she is working her life away to fix his mistakes? This is not the life she ever wanted. She dropped out of school and never even dated all because of him. He just sighs, sounding helpless. He tells her she didn't have to do that, but that just makes her explode even harder. What is he saying? Since their parents died, he has done nothing but waste money, spending 150 million lion in a single day. Just as she is about to curse him out, Deculain drops the bomb. "I am making you the head of the family." You and I both saw that coming, right? Yeriel is frozen in shock, unable to believe her own ears. He repeats it clearly. The position is hers. Yeriel just stands there like a startled cat, screaming out in confusion. What? She is convinced he is just playing a cruel joke. Don't talk nonsense. He corrects her tone. That language is not fitting for a noble, especially the future head of the house. Yeriel is still stunned. She turns away, begging him not to lie. He doubles down, he is not lying. Seeing her doubt, he offers a vow. If she does not believe him, he will swear it. Yeriel gasped. She cannot wrap her head around it. A vow? You mean a mage oath? The kind where you die if you break it? He is dead serious. She is still reeling because this whole thing is just completely insane. Why so sudden? Yeriel steps closer, squinting at him. Did you hit your head or something? Deculain just looks at her helplessly. Believe it or not, the prospect of power finally starts to soothe her anger. If you break this, I will kill you. As she turns to leave, he asks if she is going already. She is annoyed. Obviously, someone just blew their entire fortune at an auction. She has to go fix the mess. The door slams shut. Deculain watches her go. His skill notification pops up. He survived the death flag. Store credit +2. The danger is gone. He exhales, feeling like a hurricane just passed. It is fine. Giving her the position is the right move for his survival. If he keeps changing things like this, maybe he can actually escape his doomed fate. Right then, Ganesha emerges from the shadows. She has been watching the whole time. She asked with a smirk if he is really serious about changing. His pupils shrink the moment he sees her. She jumps down as he scowls at the unwelcome guest. Ganesha just offers a half hearted apology. She says she just happened to be passing by, but what she saw was truly shocking. Deculain sighs. Nothing to be shocked about. She will be a better leader anyway. Ganesha's eyes gleam with excitement. Then she drops a truth bomb about Yeriel. She does not have a single drop of Euclid blood. And that is where we leave it a secret that changes everything. You and I definitely did not see that coming. Stick with me because what she says next completely changes the game lore we thought we knew. Ganesha just repeats her words. Jeriel does not have a single drop of the Yupin bloodline. He never expected to find a hidden secret like this. They were just half siblings. He already knew she was not the biological sister of Dekulin. But could it be true she has absolutely no blood relation to the Yulin family? Nobody had ever mentioned this before. She looks at him with a gossiping tone, wondering if revealing this is actually okay. First of all, you were the one who requested us to look into this matter, Professor, to determine if there is a blood connection between you and her. We already discussed the necessity of this investigation. For him, this information just confirms there was a hidden secret. After thinking it over, he realizes this changes nothing for him. His face remains expressionless as he replies, no matter what the blood test says, Jeriel is still Jeriel. Ganesa is shocked to see that he does not care at all. You really surprised me today. I never expected you to say those words. Hearing her say that, he thinks to himself that he could say the exact same thing about her. He never imagined things would be this complicated. Before leaving, Ganesa promises she will not spread this sensitive information. Fine, I will keep her secret safe. Just as she is about to walk out, she remembers something else. One more thing before I go. Ganesa turns back with a serious warning. She heard the 6 snake heads are moving. Wait, you and I need to watch this part closely. They lead the most notorious criminal groups on this continent. Each leader is famous enough to have a bounty of millions of gold coins on their heads. She continues explaining that their targets are the items purchased at the recent auction. Even if the auction house delivers your items safely, you must remain alert from the moment they arrive at your mansion. Thinking of his weak defenses, Ganesa kindly adds that lately he seems to be neglecting his magical security. Professor, that is exactly why I was able to break in so easily. Looking at his tense face, she speaks playfully. Oh, come on. On the windowsill where Ganesa disappeared, only a handkerchief emitting a faint magical glow remains. Diaculane ignores it completely. The massive amount of information he just received has left him feeling exhausted. Regarding the fact that Jeriel is not his biological sister, he thinks with a headache that he never needed to know this. It changes nothing. He was never the real Deculane from the start. The way he treats Jeriel will not change because of a bloodline. Whether they are blood related or not, Jeriel will always be his sister. So it is best to just keep the truth hidden forever. After leaving the mansion, Ganesa returns to her camp and tells her comrades everything she witnessed. I am serious, Professor Deculane has changed so much. It is like someone else is wearing his skin. You saw that change too, right? He is a totally different person now. She sits on the rug like a bandit, noting how even that jerk sounds different when speaking kindly. The man wearing the hat hears this and speaks with total disdain. Captain, you just like handsome guys, do you not? No matter what he says, you would probably like him anyway. Being called a man chaser makes her furious. Maybe I should tear you apart since you are so incredibly ugly, the hatted man snaps back. My grandmother told me I am handsome. She retorts that there was probably a handsome guy walking behind him at the time. You idiot. Rel watches the two of them start fighting and ignores them to ask if Dekulin actually has some humanity now. Riley, a member of that Red Ruby adventure team, and Julie's relative, seems far too used to seeing this chaos. After finishing off the hatted man, Ganesa stands up and adjusts her hat. She decides that further surveillance is no longer necessary. Anyway, it seems like we do not need to keep monitoring Dekulin anymore. I was going to ask if he was still looking for a magic slave, but that seems unnecessary now. She points forward and tells them to head back. Ganesa warns everyone that everything they heard today must be kept a secret. It is best if they just shut their mouths. After ordering everyone not to reveal the secret, all five of them hold hands and activate their internal magic. A protective magic circle surrounds them and they turn into a streak of light. The next day arrives at the magic tower within the university. Inside his room, Dekulin stares thoughtfully at a paper on his desk. He is currently browsing the system shop in his mind. Level 1 mana, quality improvement. This level 1 skill improves the character's innate mana quality from birth. Power and mana efficiency will increase slightly. The cost is 10. Seeing the shop is open, but having no money makes him frustrated. I can finally use the system shop, but I still do not have enough money to buy what I actually need. The system shop. This shop allows the user to spend system currency to upgrade and strengthen characters. He can upgrade himself and anyone with a name through the shop. Trust me, you and I are about to see him get insanely broken. Alright, you and I are back with our main character whose system store is strictly limited, allowing only 6 total uses by the end of Act 2. That is because the shop only unlocks at specific levels, and every time he scales up the price, he has to pay doubles. These tight restrictions mean he has to be incredibly careful with every single choice he makes. He cannot afford to waste a single opening, so he stays focused on his memory training, physical conditioning, and perfecting his control over those flying mana blades. Every one of these drills has been woven into his daily routine. However, compared to the world's most notorious villains, his combat power is still lacking and he knows exactly where his weaknesses lie. To truly level up, the one thing he needs immediately is to improve the quality of his mana. He sits there muttering about needing 4 system currency units when a sudden knock at the door breaks his train of thought. He tells the person to enter, and Alan walks in with heavy dark circles under his eyes, clutching the latest newspaper. Greeting the professor, Alan brings the paper to his desk, urging him to look at the news that just arrived. Now, check this out. This is where the danger starts. Alan is terrified, warning him that this story was just published in the Wizard Journal. Inside is the image of a long haired man with a warning deadly danger. Eyewitnesses have reported a mage killer named Lockhart in the outskirts, so everyone is advised to stay indoors. After reading the warning, the Kulin is briefly startled, but once he recalls his secret game knowledge, he quickly regains his cool. Lockhart is the biggest threat to mages in the first quarter of the game, so the killer has finally made his move. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Of course, if he were just a normal mage, this guy would be a nightmare. But with his current abilities, there is nothing to fear. In fact, this is the perfect chance to earn more system money. He actually hopes they cross paths soon, standing up and walking around his desk to head toward the library. Telling Alan not to worry about a mere killer, he orders him home while he goes to study. Alan is startled by the professor's lack of fear, but quickly agrees. As the Kulin passes him, he suddenly remembers one more thing. He stops in his tracks and Alan looks up in confusion as the professor prepares to ask a question. You and I both know the original Dekulin was a jerk, so watch this. He offers Alan the assistant professor position. Once the reality of the offer sets in, Alan's eyes go wide and he lets out a terrified scream. The scream echoes through the magic tower as Alan stammers that he has no talent, but the professor remains calm. He claims he is asking because of Alan's hard work, but the real reason is a secret system notification. He had actually just received a system prompt requiring him to choose an assistant professor right away. Alan still cannot believe it, but Declan just holds out a Yanin badge bracelet toward the young man. He tells him to stop asking questions and take it, urging him to keep working hard with this new rank. Becoming an assistant makes Alan so happy he wants to jump for joy as he bows and stammers his thanks. The kid is actually crying with happiness, and Dekulin realizes just how useful this loyal worker will be. Alan is an expert at organizing documents and handling the small stuff. He is a valuable asset that he cannot afford to lose. Alan cannot stop staring at the badge on his brand new bracelet. The original owner's temper drove everyone else away, so he has to make sure a hard worker like Alan stays. Every person who hated the original Dekulin for his cruelty has already packed up and left the tower. But Alan is still here doing everything alone. This is the mindset of a cold capitalist who knows a good deal. Wishing Alan well, he places some money in his hand and tells him to go buy a nice dinner. Alan looks at the cash and tries to follow, saying it is too much, but the professor is already walking away. His footsteps echo down the hall while Alan stands there in a daze, clutching the money. He reaches the staff section of the library, specifically looking for research left behind by Luna. He recalls an essay found in the lab that discussed the invention of pure elemental magic. However, the work had too many errors, so he needs to rewrite and fix the mistakes. He walks past rows of books with a single thought: it would be incredible if he could find a magic tome about controlling the elements. Suddenly, in one of the book aisles, he spots someone who really should not be here. It is Sylvia. He frowns and asks why she is in the restricted staff area, staring coldly at Sylvia Debon for an explanation. And that's where we leave it. We're about to find out exactly how this encounter changes everything. All right, you and I are diving into the life of our brilliant professor. 10 minutes ago, Sylvia told the librarian her wish, who then used a magic orb to contact Professor Redlin. Yes, Professor, the young lady Sylvia says she is simply looking for some extra study materials. This restricted reading room is for high level staff only. Suddenly, the image of Redlin flickers to life within the Orbi. He smiles and grants Sylvia total access. Why place limits on the heir of UET and this year's most brilliant rookie mage? It is perfectly fine. Let her use the facilities freely, since it is all for her studies anyway. With the professor's green light, the librarian looks up and allows her to search. He has given his official approval. Lady Sylvia, feel free to browse for your materials. Sylvia has always had a deep passion for literature and linguistics. She came to this room specifically for a rare document. She finally finds a book written in Ethiel detailing the mysterious disappearance of the ancient elven race. Because this language is so rare now, novels written in Ethniel have become incredibly valuable and hard to find. This rare find was exactly why Sylvia visited this restricted area, a place she normally would never have access to. Now, watch this. She never expected to turn around and see Professor de Cullen standing right there in the library shadows. Back in the present, de Cullen narrows his eyes at Sylvia. Why exactly are you inside the high level reading room? He knows students are strictly forbidden here, asking coldly, are you looking to have the disciplinary committee meet about you once again? Sylvia is still paralyzed with shock at his sudden appearance. Her mind is racing as she wonders, why is he here? She clearly remembers that he usually never even steps foot inside the university library. Clutching the book to her chest, she explains that Professor Redlin gave her permission. But hearing that only makes de Cullen more annoyed. To him, this means the professor ignored the rules and the librarian acted as an accomplice. If that is the case, both of them deserve punishment. Sylvia panics, trying to find the words to explain. But she freezes when she notices a swirl of mana beginning to wrap around the book in her arms. Under de Cullen's magical control, the book flies straight into his hand. He opens it only to realize it is just a novel. He pauses for a long moment. A novel? You broke the rules just to find a romance story written in Ethiel. Sylvia is stunned that he can actually recognize the language. Wait, how can you even read ancient Ethniel? Never mind, that is not what matters. I just happen to enjoy researching literature and foreign languages. Declan skims through the pages and tosses it back to her. I will let it slide this one time, he warns her. But if you enter again without proper permission, I will take disciplinary action against you. Unless your goal is just to flaunt your family influence, have someone else borrow books for you. His footsteps echo loudly. You saw that, right? He just humiliated her family pride. Sylvia stands there hugging her book while watching him walk away. Pure rage boils inside her. He did not just stop her, he went out of his way to humiliate her. She thinks sadly to herself, I only wanted to learn about elves through their original Ethniel stories. Doubt starts to cloud her mind. But how is it possible for de Cullen to read such a complex language? Ethiel has no fixed system, making it nearly impossible to master. Later at combat practice, de Cullen joins the other professors. The students' shouts echo through the dense woods. It is running that way. Get it, don't let it escape. Meanwhile, Redlin stands across from a colleague discussing the training. Despite this being their very first real combat session, the students seem remarkably calm and composed. Because of his heavy build, Professor Redlin is already starting to sweat quite a bit. He wipes his forehead with a cloth. We need to finish before dark, but honestly, I am proud of them. Shadow Mountain sits just outside the campus. It is a massive, significant area strictly protected by the Magic Towers Authority. The forest serves as a training ground and a rich source of magic. However, it is crawling with dangerous beasts and venomous creatures. Because of the danger, the tower maintains several barriers and requires a professor to stay on night patrol. Realizing they need someone for the shift, Redlin awkwardly scratches his head and approaches the head professor. Professor de Cullen, we haven't assigned anyone for the patrol shift this week. We really need to appoint a new volunteer. Trust me, you won't believe this next part. Dekulin looks at him and says, I will do it. Redlin is totally stunned. Once he realizes it is not a joke, Redlin is overjoyed. As expected of our head professor, you are amazing. Seeing you take the initiative like this truly makes you the ideal model for every professor here. Regarding that praise of his, all right, you and I are about to see that being a hero isn't about heart, it's about the grind. He only took this professor job because a system quest just dropped offering currency and rare achievements. He gazes toward the gathering shadows. Something deep within the darkness is practically begging for his attention. There's no doubt about it, this mysterious pull is exactly why the system triggered that sub quest. The more he looks, the more he wonders. What kind of nightmare turns this game into a full blown horror movie once the sun goes down? With the light fading, Redling quickly rounds up the students. Okay, everyone, pack it up. Take care, Professor. See you all next time. 9 hours later. Inside a cafe near the Magic Tower, Hirena's friends are obsessing over desserts topped with fresh, juicy fruit. These look too good to eat. I'm already starving just looking at them. Helena checks her balance and feels like a total boss. She's sitting on 100,000 LNE now, grinning ear to ear. She shouts, Today is on me. Her friends erupt in cheers, thrilled by her sudden generosity. Julia mentions her new club proposal, saying it should be approved soon. Let's consider this our first official meeting. The blue haired girl beside her looks a bit anxious. She's clearly worried that nobody is actually going to sign up. I just hope people don't wait too long. The registration list is looking pretty empty right now. Don't worry, Julia replies. If we run it well, people will come. By the way, wasn't there training at Dark Mountain today? Harena is busy drooling over her ice cream, but manages to answer. Yeah, over 50 people volunteered for that one. Now pay attention because just as they mention the occasional accident, their boom, a massive explosion rocks the entire area. The four of them sprint out to the main road. Did you hear that? I definitely heard it. Where did that come from? We have to go check it out right now. They race toward the noise to investigate the chaos. Suddenly, a woman's blood curdling scream pierces the air. Please, somebody help me. Julia points to a dark mountain as a wave of pure dread washes over her. She tries to hold Helena back. Wait, stop. Something feels horribly wrong about this whole situation. Helena stops, but it's too late. She's already stepped right into a monster's psychological trap. Realizing the vibe is off, she freezes and turns around. What did you just say, Ju? You saw that too, right? One second she's in a cafe, the next she's standing in a wasteland. Where am I? While she's reeling from the shock, that woman screams for help again. Please help. The panic in that voice clears her head. Someone is in trouble. Where are you? I'm coming. She sprints toward the sound, desperate to reach the victim in time. Are you okay? But before she can reach her, something invisible and razor sharp slices the woman's throat wide open. Blood sprays everywhere. Through the red mist, Herena's face goes completely pale with pure, unadulterated terror. Watching the life drain out of the woman, she begins to spiral. What? What is happening? She snaps out of it and prepares a spell, sensing a killer nearby. Then the rhythmic sound of footsteps makes her freeze. A pair of custom made boot steps firmly onto the dirt, creating a crisp, terrifying echo. Helena gazes up at the cold, handsome man standing there. The killer, realizing he's the one who attacked, she explodes in rage. Professor, did you really just kill that woman? How could you strike down an innocent civilian like that? The Keelan doesn't even look at her, his eyes locked on the body. Look closer. That thing isn't human. Helena follows his gaze and her jaw drops. Wait, what? The helpless woman is gone. In her place sits a hideous creature with crimson skin and eyes like pooling blood. Helena can barely form words as she stammers in total disbelief. What kind of monster is that? The Killen explains calmly. You've fallen under a demon's illusion. They use your own mind against you. To keep her out of the crossfire, he grabs her collar and tosses her aside. Stay out of this. Get lost. What is this? After clearing the distraction, he locks eyes with the beast. It's time to hunt, and he won't be holding back. He fuels his magic, preparing to strike with everything he's got. Furious at losing its meal, the demon lunges forward with insane speed, aiming to tear apart the man who ruined its fun. The Killen remains calm under pressure, dodging the lethal claws by a fraction of an inch. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this epic battle ends next time. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total underdog story take a dark epic turn. The Kulain senses the demon's intent and summons a magic shield to block its strike, scanning the beast for a single opening. His gaze locks onto the core embedded right in the center of the demon's forehead, focusing every ounce of his attention there. It specializes in illusions, but thanks to his ironclad mental fortitude, its mind games are completely useless against a man like him. The demon's petty provocation only serves to awaken a deep ancestral hatred buried within his very soul. His blood is boiling as a surge of ancient fury ignites his heart and burns through his entire body. Suddenly, the system window flashes, revealing his powerful Yukon bloodline attributes. This lineage grants extraordinary power to suppress evil. In areas thick with demonic energy, he can actually purify the surrounding mana and absorb it as his own strength, making him a walking nightmare for monsters. Purified mana becomes higher quality though, it carries a side effect. It makes him much more aggressive toward demons. Pure, unfiltered demonic hatred. The legendary blood of the Yukon family, renowned demon hunters of old, is now manifesting in Dekulane. He has zero intention of letting this creature survive. This surge of hostility is pushing his raw power to the absolute limit. Now watch closely. This exact moment is where Dekulin shows his real power. As the demon lunges, he strikes first, launching a magic bolt straight into its forehead core. Just like that, the beast falls. Immediately after, the system announces the completion of a subquest, the Magic Tower's Shadow. Shop currency increased by 1. Achievement unlocked, you have defeated your very first demon. You can bloodline shop currency plus 1. Attribute unlocked. The sheer hostility of his lineage is so strong, he cannot help but spit out cold, harsh words. Filthy creature. Even in your final moments, you are still staining this beautiful world. This encounter finally gives him the info he needed. It is the sign that the game has officially begun. This demon's appearance is the true starting gun for everything. Dekulane turns his head, staring into the far distance. This is the signal for a game where players do not even exist to finally start. The next morning at the academy, sunlight wakes Ephraim from her deep coma. She bolts upright with a terrified scream, catching the attention of the nurse standing right beside her bed. Are you finally awake? Luna, seeing herself in the infirmary, she asks in shock what happened. I was definitely in the forest just a second ago. The nurse replies gently, you do not remember anything. She explains that last night a terrifying demon appeared over on the cursed Shadow Mountain. You were trapped in its illusion, suffered mental trauma, and passed out. Luckily, you were found and brought here just in time. Because of that incident, Shadow Mountain is temporarily sealed off while the Magic Tower conducts a full investigation of the area. Wait for it. Her savior's identity is about to leave you just as shocked as she is. By the way, the person who saved you was Senior Professor Dekulane. Hearing his name makes her face twist in pure annoyance. Damn it, of all people, it was him. Looking at the clock, Ephraim asks the date. The nurse thinks for a moment and says you have been unconscious for 36 hours. The nurse checks the time again and adds, it is Wednesday today. Did you hear that, Wednesday? Her voice cracks in panic. Wait, if it is already Wednesday, I'm going to be late! She screams and jumps out of bed. Ephraim sprints toward the classroom, leaving her fellow students staring at her in shock. Luckily, she makes it. Ephraim leans against the door, gasping for air, just in time. Julia sees her and calls out from the back, Hey, over here. Julia looks at her pale face and asks with worry, Are you okay? I visited you in the medical room, but you were still out cold. I was so worried about you. I'm fine. Actually, I slept so well, I feel great now. Looking at the desks, she asks Julia in confusion, Wait, what's going on? Did I miss a big announcement? Even the classroom looks different. But Julia has no idea either. I do not know. It was already set up like this by the time I walked in today. Looks like another special lecture is happening. As they talk, Dekulane and Alan enter the room and Ephraim quickly ducks into her seat. She looks at Alan curiously, wondering who on earth that person is. Dekulane stands at the podium, looking out at the gathered students before making his big announcement. Before we begin, I have news. This is Alan, the newly appointed assistant professor. The students gasp, immediately whispering to each other about this shocking turn of events. What I thought Professor Dekulin never used assistants. This has to be a first. Exactly, I heard he has never had one in his entire career. No way Professor Yulina would allow that right. Seeing how easily Alan got the job makes Ephraim feel like the world is totally unfair. Her own father worked until he was 30 and still remained a simple researcher because he could not become an assistant. So what do you and I think? Is Dekulane hiding a secret plan? Or is this just the beginning of something much bigger? Alright, you and I are about to find out why this professor suddenly hired a total stranger. After introducing Alan, he sends him to hand out supplies while explaining today's high stakes exam. Today is a mastery test, and you all have a strict 3-hour time limit to complete your mission. Alan carries the box, handing out tools to the students. Take one here, and there are more over on that side. F. Helena looks down at the jade bracelet glowing softly on her wrist, a precious gift from her father. Looking at this always makes her wonder why she caused him such pain. And why is the professor acting so strange? Helena knows she needs to stop these spiraling thoughts, but her mind is completely out of her own control. No, she has to focus on the mission. She needs the formula fast, but her head is a chaotic mess. While she struggles to finish, Professor de Coulin's cold, deep voice suddenly cuts through the silence of the classroom. 25 minutes and 15 seconds task complete. Everyone is stunned that Sylvia finished the entire test in such a record time. What done in under 30 minutes? Well, that is Sylvia for you. She is in a league of her own. Diacolane looks down from his podium, judging Sylvia's work. His cold, scrutinizing gaze makes her feel extremely uncomfortable. After evaluating the result, he simply says, "Perfect, you may go." Sylvia immediately stands up to leave the room. Now, pay attention here is the part where Sylvia glances at Helena, who is still struggling. Seeing her rival failing to keep up, Sylvia just lets out a mocking smirk. That petty laugh makes Helena boil with rage and she shoots a sharp, angry glare right back at Sylvia. Being inferior to Sylvia makes her lose control of her magic. Damn it, she thinks I have to go faster. Time passes and Decoulain begins calling out the names of students who finished. Julia, you may go. Rain, you too. Roten, you can leave. Ken, you are done. Yarango, Tringo. But if Helena is still sitting there frozen, Alan checks the time and tells the professor that 3 hours have passed. It is time to end the test. If Helena goes completely numb, I am finished, she thinks. She cannot believe she failed to finish the exam on time. She slams her face onto the desk, screaming internally for her brain to just think of something, anything at all. Thinking about Sylvia makes her feel even more depressed. She could not even do better than that annoying little brat. The class finally ends, and she is the only one who failed. This crushing defeat starts to shatter her resolve. She questions herself in a panic. What am I? Am I really so stupid that I cannot even handle this? Failure consumes her heart. Helena stands up slowly, thinking that maybe she just does not know her own place. She has never even been to a magic academy yet here. She was dreaming of revenge and competing with others. Just as she is about to walk out, Decolane's voice rings out. 5:47. She snaps her head up in shock. You and I saw that coming, right? He never actually left. He was sitting there at the desk, waiting for her. He asks coldly, how much longer do you plan to keep me waiting? Helena stares at his emotionless face. He is still here. Deculaine bluntly points out her mistake, losing her cool over a simple task and failing to meet the deadline. Hearing the harsh truth, she can only hang her head in deep shame. I'm sorry, she whispers. He stands up and walks toward her. Even if others mock you and leave you behind, he begins to say, even if your enemy is standing right in front of you. Her eyes tremble at the word enemy. He is giving her advice. You must maintain your composure. Before he turns to leave, Dekulin drops one last stinging remark to her. If you stay this week, you will never catch up to me. He glances back, his voice full of disappointment. I am truly disappointed. I actually thought you were a gem. The door slams shut, leaving Helena alone in the silence. She bows her head, brooding over his words. Finally, she turns around and walks back to her seat. She slams her hand down, refusing to accept this. His words keep echoing over and over in her mind. I thought you were a gem. Her fists clench tight. So what if he is disappointed? The fire is back now. Her fighting spirit has returned. Whether you are disappointed or not, I will show you that I can do this. Helena moves fast, casting her magic to finish the test. The extreme overexertion starts to push her body past its limits. Blood begins to drip from her nose, a clear sign of mana overload, but she refuses to give up now. She pours every last drop of mana into the spell. Her eyes are full of stubborn determination. I will do it. The Kulain, who seemed to have left, is actually still standing outside. He leans against the wall, sensing her magic. That is enough, he thinks. Seeing Herena's fighting spirit reignite makes him feel like his time was well spent. 6 hours wasted on her. No, it is a necessary investment. Trust me, you and I should stay tuned for what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see that growth is everything in this world. Our main character remembers the demon he barely took down. That monster appearing at the Shadow Mountain was the signal that the main quest was finally starting. As evil spreads across the world, certain special individuals who can change the course of history become vital, and one of them is the young prodigy Helena. Right now, she definitely lacks the mindset and awareness of a true mage. But if she can overcome that hurdle, her potential growth will be absolutely terrifying. Of course, that power could eventually become a threat to me, but I have no intention of letting that happen. Fate is just a comfort for those who don't work hard. The only thing I truly believe in is myself. Ian knows his prideful nature won't let him be tied down by some rookie. He stops as the magical energy in the room begins to fade. It looks like Helena has actually finished her exam. She flings the door open and marches forward without even looking back. The main character steps out from the shadows to watch her go. He enters the room and looks at Helena's test paper. Seeing the perfect results, a tiny, almost invisible smile touches his lips. He checks his watch. 6 hours and 25 minutes. Mission complete. Once Helena recovered her will to fight. And subtracting our little chat earlier, she finished that impossible test in under 20 minutes. He picks up her evaluation sheet to grade her. This task always highlights the flaws of those not from the academy. Suddenly, his pen pauses. However, as he writes the final evaluation, his voice drips with satisfaction. This quality is enough to fight for the top spot. The moment he finishes the grading, a system notification pops up. Side quest complete. Reward shop currency +1. With the task done, he decides it's time to head back to the mansion since the girl has already left. But an uninvited guest is waiting for him. The man spots him and immediately calls out a greeting. Oh, Professor Yuplin. The sight of him makes the main character freeze. The man laughs loudly, acting like they are the best of friends. Long time no see. Looking at him, the professor feels a massive wave of caution rising. What is he doing here? This is Ziet von Brugang, Freden, the current head of the Raden family and Yuli's brother. He is the one who aggressively pushed for the engagement between me and Yuli. More importantly, his mind races to figure out the man's true intentions for coming here. Seth is ranked third in combat power during this early stage, even stronger than Ganesa. He is famous for his overwhelming battle strength. If a monster like him personally seeks me out, it has to be about the Snowflame Stone. Is he here for Yuli's stone? You and I can feel the tension as he swallows hard, wondering if this is a literal death flag. Right now, there is zero chance of defeating that monster. Seat maintains his friendly act, saying how happy he is to meet again. I heard rumors that you and Yuli aren't getting along, and it's been worrying me. The main character pauses, simply replying, Is that so? After some small talk, he reveals his plan. So I thought we should arrange a dinner party this week. You don't mind, do you? Luckily, Zeke doesn't seem ready to kill him yet. He feels a quiet sense of relief for now. He tries to decline the dinner invitation, but Zeke grabs his shoulder to stop him. Despite the smile, his voice is firm and allows no refusal. A bold decision, I like that. I have picked a restaurant that fits your taste, so just show up. Since I organized this meeting, I will take full responsibility for everything. Using his massive frame to look down at the professor, he gives a cold warning. I will see you on that day then. Now let's think about this. The professor feels completely helpless as he watches Zeet walk away without even giving him a choice. Thinking back on that attitude and Zeet's obsession with the big picture refusing was never actually an option. Zeet values his family above everything else. If I mess up his plans, who knows how he would react. Against that level of overwhelming power, he can't take any risks. This dinner meeting is definitely happening. The next day at the Braden mansion, Yuli hears about the scheduled date and absolutely loses it. I refuse. Zaid can't understand her reaction. Why do you hate him this much? Yuli is furious that he set this whole thing up. She screams that they just had a fight and she's too busy training knights to waste time meeting a guy like him. Zaid looks at her like she's a pouting child. Are you really throwing a tantrum just because he took a stone? Seeing that he's treating her like a kid, she snaps back. It's not like that. Burr, her close knight, watches the siblings argue from a distance. So, what do you and I think? Is this dinner going to be a disaster? All right, you and I are jumping straight into a marriage drama that is about to turn deadly. If he dares to gift her a sword, Julie is ready to end this engagement right then and there. Hearing her threat makes his blood boil. He grinds his teeth so hard that the veins on his neck are literally popping out. The cold, crushing pressure of the Freden patriarch fills the room as his voice turns to absolute ice. Think carefully, Julie. This little act of rebellion is starting to mess with the family's bottom line. He reminds her that she is the one who called breakup stupid. After all, she once said emotions have no place in political marriages. Suspecting she has someone else, he asks with a murderous tone, Who could possibly love you more than him? Or is there another man in your heart? His pure rage is enough to silence her completely. Julie grinds her teeth, looking down as she denies it. There is no one else. This has nothing to do with his achievements. Then what is it? He demands an answer, but all he gets back is a wall of silence. Since she will not talk, he stops caring. Before walking away, he makes sure she knows she better show up for the meeting. Come to the meeting and we will handle it there. He leaves, leaving only Julie and her knight baron behind at the training ground. Her grip tightens on her hilt. Pure, unadulterated fury forces her to draw her blade in an instant. Watch this part carefully. Her rage is literally exploding off the screen. Every strike is fueled by madness, creating massive blasts that shake the training grounds. As the dust settles and the smoke clears, only the lingering hum of her destructive energy remains. Baron watches from the shadows, noting that his master's sword feels heavy with a strange burden today. Julie finally realizes he is there. This is Baron, the knight of two vultures, and her most trusted confidant. She closes her eyes, trying to compose herself. I apologize, she says, for letting you see such an unsightly display. Baron's cold red eyes never blink. No, my master, I understand, he replies, knowing exactly why she is suffering like this. That man was never worthy of you. Being forced into this marriage is something I simply cannot accept. Fearing someone might overhear his treasonous words, Julie snaps at him. That is enough. She frowns, reminding him that bad mouthing people behind their backs is not the way of a true knight. But looking at him, she knows he is just hurting for her sake. She gives Baron a soft, grateful smile. Do not let yourself be tainted because of me. I am fine. Seeing her sad smile, Baron's cold expression suddenly fractures. A deep sense of reluctance and pity fills his eyes. Exhausted from her outburst, she decides to head back to rest for tonight's meeting. She leaves Baron with a final order. I am going to rest, so prepare everything. He bows low, acknowledging her command with a respectful nod. But the moment he looks up, his eyes go dark. They become obsessive and cold as he watches her walk away. A crazy, dangerous idea starts to take root in his mind while he stares at her back. Today I found the answer to all my doubts. I have found the ultimate way to prove my absolute loyalty to you. His hand grips his sword. I am the only one who can do this. I will be the one to bring you true happiness. It looks like he's planning an assassination while Dequilin has no idea he is about to become a target. You saw that look in his eyes too, right? Things are about to get really dark as monsters appear at the mountain hall. Magic was originally born as a secret art, a weapon designed for the sole purpose of slaughtering monsters. We cannot just sit by, send letters to the 12 great mage families, order them to answer the summons immediately. The auction items are finally sorted. A Luperan ring for mana recovery and an ancient rune necklace were part of the haul. These mana storing items are worth keeping for myself. The rest of the loot goes straight into the warehouse. Ganesa says I do not need to worry about thieves, but Decaline is still feeling quite uneasy about it all. But the real issue is right here. This specific item is refusing to cooperate with me at all. I did not plan on using this stone yet, but no matter what I try, the thing will not budge. The mana flow inside is actively fighting against my magic. In the game, this thing was so expensive I could not even look at it. Now I am clueless on what to do. Even if I try to force the forging process, I cannot even scratch it with my psychic arts. But then Dequilin realizes something. A passage from the library mentioned legendary swords needing to be tamed through resonance. Does that mean I have to truly understand the blade? With that thought in mind, he places his hand on the sword to truly sense its power. Immediately, a surge of energy makes him wince in pain. The light gets brighter and more blinding by the second. Only 0.1%. Trust me, you and I will not want to miss the madness coming next. All right, let us dive into what might be the most feasible plan. He stares out the window, muttering about preparing for this date. His eyes shift toward the calendar. Tonight is the night he finally scheduled. Just thinking about it makes him frown in pure annoyance. There is one more event, something decided long before he took over this body. 3 days from now is the memorial for the Von Mestro restaurant. The man speaks as they walk side by side, acknowledging the long journey. Yuli left early, so she should be waiting inside. Stepping through the doors, he gasps. You look absolutely radiant dressed like that. Deculane freezes for a few seconds when he sees her. As he pulls out his chair to sit, he cannot help but overthink. He never noticed before because she was always in armor, but in this dress, she is stunning. Deculane is completely mesmerized. Right then, Yuli replies that she obviously put a lot of work into this. He watches the two of them chatting happily together. Wait, did he really only come here to see Yuli in her new outfit? He knits his brows deep in thought. In that moment, he was so distracted by Yuli that he did not notice right away. He never expected to run into her here. Right now, Josephine is just acting like a sister attending her siblings' meeting. But the truth is, she is much more than that. Now watch closely to Deculane. She is a dangerous psychopath who will do absolutely anything to reach her goals. She is the leader of the Shadow Intelligence Organization, the one secretly controlling the entire continent from the dark. In terms of raw power, she rivals Glite himself. The only person Josephine truly cares about is Yuli. Therefore, touching Yuli is like poking a sleeping dragon. There is zero doubt about that. The second he walked into this room, he felt Josephine's killing intent, the literal embodiment of a villainous fate. Detecting bloodlust from her proves this death flag is extremely dangerous. If he cannot prove his sincerity to Yuli, he is finished. The man across from him speaks up. Come on, let us get to business before the food actually arrives. Professor Dekulin, when is the wedding? It has been 3 years since you two got engaged. Yuli has the strongest reaction to this, but Glide quickly raises a hand to cut her off. This is business for the elders, making her stay silent in frustration. Dekulin hesitates, but Glide tells him to speak plainly. Dekulin glances toward where Josephine is sitting. Finally, he makes a choice. He will let Yuli have the final say. If she's not sure about this marriage, he is willing to call it off. Hearing this just makes Yuli even more furious. Glide sounds indifferent. You talk about breaking the engagement so lightly. Is it because the two of you have grown distant lately? If so, he advises Dekulane to find a way to fix things. Calling off an engagement is not that simple. The family elders would never allow it. When he finishes, Yuli shouts angrily, begging for some private time together. Glide looks at Dekulane, thinks for a moment, and eventually agrees to give them space. All right, let us go. Before leaving, Josephine adds a cheerful reminder for them to enjoy their chat. The room goes cold instantly. Yuli speaks first, asking him what he is planning to do this time. What do you really want? Outside, Josephine sits with a glass of wine, while Yuli keeps questioning him. Dekulin glances toward the outside, thinking to himself that she is definitely listening to them. Behind the door, Josephine is eavesdropping. She pretended to leave with a smile, but she definitely set something up to spy. Trust me, there is no way she just left that easily. But honestly, this is a perfect opportunity for us. Josephine does not know he realized she is watching. If he can make her believe the Kulin truly loves Yuli, he might survive. Thinking fast, Dekulin lets his emotions show. Yuli, I am only telling you my true feelings. This makes Yuli even more uncomfortable and suspicious. True feelings. What is he talking about? Dekulin starts his act. It seems canceling the engagement is not as easy as you think. At this point, neither of us can just do whatever we want. We have gone too far. Yuli clenches her fist. So, what is your point? What kind of game are you playing to torture me now? Before the engagement, you used your connections to force me. You promised benefits to my elders and made them pressure me, seeing her get more and more upset. Dekulin frowns and calls her name, but she just explodes, shouting that combat is far too dangerous. You used that excuse to kick me out of the Knights, then invited me to your own squad. When I refused, you spread rumors. Are you planning on doing all that to me all over again? You and I can see the truth. Dekulane confuses obsession and madness with love destroying everything around Yuli until she has no choice. Alright, let's dive into how our main character truly understands Yuli's deep resentment more than anyone else. He declares he will never act like that again. Now that his logic has returned, he refuses to be fooled by anyone ever again. He continues his firm stance. I know I have tied you down for far too long. Yuli freezes at those words. What I am saying, I was wrong. She stares in silence as he continues to speak. It is not just me, even your siblings are being far too extreme as well. Yuli tries to argue, but he uses cold logic. If they aren't being extreme, then why would they stop you from breaking the engagement? Isn't it just for the honor of the family? Yuli stays silent, unable to find a response to his words. Outside, Josephine hears everything while cutting her steak, acting as if she does not care about their conversation at all. If you truly want to become a guardian knight, shouldn't you escape the control of your family? Yali is left completely stunned and speechless. How could you possibly know that a guardian knight belongs to no family? They exist solely to protect the empire and nothing else. Yuli, I am not an honest man, nor am I someone you should trust. What is he planning to say to her now? I am nothing like the person you desire. I don't deserve you. He finally decides to get straight to the point. For someone like me, there is only one thing I can do. We keep the engagement, but we will never actually marry. I truly want to set you free, but political ties make it impossible for me to do so right now. Now pay attention to her face. He offers his name as a shield for her to use until she is ready to chase her dreams. Yuli only grows more confused. What is he really plotting? Why say this now? He keeps talking, trying his absolute best to survive this dangerous world. I don't expect anything in return, but if I could ask for just one small thing. Yuli waits in silence while biting her lip. He only asks that she smiles at him once every month. That is all he wants from her in this deal. Yuli freezes as her face turns bright red. Even Josephine is blushing outside. He only said those smooth things to avoid his own certain death flag. But seeing Yuli so flustered by his words is actually quite adorable. He can't help but notice how cute she looks. She panics, asking why he would suddenly promise such a thing. He has to admit these feelings are starting to feel very real. Even the original character's love for Yuli has now become his own. While he is lost in thought, Yuli yells that he is just being embarrassing. She clears her throat to regain her composure. No matter what you say, I won't be fooled by your words ever again. I will never believe you. Stop laughing. Josephine listens in, smiling at the slightly cheesy atmosphere they have created between them. Could these feelings actually be real? Maybe she should keep observing them for just a little while longer to see what happens. And there it is, you saw that too, right? The death flag is cleared and his shop currency increases by 2. Cut to 3 days later. Dekulane sits with his arms crossed, staring out the window while lost in his own deep thoughts. 3 days pass by in a flash, and today is the scheduled Memorial Day. Dekulane steps out of the carriage to pay his final respects. He enters a quiet cemetery. The very atmosphere of this place brings back a powerful and deep sense of nostalgia to him. Golden sunlight filters through the cracked tombstones and overgrown wild grass. It feels as if his heart had already been in this place long before. That is because his memories here belong to Kim Woo-jin, not the villainous character he currently inhabits in this strange world. The image of beautiful Yuara appears before him. She says she is adding an Easter egg that will definitely leave the players confused. Yuara reaches out happily, suggesting a small side story for the game. It was her own little project she felt passionate about. He is just a mid level boss in the game, so it should be fine. The author already approved it. Don't you see how many nights we have stayed awake? If it doesn't help our sales, then stop making more work for yourself. Boss, please just listen to what I am saying. Yuara won't give up. It has its own special meaning. Wujin seems all too used to her antics and stubborn nature. She smiles brightly. I want to put the heart of the creator directly into the world of the game for everyone to see. Wujin leaves to get water, muttering that the boss is talking nonsense again. Just do whatever you want. It is not like you ever asked for my opinion to actually listen. Yuara is incredibly confident. This is actually a clever idea that definitely won't go to waste in the end, I promise. Dekulaine had a deceased fiance. Back then, Ara was so excited about this supposed interesting idea she had for the story. He wonders what she found so interesting about this. Was it for the whole team? Isn't this just a cheap way to show care for those around you? Oh, you haven't lost that feeling yet. So, what kind of prank did you hide in this Easter egg this time around? What was it that made you smile so brightly? To revive Kim Woo Jin's memories, he has no choice but to follow these mysterious traces left behind. He mutters to himself, wondering if this was a genius move or if she just went way too far with the story. The tombstone is engraved with the name Iara von Figos Mahinik, someone who is always grateful. Why? Why did you put your own name on this grave? You and I just witnessed a mystery that changes everything. Now we know Deculane's fiancée was based on the creator herself. Alright, you and I are diving into a mystery. Why did Yuara put herself there? Why leave this specific line? One simple sentence, but it is sending my emotions into a total tailspin. I can almost hear her voice whispering in my ear as a flood of old memories rushes back. I remember her shy smile while praising my drawings and how she draped her coat over me during those freezing winter nights. Her warm embrace and the gentle way she told me she loved me. She supported me, staying by my side for 7 long years, the one person who was always there. As those memories of her pull me under, a figure appears in the distance. He is gritting his teeth in pure rage, muttering that he has finally found what he was looking for. You filthy mage, he growls as the sun begins to set. I start walking, forcing myself to regain composure as if those tears never fell. In moments like this, Elaine's cold personality is actually a lifesaver. Suddenly, a shadow looms right in front of me. I recognize him immediately. That face is impossible to forget. It is Rocha, isn't it? Rocha snarls back. So you know me. What a pleasant surprise. How does an arrogant mage like you dare even speak to me? I frown in silence, thinking. Rack, the mage killer. He is a mini boss specifically designed to be every magic user's worst living nightmare. The reason Rak is the ultimate enemy of all mages is because of one terrifyingly unique ability. Magic nullification. Now pay attention because Rak is lunging forward for a lethal strike. In any game, the power to nullify skills is considered absolutely broken. And Rak's power does not require any special conditions. As long as you are within his range, every single bit of your magic becomes completely useless. Rocha charges like a madman, yelling that magic is useless against him. He attacks with insane speed, but he is still not fast enough to touch me. We are playing a deadly game of cat and mouse as he leaps high into the air. This is exactly why every mage fears Rak. He screams in fury for me to die, but honestly, people who talk too much usually end up regretting it. Boom Rocha takes a steel fist directly to the face. As he stumbles back, I look down at him and calmly tell him that his powers mean nothing to me. Rocha scowls, cursing my name as the world around us begins to fade into a blur. A few days ago, I finally saved up over 10 shop credits to buy the mana quality reinforcement upgrade. This specific skill massively boosts my mana usage efficiency. You and I both know training is key. I'm going to have to completely overhaul how I use magic and start practicing from scratch. With the same amount of mana, I can now output multiple times more power. Level 1 mana reinforcement is active, allowing for much more effective refinement. The results are even better than I expected. Now it is time to move on to the next phase of the process. I grab a staff, and in that moment, I realize something absolutely mind blowing has happened to me. Looking at the bent iron, I gasp. What is going on? To put it simply, it is like my entire physical quality has been upgraded too. Rocha is flat on the ground after that brutal beatdown, while I am standing there like it was nothing. A system notification pops up: villainous fate avoided, death flag cleared, 2 shop credits have been added. Just as I suspected, the mana quality reinforcement also applies to my innate character traits. I could have beaten Rocha with just raw physical strength, but with these enhanced traits, it was even easier than I imagined. Rocha is sprawled out on the road, but his mouth is still running. Damn it, I almost had him. You rotten mages, you heretics who betrayed the gods and the floating island. The mage towers, oh, they are all insane. Without magic, you people are nothing but useless trash. This guy has a game breaking ability fueled by a deep burning hatred for mages and heretics. I narrow my eyes and call him out. Rocha, you are a member of the fallen clan, aren't you? Hearing this, Rocha looks up in total shock. How do you know that? The Red Coffin Fallen Clan? Their name comes from being born wrapped in a red membrane, a bloodline carrying powerful ancient dark magic from the dawn of human history. They hide their identities across the continent as the natural sworn enemies of all mages since the beginning. Magic was originally created for the purpose of destroying demons, making the long conflict between mages and the fallen clan a core part of the world's legend and a major storyline in this game. Because of that, anyone with fallen blood is constantly being hunted. Even at this very moment, a brutal purge might be happening somewhere across the land. I look at him and try to offer some comfort. Rocha, I understand. I empathize with the years of persecution and oppression your people suffered. But if you go around killing innocent mages, you are no different from the monsters you hate so much. Rocha screams back in a blind rage. Shut up, what could you possibly know about us? Just kill me already, but trust me. You are going to want to see his face when I tell him I know the fallen clan is innocent. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to see what happens when a lowly mage insults a noble. I am Deculin of the Euclin family, a noble bloodline that never abandons its dignity or pride. This just makes Rock even more annoyed. Are you really trying to show off your pride before you die? It is laughable, but Deculin just ignores him and then continues with his cold assessment. The only thing that breaks my dignity is the Euclin instinct to boil with rage at the sight of demons. Did I lose my dignity fighting you? Hearing this question, Roch completely freezes up in shock. Degalin changes his tone. Was I shaken by your provocation, or did I let rage control me? You are still human, and that is the true dignity of a noble. Can you believe my words? Just as Deculain is about to succeed, someone shouts. Nearby, Rock takes a heavy kick as Deculain stays calm. Now surrender quietly. Inspector Lofa salutes, praising that spectacular kick as expected of a high ranking professor like Deculain. Deculain stops him, saying there is no need to beat him. Lofa obeys with respect. He casts a spell, and the blue magical power Dekulin creates looks incredibly elegant and refined. Now pay attention, and here Lofa is mesmerized by how elegant magic can be, but Dekulin snaps him out of it. He warns that the prisoner can nullify mana, so standard magic sealing cuffs are useless. We need to bind him with heavy iron chains instead. Lofa finally understands the situation. Wait, is that really how he did it? No wonder he escaped the radar so easily. The Kulin then asks why Lofa arrived so early. Were you patrolling? Lofa explains they received a report. Did the professor not call them in? Dekulin confirms it was not him. Someone else must have heard the noise and reported the incident. Receiving praise, Lofa beams. Dekulin walks away, glad he finished this without shedding any blood. In a place filled with memories of that person, he did not want to hurt anyone. The very next day, a Euclid mansion meeting for the first time in 15 years, Yeriel brings a letter annoyed by his indifference. Is it not the head of the family's responsibility to keep everyone safe and stable? She asks how long he plans to stay shirtless, but Deculain just ignores her and opens the letter. You and I are seeing a major plot point here. Demons appeared at Shadow Mountain and the council wants a meeting. The system displays a main quest for the meeting at Beok as Deculain speaks. 1 week later, only 2 companions allowed. Yeriel asks if she even needs a guard. Should I ask Jeff? He used to be a mercenary, but Dekulin says it is unnecessary. Besides, a man like Jeff is more used to a steering wheel than a weapon now. Yeriel glares, but going without a guard is dangerous when their lives are on the line. Dekulane asks if she is worried about him. Yeriel jumps hit right where it hurts. Do not say such creepy things. It would just be annoying if you died before passing the title. Realizing she was rude, she blushes and stops as Decoline speaks up. He will handle the guard at the Frey night camp. Everyone is training with intense focus. Yuli watches and encourages them to keep the rhythm from a distance. A man watches them gloomily. He sighs deeply, wondering what he should do about this whole situation. Baron appears behind him out of nowhere, making the man scream in surprise. They just received a massive mission for the knights, but something about it feels wrong. That is why he is hesitating on whether or not to accept the request. Baron suggests talking to the commander, but the man does not know how to bring it up. The mission is to escort Deculain on a train, but everyone knows the true meaning behind it. They are trying to hide the main goal, fearing the knights would refuse to protect him. Baron says to take it an escort mission for a train is a rare opportunity. Success would skyrocket their reputation and solve the independent knight group's financial issues. So, will they take the job? You and I will have to wait and see. Baron isn't backing down. No, our commander would never let personal matters interfere with the mission. Hearing that, the man finally changes his mind. Is that so? We better report back then. Trust me, you and I need to watch this guy, because behind them, Baron looks murderous. Located at the northern edge of the continent, this mountain range stands 3,500 meters above sea level. This sanctuary is the home of the legendary mages known as the Elders, a central hub where every magical school on the continent gathers to share their theories. Naturally, even the Great Magic Tower falls under the direct management of this sacred place. Even the floating island of mages must obey the decisions made right here by the council. This place is so influential it is considered the pillar of the magic world. Since the convocation only happens every few decades, being invited is a massive honor. Inside his room, a brown haired young man receives his official summons letter. At the exact same time, a blue haired girl receives the same invitation. Confirming her status as a renowned mage, Sylvia also receives her letter delivered directly into her hands. However, Step also has a darker name, the Grave of Mages. At the station, Julie and two others are already waiting for the train to arrive. She looks at the man and asks, "Are you fully prepared?" He immediately replies, "Of course, don't worry, he is here." Now watch her expression. It's pure shock as she calls out and slowly starts making her way toward him. Standing beside him is Alan, carrying the luggage. He notes that even though it's April, the snow is falling heavily. Professor the North really is different. Seeing him approach, the man steps forward to offer a warm welcome. "Thank you for traveling all this way." Deculain looks at him and speaks up. "From this transfer station, the Free Knights will protect the first half of the trip." His statement leaves the man wondering in silence. As for Julie, the moment she catches sight of him, she freezes, turning red and snapping to attention. "We will do our best to protect you and ensure your journey is smooth." Confused by her sudden reaction, Deculin glances at her with a look of pure bewilderment. He looks toward her and thinks if that's the case, then one smile a month is really all I need. After the introductions, let's pause here. Julie is panicking internally, her body shaking as a million questions race through her head. What do I do? Smile now, is it the right time? How do I even pull that off? Should it be a bright grin or just a slight smile? Why does she have to endure this torture? Watching her, the man feels pity. He thinks that despite her hatred for him, she is giving her all for the mission. Truly an honorable captain. He then turns to her and suggests, "Captain, please let me handle the rest." Suddenly, a voice speaks up from behind. "I am Veron." Veron steps forward, looking at the two of them before introducing himself as the assigned escort for this trip. "These two are only here to show respect, since I am taking over." The man laughs, slapping Veron on the back playfully. "This kid right here is an absolutely outstanding warrior. He's respected by the entire Knight Order, so Professor, there's no need to worry." The Kulin stays silent, frowning with suspicion. His eyes remain sharp as he carefully observes the man standing there. An elite warrior. He decides he better check him with vision just to be sure. Squinting his eyes, he activates his special vision to scan the man's power. He doesn't sense any special aura coming from him. Dekulin wonders, "I can't feel any unique energy. Am I just overthinking this whole thing?" Since the professor doesn't respond, Veron continues. "Most mages have guards, so every cabin has one assigned. I will be responsible for protecting the cabin you stay in. Then I will count on you." After the discussion is settled, Julie looks at them and speaks up. "All right, my duty is done. Safe travels to you." With that, she immediately turns and leaves. But after walking a few steps, Julie suddenly looks back, leaving Dekulin totally puzzled. Then she flashes a bright, radiant smile at him, which only makes him even more confused. The man calls out to his captain as Dekulin sighs with a helpless smile. He thinks to himself, "So you actually kept your promise." A few hours later, the train is finally ready to roll. Passengers begin moving onto the train to find their assigned seats. Decolin tilts his head toward Veron and advises, "You should rest. It will be several more hours before we arrive." Veron obeys. And as the train finally starts moving, you and I are left wondering what's waiting for them at the north. Alan leans back in his chair and lets out a long, weary sigh. Stick with me here. We are entering the Mage Grave, a place known as the Pillar of Magic that hides a terrifying secret. The danger comes from a chaotic event that happens every single summit, the infamous train attacks. Surviving this journey is a literal matter of life and death, and it was actually how the original character died. The only way to stay alive is to choose the one safe train out of all those heading toward the capital. You could buy secret info from the Black Network to find the safe route, but that is not an option anymore. The original version of this character would have done it, but that path is officially closed. Ever since taking over this body, he has completely cut off all his connections to the criminal underworld. That is why he prepared so carefully, even mastering legendary martial arts while holding a book in his hands. He glances over at Alan, sitting right next to him, and cannot help but think to himself, "Man, Alien is sleeping so soundly even though he was making such a huge scene earlier." Let us look back a few days to see how this started. Dickon asked if Alan would join him as an assistant. He warned him it was dangerous and he could refuse, but Alan was actually moved to tears by the offer. "Thank you so much, Professor. For someone like me, this is a massive honor." Seeing the kid cry like that just made Dickon feel a bit awkward and annoyed. "If you get snot on me, you are staying behind. Now back to the present." He stares at Alan and wonders. It is actually quite surprising. He did not expect the kid to agree, knowing the risks. Is his ambition even bigger than it looks? Eventually, the train finally reaches its destination. When it stops, almost every passenger begins to step off. Only the three of them remain on the car. Deacon waits for Alan to wake up while Veron approaches. Leaning against the window, Deacon looks out at the passing scenery with a quiet question in his mind. You and I are probably thinking the same thing. Did he actually manage to pick the right train? He prepared for the worst, but it seems like everything was for nothing since they arrived safely in their gear. Every part of his outfit was enhanced by his special hand talent to boost its physical defense. He looks at the floating wood steel and remembers using his ability on a master's clothes for extra protection. Even the wood steel darts have been upgraded to perform at their absolute peak. On top of that, he has hidden reinforced steel fragments throughout the entire train car. Everything is ready, including Alan's cloak, which he personally strengthened for maximum durability. But looking at Alan again, a look of pure irritation crosses his face. He starts questioning his own choices and if he went a little overboard with the preparations. He used so much mana on these upgrades that he's running low. Was it all just a waste? No, it is better to be ready and have nothing happen than to be caught off guard. After a moment of thought, Deacon looks up and lets out a relieved breath. Suddenly, as the train crosses a high bridge, something falls from the sky and a massive explosion rips through the cars. Rewinding to a few days ago, a voice echoes inside a different train car. A blonde man watches Sylvia across from him and asks if the magic tower really gives that much homework. "It is a lot," she replies, her eyes never leaving the book, "but I missed a few classes recently." He chuckles and teases her, saying she is more hardworking than anyone, even if she is a future archmage. She asks him if she would even deserve that title without this much effort, leaving him stunned. Sylvia lowers her head, looking a bit anxious as her thoughts drift elsewhere. She is worried about missing Dickens' lectures and asks her father why they are leaving so early. "We could have waited a few more days before heading to the summit, right?" He just smiles without answering at first, then looks at his daughter with a very serious expression. "Have you heard people call the journey to the capital the Mage Grave?" She thought it was just a ghost story, but as you and I just saw, the nightmare is real. Stick with me as we explore the dark side of magic. Whenever a summons arrives, mages always end up losing their lives. 15 years ago, 11 died. Getting called to this summit has always been the ultimate sign of a powerful family. If you are chosen as one of the 20 families to attend, your name will be carved into history forever. However, any family summoned that fails to show up will be erased from history forever, and a brand new clan will take their spot immediately. What do you think is the easiest way to pull a powerful and respected noble family down from their throne? Her father's sudden question leaves Sylvia completely panicked, and she can only manage to gasp in shock. He explains that the journey to the summit is like walking across a frozen lake, where those hungry for power will target the lives of the elites. Sylvia is so shocked by these cold words that she can't even find a way to respond. He looks at his daughter and explains that this danger is exactly why he insisted on leaving so early. "I received intelligence that a group is planning to attack the next train, so I brought you along now to ensure our maximum safety." She quickly points out that if this truth is ever discovered, it will definitely lead to some serious problems. He doesn't answer, but secretly realizes he must explain things to Sylvia because she will eventually have to face the absolute cruelty of this world. He turns his gaze back towards Sylvia and asks her another very difficult and pointed question. Out of the 12 traditional families, do you really think they all stayed pure? If this path is a sin, then every single mage alive is just as guilty. These deaths on the journey are basically no different than a natural death in the eyes of the magic world. Back in the present, Dekulin relaxes while reading his book as the train speeds down the tracks toward their destination. Now, pay attention here because a massive object suddenly crashes into the train, causing a horrific and terrifying explosion. The force of the sudden blast creates an intense shaking that rocks the entire carriage. Veron looks incredibly suspicious while de Culain just narrows his eyes, sensing that something is very wrong. He senses the danger as his eyes narrow just as a brilliant blue light floods through the carriage windows and finally jolts Alan awake. He looks outside and screams in terror, Professor, look, the train is in trouble. The entire train is currently floating high in the air, completely surrounded by a strange and powerful glow of blue energy. Seeing that everyone is safe for now, de Kulin breathes a sigh of relief and starts thinking to himself. Basic psychokinesis and the Estran footwork helped, but memorizing those spells before we left is what really saved our lives today. A group of mysterious figures begins to gather together on the roof of the heavily damaged train carriage. One of the men looks over at his teammate and asks a very skeptical question. It's hard to believe, does a head professor really have power that's this far beyond what a normal person can do? Another man replies that it is only the beginning and they just need to stay focused to get their massive reward. They start carefully climbing down the broken sections of the train to reach the people inside. The men in black use ropes to swing down from the roof and burst into the passenger carriage. You and I know he isn't one to be messed with. He just glares at them and calls them all fools. Dekulane uses his power to send shards of steel and wood flying toward the intruders to attack them. He tells them they're unlucky because he already saw this entire situation coming a long time ago. The lead attacker is suddenly paralyzed with fear after seeing his teammates get wiped out so easily. Alan sees the carnage unfolding behind him and shouts out in total panic at the sight of the attackers. Dekulane taps him on the back of the neck to knock him out, telling the boy to just get some rest. Alan collapses instantly as Dekulin stands up and turns his attention toward Veron. Take the boy to safety and evacuate any other passengers who might still be in the other cabins. Following his orders, Veron quickly starts moving everyone on the train toward the exit. Dekulin walks to the edge of the wreckage and watches as Veron leads the group away. He remembers the moment he hit Alan and wonders why he felt so soft with my sharp senses. I should have noticed the difference. But he quickly shakes off the thought, knowing he has to finish this fight before doing anything else. You idiots started this fight first, so you must realize that your lives are going to end right here. They back away in pure terror as he looks at them and declares that their deaths are now inevitable. Trust me, you'll want to see the fallout as blue energy erupts around him and he prepares for war. Alright, you and I are about to witness a betrayal nobody saw coming. Veron leaves Alan at the cliffside, glancing back at the train with a look of pure anxiety. Inside, dark energy swirls everywhere. The Kulin has already wiped out every single intruder, leaving their broken bodies scattered across the floor of the train carriage. Completely drained, he collapses into a seat and exhales deeply. He realized the explosion's power used up way more strength than he anticipated. Fighting and defending at the same time burned through his reserves. His current mana is a pathetic 10 out of 3,657. Suddenly, Veron returns from outside. He looks at Dekulane and reports that all the other passengers have been moved to safety. Hearing that, Dekulane responds immediately, Good, then we should probably get moving. But then he senses something. His eyes lock onto Veron as a chilling realization begins to sink in. Veron's gaze is completely different now. The sneak attack must have rattled him, or maybe he sensed something abnormal about the situation. Now watch this, the energy shifting right before our eyes. A dark crimson aura starts erupting from Veron's body. Dekulane stares at him, realizing this is the inevitable fate of a villain. His guard goes up instantly. Had Veron been hiding his true power this entire time, Dekulane realized he was too careless as Veron suddenly unsheaths his blade. He looks at Dekulane and speaks coldly. I am glad you are still alive because I want to kill you myself. Pointing his sword directly at him, Veron declares that since the passengers are safe, it is finally time for Dekulane to die. Shocked by the sudden turn, Dekulane can only ask one question. I have to know, are you doing this under orders? Is it Julie who sent you? Before he can finish, Veron screams in a blind rage, Shut up! If you dare speak my master's name again, I will never forgive you. She is a righteous knight. She would never even dream of doing something so despicable. Stop those disgusting delusions right now. You are going to die by my hand. Seeing this reaction, Dekulane pieced it together. It seems Julie really isn't involved in this plot after all. Veron's loyalty was obvious. He remembered when Veron was assigned to him, the entire Freyhe Association trusted this man implicitly. But now his expression darkens as he considers his current state. You and I both know 10 mana is basically nothing. Can he actually survive against the association's top talent in this condition? Veron doesn't give him a second to breathe and lunges forward. My duty as your guard ends right here. To protect himself, Dekulin quickly pulls out his wooden steel to act as a shield. As the blade strikes, he realizes this is his only shot. Suddenly, the entire train begins to shake violently. In his mind, he cancels his telekinesis. Without his control, the train loses its balance and plunges off the tracks. Meanwhile, in Sylvia's room, a guard enters. Would you like to try the specialty of B? See, it is eternal snow ice. She sighs helplessly and tells him to just eat it himself. She is not interested. Sirio, I am tired of it. I have eaten way too much. Then she asks if everyone is present yet. The question leaves him confused. He introduces Sirio as the guardian knight of the Yet family to those around. Sirio looks at Sylvia. Aside from Yanin and Raven, everyone is here. Are you waiting for someone? She stares out the window and sighs, saying no. Sirio notices her longing gaze and lets out a small smile. Before leaving the room, he makes sure to give her one last reminder. Call me if you need anything. Sylvia agrees, but as soon as he leaves, she whispers Dekulin's name. She gazes down, flashing back to a memory from a while ago, something she never intended to see. Sylvia was placing forget-me-nots at her mother's grave. The tombstone read Cielia von Elmin Hewlett. She was the proud wife of the legendary mage, and the mother Sylvia loved more than anything in the world. It was just a normal day of visiting her mother. Sylvia sat down by the headstone and softly asked her how she had been doing lately. Then she started to vent. Professor de Cullen is absolutely horrible. He gives us so much homework, it is like he thinks his class is the only thing we need to study. But as she was talking, a strange sound caught her attention, leaving her wondering what could be out there. Sylvia quietly moved toward the source of the noise. She hid behind a tree, and what she saw left her completely stunned. Her heart raced. That straight, rigid back was unmistakable. Even from behind, she knew exactly who it was, Professor de Cullen. Trust me, you and I are about to uncover Dekulin's biggest secret. Why is he kneeling alone at this grave? Stick with me, you and I are about to see a side of this man nobody ever expected. He is not the type to mourn, but after a while he suddenly stands up. Two lines of tears suddenly trace their way down his cold cheeks. Witnessing this, she is paralyzed with pure shock. It is unbelievable. He is actually crying. The arrogant, cold professor is shedding tears. Back to reality. While Sylvia is on her way back, she cannot shake that image from her mind. It left her completely stunned. She always saw him as a nuisance, who acted superior, but even he has memories of losing someone he loved. Those tears haunt her like falling stars. Suddenly, she clutches her chest. Lost in thought, she remembers her father's warning. Intelligence says a group is plotting to attack the next train. Her eyes drop in sorrow. This whole situation just will not stop weighing on her. After hearing Decolene's lecture, she wants to try something. Sylvia pulls out a mana stone. She stares at the stone. If she uses this as a medium, it might actually work. Within the three attributes of magic, Sylvia's origin magic is based on primary colors. Using the stone as a catalyst, the spell begins to take shape. The stone's light erupts blindingly bright, creating a swirl of primary colors across the room. It is a success. She stares at the bird in her hands, amazed. She pulls it close, connecting their souls. From now on, your name is Swift. They lock eyes, sealing their contract forever. She releases it into the sky and shouts, Fly, go and show me everything you see. Back to Dekulane. After the train finally stops shaking, he leans on a seat, trying to pull himself up. Sensing the current state of the train, he feels a tiny spark of relief. Luckily, the train held on. He might have some broken bones, but his Iron Man skill will fix that fast. Now pay attention. As he reaches into his clothes to treat the wound, a sudden red light flares up, shocking him. It is Veron. He lunges forward, launching a brutal attack. Dekalane snaps his head back, narrowly dodging. How is this guy still standing? Immediately, he tries to fire back with a counter-strike. Veron dodges effortlessly. His raw power is terrifying. Is that a mana shroud? Unfazed, Veron raises his hand to strike again, shouting in rage that Dekulane is incredibly persistent. He charges in, unleashing a barrage. No matter how much Dekulane dodges, Veron just keeps coming. The sheer intensity of the attack leaves him stunned. He is too strong. Veron far outclasses him right now. Even at his best, Dekulane could not win. But his iron spirit will not break. Combat mode activated. Maintaining focus to the very end, he is immune to any mental interference. Dekulane will not back down here. Dekulane watches as Veron swings his blade down, smashing through his defenses. Veron grinds his teeth, his face a mask of pure fury. Decollane scows holding his ground, but seeing his wood steel shattered is a massive blow. Damn it. Veron lunges straight for him. Decollane wonders if this blade hits, will it all just end without a trace? Will he wake up back in his old office? If not, then this is the end. Suddenly, fresh blood splatters across the room. Outside, Swift is closing in on the train. Veron charges at Decollane with his sword, smiling coldly. You and I both know it looks like game over, but then a strange energy suddenly erupts. The space around them begins to warp. What on earth is happening? Space itself is distorting. Not just Decollane, even Veron is completely caught off guard. Due to the distortion, Veron's blade misses and slices his own hand clean off. It flies across the room. Veron screams in agony, clutching his stump, sensing the moment Decollane grits his teeth. This is his chance. He pours every last drop of mana into one final strike against Veron, and that is where it ends. For now, you and I just saw a total table turn. Veron stumbles back, defeated. Veron jumps out with his blade, desperate to escape, but seeing the drop below him, he reacts instantly, slamming the knife deep into the hull to catch himself. Stay with me because Veron is about to find himself in a truly desperate life or death situation. Dangling over the empty abyss, he is barely held up by a single blade. Dikaios slowly walks toward the edge to face him. Dikaios tilts his head, looking down at the man dangling between life and death. Gritting his teeth, Veron looks up with hatred and asks what the hell he just did. Dikaios looks down at him, his expression unreadable, before answering that he honestly has no idea. More importantly, why are you so intent on killing me? I do not remember ever doing anything to deserve this kind of grudge from you. I remember every single crime you committed against my master, and that is more than enough. Do you really think July wants you to do this? She never once asked you to go out and murder anyone in her name. What is July to you anyway? Veron just gives a faint, cold smile and tells him he will never understand their bond. Dikaios begins to recall the past, seeing people gathered around July and thanking her for her heroics. Now pay attention here because July simply tells them she was just doing her duty as a noble knight. Back then, young Veron was being held by guards screaming that he did nothing wrong and was only fighting back against his attackers. A noble woman points at Veron in a rage, screaming about how kind her son Gasson is and that Veron must be guilty. She insists that a boy like him must have done something terrible to deserve being caught. The man beside her agrees with the lies, making Veron explode in anger, asking if they both have a death wish. The woman just sneers at his outburst, asking him if he still has not learned his lesson after being caught. Veron yells back in pure fury while the woman continues to point her finger and threaten him. She tells him to kneel and beg for mercy before she hands him over to the police to face his crimes. She accuses him of assault and trespassing. Hearing this, July turns to the woman and asks if he really broke into their home. The woman confirms it, sneering that his criminal behavior matches his low and pathetic birth. You and I can see July looking at that massive wall and wondering how this skinny kid could have ever climbed it. Did he really climb that high? He looks so fragile and thin for such a feat. She tells the noblewoman to go rest and says she will take the boy to the station herself. The woman hesitates at first, but July wastes no time and leads Veron away from the angry crowd. On the way, he keeps screaming that he was just defending himself and does not belong at any police station. She stops suddenly, shocking Veron as she mentions she knows how that noble family usually behaves toward others. She tells him she believes at least part of his story, but Veron immediately snaps back that his whole story is true. He just will not stop yelling about his innocence. July suddenly shouts at him to be quiet, then turns back and tells him that even so, he should not hit people. She looks him in the eye and offers to teach him self control if he chooses to follow her from now on. This unexpected offer leaves the young boy completely stunned and speechless. He asks if she will feed him. In his mind, he remembers how that day led to him joining the Night Order. Because of his rough past and personality, he could never truly fit in with any of the other knights. July was the only one who cared, smiling as she asked him if he was having any trouble with his training. He tells her everything is fine, thinking to himself that as long as he stays by her side, his entire world is perfect. His master was always leading the way, helping those in need and never backing down from a single injustice. His respect and admiration for her grew every day, and so did his hidden, unspoken love. Back in the present, Veron admits his feelings are probably just a burden to her and her path. He insists he must kill Dikaios, convinced that his existence will eventually be the one to bring ruin to his master. Dikaios says nothing at first, but deep down he knows the man is absolutely right about his influence. All the tragedy in this story started from the butterfly effect caused by his own past actions and choices. He determines to change the fate he once created. He will make sure that the path he walks does not lead to her destruction. Suddenly, he reaches out and gently strokes Veron's hair, leaving the fighter completely paralyzed with pure shock. Dikayo sits down and tells him to stop promising that he will never harm July no matter what happens next. And trust me, you and I can see Veron is finally starting to doubt his own rage. Alright, you and I are jumping into a moment where Dekulin watches in utter disbelief as Veron unleashes a sudden violent surge of red mana right before his eyes. Dekulin whispers, asking if he really won't change his mind, but Veron ignores him and begins fully manifesting his deadly power. With a cold gaze, Veron stares him down and declares that he will kill him today no matter what it takes. Hearing that final answer, Dekulin grips his wooden staff tightly and lets out a sharp, mocking cry. He calls Veron a fool, claiming this stupid choice will haunt Julie for the rest of her life before lunging forward to strike him down. Even with death closing in, Veron looks on without a trace of fear, his eyes steady. Meanwhile, Julie suddenly gasps as her eyes widen in shock. Noticing her strange reaction, her companion looks at Julie and asks if the captain is feeling unwell. She quickly tries to brush it off, but he seems to read her mind, asking if she is worrying about Veron once again. He assures her that Veron can handle himself, and Julie can only offer a forced hollow smile in response. As Veron falls through the air, his eyes go vacant as he thinks of Julie wishing for his master to find true happiness. High above the creature, Swift flies toward the train, its sharp eyes scanning the wreckage of the cars below. Now pay attention to this vision. Sylvia uses Swift to see that the professor has apparently killed his own guard, sending him plummeting down the jagged cliffs. But then she realizes the truth that Knight actually tried to kill Dekulin first, and the professor was only acting in self defense. Suddenly, Sirio approaches Sylvia from a distance and calls out to her, telling the young lady it is time for them to return. With the conference about to begin, Sylvia simply says, okay, and follows Sirio back to the main group. Still, she cannot help but look back over her shoulder, silently wondering if Dekulane will actually make it there in time. It is quite the honor to meet Lilia Premian, the deputy director of the Security Bureau, as she questions two repairmen about the explosion and attack. One of the workers hands over a report book trying to explain the situation to the deputy director. He says these things are common, and with the summit coming up, the incident is not being treated as anything too serious. Lilia Premian takes the report and looks it over, asking if there were any casualties reported from the scene. The worker reveals that no one was injured, but two people are missing, a knight named Veron and the famous Professor Dekulane. As soon as she hears those two names, the deputy director cannot hide the look of pure shock on her face. The employee then points toward Alan and suggests she get the specific details from the only witness on site. Nearby journalists and citizens are whispering about him, wondering if he is still in shock and unable to wake up from the trauma. A reporter then approaches Lilia Premian to share some vital info, claiming that a mysterious knight was the one who saved them. He explains that the train was literally hovering in midair before it fell, and he believes the assassins must have launched a second attack. Lilia is skeptical of such a wild claim and asks him to repeat the part about the train hovering in space. To prove it, the man pulls out a photo he took, saying the scene was so shocking he had to capture it immediately. You saw that magic, right? Lilia stares at the photo, wondering how he could have lifted a whole train using nothing but pure mana. She calls the idea totally absurd, yet the fact remains Professor Dekulane actually survived. Lilia Premian is stunned as she suddenly spins around, her mind reeling from a telepathic message appearing out of nowhere. She scans the crowd frantically, trying to figure out exactly where this mysterious mental transmission is coming from. Far in the distance, a man begins to approach, and someone in the crowd points him out with a loud shout. It is Professor Dekulane himself, walking silently with a completely blank expression on his face. He thinks back to his duel with Veron, realizing that if not for a strange phenomenon, he would have died by that knight's hand. Without the intervention of an unknown savior, his life would have ended right there. He would be rotting at the bottom of a cliff right now, and he cannot believe how incredibly weak he truly was. Lilia Premian watches him approach and notes that he seems safe, introducing herself as a security official before asking him a series of questions. The moment he sees her, he ignores her introduction and simply asks what time it is. She looks at him with confusion, but replies that it is currently 3:30 p.m., and he realizes he only has 6 hours left. Dekulane cuts her off again urgently, asking if this train is the only way to reach the summit in time. Lilia Premian is visibly annoyed by his arrogance, but she still manages to give him a straight answer. She explains that there are still land and sea routes available before trying to steer the conversation back to her investigation. She asks him to listen carefully and tells the professor that the knight who was with him has completely vanished from sight. And that is where we leave it for now. Lilia turns to the witnesses, determined to uncover the truth behind this mystery. Wait, wasn't Professor Dekulane just here a second ago? He must have used high speed magic to move that fast. The professor just shrugs like he has no clue. Hearing that, she lets out a sigh and keeps moving forward. Bridge number one. Alright, stick with me here because Declane's mana levels are getting absolutely insane. Even after stopping a train wreck and fighting off assassins, he still has enough energy to cast high level acceleration magic. So, he's the infamous Dekulin you were talking about, LCK Huck. Inside the assembly hall, every single person at the meeting is whispering and debating non-stop. Jen checks his watch and gasps, it's almost 9:53. The stars are about to align, but Sylvia is still looking around. Seeing Deculane's seat still empty, she thinks to herself that he hasn't shown up yet. Suddenly, the chairperson's voice booms out. Before we officially begin this summit, I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who answered the summons. Bridge number two. Now pay attention to this. A massive surge of mana suddenly explodes right in the middle of the hall. Sylvia can't even hide her terror in the face of such overwhelming power. She grits her teeth, realizing this incredible mana belongs to none other than Deegan. He's the great elder and the top candidate for the title of Archmage, a living legend who lives in total seclusion. Sylvia knows she has to at least reach his level if she ever wants to be a master herself. The chairperson speaks up again, saying they'll start the meeting once roll call is finished. Jen, of the Ulit family, responds present. Then Etil, from the Bran family, quickly answers that he's here too. The head of the Beren family answers next, followed by Yem of the Ruin family, who gives a calm smile. Next up is Deegan of the Yukline family, but when his name is called, the Kulin's seat remains completely empty. Sylvia stares at his chair, feeling anxious and wondering where he is. Since there's no answer, the chairperson speaks up. If he doesn't show up by the third call, it'll be counted as a refusal. He'll be stripped of his title as one of the 12 wizards. The crowd gasps in shock. A Yokline being disqualified, that's almost impossible to believe. This is a massive deal, especially since the last summons was 200 years ago, but some people just scoff, saying they saw this coming. They whisper that the current head of the Yukline family isn't even half the man his ancestors were. It's true, rumors have been flying for ages that he doesn't actually have any real talent. Bridge number 3. I know what you're thinking. It's brutal to watch everyone turn on him. Sylvia is disgusted, wondering how Dekulin lived his life for not a single person to actually care about him. She actually feels sorry for him and it's making her sick. The chairperson starts the final call. Head of the Yukline family, Dekulin. Once, twice, he calls out the name of the Yukline leader a third time. Suddenly, the massive doors to the hall begin to creak open. Sylvia spins around in shock as Dekulin walks in, stunning everyone. She whispers his name, Dekulin. He calmly brushes dust off his sleeve and fixes his hair like nothing happened. Sylvia just stares at him, completely dazed. Degan von Grahan Yukline is present. Every eye in the room is locked onto him as he enters. Dekulin takes his place and the meeting finally begins. It moves fast and the room stays dead silent. The first item on the list is the demon spotted on Shadow Mountain. Finding a dark demon there is a very serious threat. They need to send orders to every magic faction, coordinate with the church, and deploy high level mages to all the suspicious areas. With no one objecting, the first part of the meeting passes by without a hitch. The head of the Sinin family spoke up, and since nobody stood against him, the motion was officially carried. They announce a short break. Our main character lets out a heavy sigh, feeling absolutely drained. He had to run like a madman without a single second of rest just to make it here. His mana and stamina are totally gone. Yet he still keeps that cold, calm face. The Kulin's mental strength is honestly terrifying. As he heads outside, a voice calls out. It's his assistant Alan, who's practically in tears, asking if he's okay. Professor, you're not dead. Dekulane apologizes for being late and tells him he's fine. He wasn't even supposed to be at this level of meeting. Our main character looks at him, remembering the truth from the last episode. He can't see this kid the same way anymore, knowing he's hiding his identity. But why? What's his real goal? A famous movie quote flashes through his mind. Alan, from this moment on, I want you to stay by my side. Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. For now, keeping this kid right where he can see him is the safest move. One day he'll figure out exactly who this person really is. A little while later, the meeting resumes. Bridge number 4. And that's where we leave it for now. The next agenda is about the fallen tribe, and trust me, it's not going to be pretty. Alright, you and I are diving into a council meeting that is about to explode. The fallen are like a hidden plague, spreading their seeds in secret and poisoning our world from within. That was Lord Betan of the Bread family speaking. Next, Lady Senin of the Bran clan speaks up. She asks, what is your proof? There is no clear way to tell the fallen apart from any other race. We will invent a blood magic test to find them. The Mage Tower must unite and wipe them out immediately. Watch your tone, Betan. Extermination. As expected, the room is split. and tension is reaching a breaking point. The fallen are moving in the shadows. They clearly have a leader, and who knows what they are plotting. That is nothing but baseless speculation, Betan. Speculation, you say. Their leader is hiding, gathering believers, and scheming. Does the thought of that not make your skin crawl? Think back 60 years. Did countless mages not die because we were far too merciful back then? Now pay attention because everyone is waiting for our main character to weigh in on this. As a legendary exorcist and hero against evil, he understands the weight of this situation more than anyone. Hatred born from ignorance only leads to more unnecessary tragedies in the end. Even putting ethics aside, crushing the fallen has never been the correct path for us. I have to stall at least until the upcoming main mission. The real enemy of this world is not the fallen. After a long silence, Dechen finally speaks. It is true that in the past, the fallen were our enemies. But if you carefully examine each page of history, you will see everything started with a massive misunderstanding. The red haired man sneers, a misunderstanding, to which our lead simply replies exactly as I said. 237 years ago, Rodra was framed as a witch. The resulting crackdown left the fallen drenched in blood. They fought back, and violence only bred more violence. Things might be calmer now, but the scars remain. And that event 60 years ago, that was purely political. All because a magic stone mine was found on their land. Politics, the Yulai family killed the most fallen to seize that mine, yet you dare say that. You cannot deny they are stained by dark magic. As a family of exorcists, you should know that best. Surely you have not forgotten your own family's duty, have you? Yulai hunts demons, not the fallen. The old man screams, "They are demons," and the room falls deathly silent. Deaton stares him down. Are you willing to take full responsibility for those words? Do not call humans demons, or you might become one yourself. Fuming, the old man storms out of the room. The first meeting ends with zero progress. They decide to push the final decision to the following day. Outside, the father sighs about being apart from his daughter. She laughs, saying it is only until tomorrow morning. Rules say we need separate rooms. Will you be okay alone? She asks, Father, what are you talking about? I am too old to sleep in your room. The dad starts crying like a baby, heartbroken by her words. Make sure you read the hotel rules carefully. She promises to stay put and tells him not to worry. The scene shifts to Sylvia's room. She is currently looking over a list of strange hotel regulations. These rules sound like ghost stories for kids. As long as I stay in bed, I will be fine. Time for sleep. Later that night, Sylvia wakes up thirsty. She makes a big mistake and gets out of bed for some water. As she drinks, a chill runs down her spine. The space right behind her starts shattering like broken glass. Terrified, she checks the rules. The room has vanished, replaced by an endless, impossible hallway. What did she do? Suddenly, she spots something in the dark. Her eyes go wide and her heart nearly stops from the shock. The paper stated clearly once in bed, do not wake up before dawn, otherwise you will end up elsewhere. Sylvia panics while reading the fine print. She was not supposed to leave her bed. Is this her punishment? A vision of the castle glowing with an eerie purple light flashes through her mind in that moment. This did not happen in the other hall. Maybe it is because the mana is thicker near the council. She gasps in total horror. I was so careless I thought staying in the room was enough. Suddenly, a dark, creeping mist appears behind her. And that is where we leave her, trust me. You and I are going to want to see what's next. Sylvia rushes forward, wondering where to go. Suddenly, a mysterious staircase appears. You and I are about to see if she survives this haunted hotel. She freezes in shock. The Rosario Hotel only has one floor. Rule 1, never take a staircase that suddenly appears out of thin air. She immediately changes direction. Rule 2. If a door on the corridor opens, you must never step inside or even look at what is lurking within. Closing her eyes tight, she charges ahead, desperately trying to stay calm. There has to be a door that leads her back to safety. At the very end of the hallway, a mysterious door looms in front of her. Sylvia bangs on the door, screaming for help. If someone knocks on your room, do not answer or make a single sound. Suddenly, every door in the hallway begins to glow with a haunting light. She cries out in terror, Is anyone there? Anyone at all? Please, someone. Sylvia is sobbing now, frantically pounding on the door, searching for any chance of survival. Please, I am begging you. The door swings open. A familiar voice rings out, leaving her completely speechless. Are you lost, Sylvia? There he is, the one and only Dylan. Standing there as calm as ever, he looks at her and speaks with total composure. Seeing her savior, Sylvia is overwhelmed with pure emotion. He simply steps aside and says, Come on in. Sylvia follows him like a lost puppy. Thank you, Professor. Inside the room, the fireplace radiates a warm and cozy atmosphere. I'm sorry, she whispers timidly. I left my bed and suddenly found myself in the hallway. Dylan just keeps reading his book. Strange magical phenomena happen here often. Many souls have lost themselves to this magic. You really should have read the rules more carefully. Looking at him, Sylvia can't help but notice his unchanging face and those steady, unwavering eyes. Was he only able to open the door because he is Dylan? Suddenly, a strange sound cuts through her wandering thoughts. A strange slime oozes into the room. Suddenly, a sharp toothed skull lunges right at her. Watch closely, this is where things get dangerous. As Sylvia freezes in pure terror, he steps in perfectly to protect her. Stay still, he commands. Magic circles erupt beneath her feet instantly. Beams of pure energy blast forward, striking that skull ghost with overwhelming force. The ghost cannot even put up a fight. It slowly begins to fade away into nothingness. Strange black stones appear on the ceiling, catching Sylvia's eye. Incredible. Were those wandering spirits actually destroyed just like that? Dylan remains completely unbothered by the encounter. There is nothing to be surprised about, he replies. This is just a specialized form of magic meant for elimination. It is really not something to be proud of. He continues explaining that magic was not created for killing. Hearing that, Sylvia looks at him with deep, heartfelt admiration. Then comes the flowing fire. A sea of red suddenly erupts, engulfing the entire room around him. Dylan watches her work. Correct. Another burst of power, this time sparks of lightning crackle through the air. Good, he says. Next, she summons golden flowers. Right again. Finally, she ignites a spiritual flame. This is ghost fire. Dylan responds with total indifference. Well done. Sylvia keeps performing magic, but she pouts. He is not even looking at her. Looking at her palm, she wonders should she make a mistake on purpose. You and I both know she is just desperate for his attention. A faint light flickers. How about this? He does not even look up. You are doing great, Dylan murmurs. However, he finally looks at the light in her palm. The air circle in her fire magic is still unstable. My weakness. What is it, Professor? Sylvia is not satisfied. But you told Ferrene exactly what her weakness was. He answers her immediately. Ferrini discovered that on her own. Sylvia clenches her fists, frustrated. He gently speaks up. Don't be so impatient, Sylvia. She is stunned into silence. Even while focused on his book, Dylan gives her his full attention and kind advice. Time is on your side. With persistence, you will improve. Take it one step at a time, moving forward slowly. You are one of only 3 people in this entire world who possess such a rare and incredible talent. Sylvia's eyes widen in total shock. His words echo in her mind like a thunderclap. Extraordinary, a genius, she will definitely be a great mage, so powerful at this age, her future is blinding. Those are the words she has heard 1,000 times growing up. Memories of standing timidly by her father flash back. Empty, repetitive praise. She closes her eyes, wondering why do Dylan's words feel so much more meaningful to her. Night has fully fallen now. The moon hangs high, casting an alluring silver glow over the world. In the quiet room, Dylan is still reading diligently. Beside him, Sylvia has drifted off into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a mesmerizing light catches his attention. He looks through the window as a strange energy pulses outside. He wonders what this energy is. He heads out. Trust me, you and I need to see what is next. Stick with me because you and I are about to see Dikilin enter a forest where danger lurks behind every tree. Aside from the main mountain path, this area is basically inaccessible. He might find a treasure rarer than anything he imagined. Suddenly, a dark shadow looms. A strange noise echoes, and a skeleton ghost in a black veil blocks his way. The creature lets out a threatening roar, boom, but Dikilin, he doesn't even flinch. Honestly, the ghost is the one who's confused now. It keeps following him, trying to scare him with those creepy sounds. Dikilin doesn't give it a second thought. Ignoring the phantom completely, he just keeps pushing deeper into the dark woods. He stops abruptly, catching the ghost off guard. Dikilin turns and asks calmly, have you seen any items overflowing with mana? The skeleton ghost stands there in total shock, completely speechless. It lets out a high pitched shriek and bolts in the opposite direction. The Killen watches it go, feeling a bit confused. What is wrong with that guy? Eventually, he reaches a massive tree radiating a mysterious, powerful energy. Found it. He touches the bark and realizes it is a fragment of pure mana wood struck by lightning. This wood was already rich in mana, but the lightning strike purified it, making it an incredible crafting material. Rare grade. This special wood is a reward that is way better than anything he expected to find. He stares at the glowing wood. Since arriving in this world, his growth had stalled because of his host's mediocre talent. If he crafts a staff from this, he can finally accelerate his power level much faster than before. This is a massive win. As the sun rises higher, the sky changes and the morning light hits the forest. Back at the meeting, the atmosphere is getting thicker and more tense by the second. Betan won't budge. He argues that since they have demon blood, calling them demons is only natural. But Dikilin isn't backing down. He fires back with a sharp, cold logic. That is ridiculous. If you put salt in a glass of water, do you start calling the glass salt? The wizards in the room are stunned. Whispers break out as they wonder why he is defending the blood sins. You and I can see the shock on their faces. They expected him to be the one leading the execution. Sylvia's father strokes his chin, wondering what kind of game Deacolin is playing at. What are you plotting? Sylvia thinks the same, assuming he is protecting them for his own selfish gain. She looks toward him and sighs. But they are wrong. He is just stating the obvious truth. Pitan slams his fist down, absolutely livid. This isn't going anywhere. They decide to postpone the blood sins debate and move to the next item. The rest of the issues are handled quickly, and the days long meeting finally comes to an end. Everyone files out of the room. Pitan shoves past Dikilin's shoulder, letting out a frustrated grunt. Dikilin keeps his cool. He achieved his goal for the main quest, but he definitely made some new enemies. The next day arrives. In the market district, Dikilin and Alan are browsing through various items in a magic shop. He examines two gems. With the mana wood as a core, he needs the perfect secondary material for his staff. Suddenly, Alan lets out a loud gasp. Professor, look. You and I can see how excited the kid is. He points ahead, yelling that he found his savior. Dikilin looks up as a woman approaches. It is Lelia Freeman, the deputy chief of security. She recognizes him immediately. They invite her to lunch as a thank you for saving Alan. She agrees, though she has a case to finish. As the food is served, she gets right to the point. What happened to Baron, your escort? Dikilin answers bluntly. He's dead, killed during the ambush. The waiter brings out the rest of the meal while Lelia watches him. She wonders what makes this man so different. Meanwhile, at the security bureau, a heavy sentence is being passed. Lockhart is being sent to Richard, to the most brutal prison in the Empire for harming innocent wizards. Any last words? The officer asks. Lockhart just glares through his shackles, silent. Trust me, you and I haven't seen the last of him. All right, you and I are watching Lelia Freeman confront Locke, demanding, show me what you can do. Locke gasps. What? She seems to know everything and coldly replies, show me your power. Locke gives a mysterious smile as dark magic floods the room. The globe placed high on the shelf begins to shake violently from the sheer pressure of his dark mana. A strange light erupts from the center of the globe. Lelia stares in shock, sighs, and then slams her hand on the table. Lelia Freeman frowns, gritting her teeth as she snaps, you absolute idiot. She yells furiously, I told you clearly not to act recklessly. Why would you do something that hurts our entire clan? Locke just smiles without responding. Her blood boils as she continues. I should have killed you. This will just bring more oppression. Finally, Locke breaks his silence. Do you think just hiding will let our people survive in this empire? Lily answers, yes, if we keep our identity secret. He says seriously, no, we are born with demon powers, and that is what they fear. Now watch this reveal closely. Lilia Freeman angrily cuts him off. Shut up, talent isn't something that only the red sin possesses. She points her finger, adding, and why did you get involved with Declan? We were already secretly monitoring that family. He asks in a panic, are you planning to kill him? She frowns. For now, we just watch. But if he acts like a madman, killing him is possible. He immediately stops her. Locke continues, he is a true noble. There is no need to kill him. She points to her head. What did you say? A true noble? That is garbage, you idiot. I have a whole list of the crimes he has committed right here. Hearing that, he falls silent, unable to find the words to respond. Locke thinks to himself about how he declared, you are red sin, not a demon. That gaze was so honest and true. If every noble were like him, maybe we could live in peace. Then Locke speaks up. He knows I am red sin. At those words, Lelia Freeman's eyes widen in absolute shock. She asks in disbelief, doesn't he know the Duclay ancestors led the massacres against us? He answers simply, no, he doesn't. Locke continues, but if I judge him just because of his bloodline, wouldn't I be exactly like the people who hate us? That would just prove them right about calling us demons. Lelia is left completely speechless by his stubborn logic. This Brad won't back down? He asks, how long can you hold your rank? You and I know she's in trouble. Lilia Freeman replies with a total confidence, forever, there is no way to tell a red sin apart by their looks or blood. He asks skeptically, but what about the foods our clan cannot eat? She immediately snaps back, then we just avoid them. Resting her chin on her hand, Lilia says wearily, anyway, the Emperor's health is failing. A new king will rise soon. We need to see how he treats the red sin. Until then, our clan will not make a single move. From behind the door, she keeps warning him, as for you, just stay quiet and rot away in richa for now. Back in the present, Lelia Freeman eats while thinking to herself, a true noble, what kind of nonsense is that? He is just another annoying person exactly like all the rest of them. Suddenly, someone approaches. She covers her nose at the strong smell of alcohol. The Callan remains cold, asking, what is it? I have nothing to say to you. Hem approaches happily, staring at him for a long time without saying a word. Then he gives a mysterious smile and says, Declan, there is one thing I want to hear your darkest secret. At that exact moment, July 1 of the Freeman Knights trembles as she demands, what did you just say? Speak. The messenger says sadly, Baron was killed during the mission. The words hit her like a bolt, leaving July in disbelief. She jumps up in a panic. Get ready, we are getting an explanation the moment Declan returns to us. Meanwhile, Liam is still standing there with a grin, waiting for the answer he has been dying to hear. The atmosphere becomes incredibly tense, and not a single soul in the room dares to say a word. Lelia Freeman looks at him in confusion, wondering, is this man really the head of the Ruin family? What is happening? He seems completely drunk, mumbling, you totally caught me off guard during that meeting, Declan. I still cannot wrap my head around it. Why would you do this while staying so cautious of other mages? His eyes drill into Declan as he demands, why are you siding with those red sins, Declan? Declan remains calm and does not answer. Lilia's eyes widen as she thinks in shock. Wait, what did he just say? Ehem laughs. You said you wanted to kill them all. Remember, you and I both know this story just changed forever. All right, you and I are jumping right into an academy showdown. That pathetic research of yours, it is still at the university, right? Even with all the insults being thrown his way, our main character does not even flinch or try to fight back. The guy sneers, asking if he found a new slave for his experiments, making Alan snap and demand respect for his master. Decleon just grabs a napkin, wipes his mouth, and calmly tells Alan to relax because he is perfectly fine. He delivers a cold burn, saying the guy is brain dead, so his trashy logic is not a surprise. That sting definitely hurts his pride. Yam just smirks back, telling him to keep talking while he still can. Is it 6 months until your presentation, or maybe 3? Let us see if your nonsense actually holds up by then. With that, he stumbles away, leaving Lelia Freeman standing there in total silence after witnessing the whole exchange. Her hands are shaking. She realizes Decaleon is actually on their side, keeping his guard up against everyone else. She looks at him with wide eyes, barely able to believe this is the same man she thought she knew. Bowing her head, she whispers his name. Was everything you said really the truth? Now the scene shifts to a small shop. Now pay attention because this is where we see the rewards of his hard work. Before leaving, he commissions a legendary craftsman to build him a staff. A side quest: complete Rock Clock's magic wand. The first condition, having a high enough reputation whether it is good or bad. Condition 2, showing true kindness. Condition 3, providing rare high quality materials that actually pique the craftsman's interest. After meeting him twice and using specific shop currency, he finally receives a staff forged by Rocklock himself. Stepping out of the shop, he acknowledges that the old man is a true master of his craft. He realizes he probably finished a hidden quest without even knowing it, thanks to a previous visit from his past self. Soon the train is rolling through massive snow-capped mountains as they head back to the Empire with Vian. Because of that, he is radiating a terrifying murderous aura toward the Kileon and Alan the entire time. Vian does not hide his hatred, but the trip stays peaceful. He can glare all he wants, but he cannot touch them. Decaleon stares out with an expressionless face. This long, grueling journey is finally coming to an end. The sky brightens as snow falls over the crowded station, buzzing with people moving every which way. Alan stretches his tired arms and sighs curiously, asking the professor about what is next. Just one more transfer and we will see something other than snow. But then they are met by Julie and her knights. Decaleon calls out her name in surprise, but she stays silent, her head bowed low. I heard about the ambush, she says. I'm just glad you are safe. He remains stoic, simply thanking her. You and I can feel the tension here. The knights are staring at him with pure resentment. He is not sure what they have heard, but they clearly are not happy that he is the only survivor. Julie grips her trembling arm, mentioning the reports that he cooperated with the enemy to save the victims. Decaleon looks down, offering no response. She grits her teeth, clearly struggling to ask her next question. She forces the words out, asking what he was really like, her eyes searching his for any kind of answer. A long, heavy silence hangs between them. Internally, he is weighing whether or not to reveal the whole truth. Flashbacks of the past hit him, remembering how Veron actually tried to kill him during their encounter. He wants to tell Julie everything to explain how the battle really went down and where things stand. His eyes are full of unspoken words, but looking at her now, the truth refuses to leave his throat. He wonders if he should be honest, but the reality of the situation is just too cruel for someone like Julie. Images of shattering ice fill his mind. Her resolve might be strong, but her heart is not made of steel. This is the Julie he knows. If she learns the truth, she will carry the weight of that guilt forever. He imagines her collapsing in despair, blaming herself for the crimes of her own subordinates and suffering alone. He frowns bitterly, deciding that the right choice is to keep the dark truth hidden from Julie. Even if the knights continue to blame him, he will take the hit to protect her peace of mind. Suddenly, a station worker shouts that train number 4 is preparing to depart for the Empire. Passengers start rushing toward the platform as the boarding call echoes through the chilly air. After standing in silence, the Kilion finally speaks simply, saying it is hard to describe, but he was moved. And that is where we leave it for now. Julie thanks him and turns away, heading off to face her destiny. Bridge 1. You and I are watching him bow in deep regret. It was ridiculous he had not changed at all, still unable to grasp his emotions. Alan spoke up in frustration. They were so rude, looking at victims with such absolute contempt. He quickly told them not to worry about those absolute fools. A figure approached with a question. Why did you hold back? Professor Sylvia asked, confused. He called her name, surprised by her sudden appearance. Hold back what exactly? She quickly turned around and pulled something out of her bag. She handed him a book, calling it a gift. He looked at it completely baffled. Before he could even respond, Sylvia had already sprinted away into the distance. What was that all about? Alan asked, curiously. The professor just shrugged. I have no idea. He massaged his sore shoulders, thinking how exhausting everything was. All he wanted was to finally go home and get some much needed rest. The train began to roll forward once again. Alan let us head back, he said. The boy quickly replied, Yes, Professor. Bridge 2. Pay attention here. During the first ambush, the professor and Lord Veron saved all the survivors together. Then came the second ambush, and the train was completely overturned. It seemed Lord Veron had fallen during that chaos. Luckily, the VIP car where the professor stayed was caught right on the edge of the cliff. Both men fought hard to control the situation, but Veron ultimately sacrificed his life. The train staff used projection magic to recount the entire tragic story. July whispered her thanks, her knights too heartbroken for words. They kept asking the staff if there was anything left of him to keep as a memento. He simply answered no. And as for the mastermind behind this brutal ambush, there was an unwritten rule here: you never ask about the crimes that just occurred. We simply do not. While the others lingered, July turned and walked away alone. She climbed a high rock and stared out into the distance. I lost my most trusted right hand, she lamented sadly. I cannot believe you left this world in such a meaningless way. Her eyes filled with regret as she looked into the abyss. You idiot, meanwhile. Back at the mansion, a scream shook the walls. Jeriel was absolutely fuming, her bloodlust exploding. Did you seriously just waste more of our family funds writing another book? Roy tried desperately to restrain her. Young lady, please calm down. But she just kept shouting, Have you already forgotten what I said? Our financial situation is a total disaster. At this rate, our family will not even survive for another 2 months. The idiot recalled his time back at the academy, sighing. The cost of creating that staff was way higher than I expected. This was the price of writing those books. With the family funds nearly drained, I have to find a way to fix this. Bridge 3. Stick with me. He just said, Calm down. I have a way to make money. What Jariel asked, stunned. As light spilled into the massive hall, the professor led them toward a private room filled with glittering artifacts. He began casting serious magic onto the items. Jeriel watched him, totally lost. What on earth are you doing now? These are just the useless trinkets you bought at the auction just to show off your wealth. He turned inside. Just wait a second and mind your manners. You are supposed to be the family successor. That just made her even more furious. What, you dare lecture me on manners when you are the one who drove us to bankruptcy? If Roy had not held her back, Jeriel probably would have attacked him. He ignored her, placing his hands on the items. At first, I did not understand why these objects radiated the aura of a wealthy elite. Looking at the ancient vase, I figured it was just some high-end art investment from the real world, he thought to himself. But recently, I realized something: a secret way to transform these seemingly useless items into massive amounts of gold. He touched the ancient vase and activated his skill Midas Touch. Jeriel could only let out a tired, helpless sigh. What is he even doing? Is he a complete idiot? Roy stood there speechless, watching the young lady explode. Why are you selling these items so soon after buying them? You are supposed to keep ancient artifacts like this. We will not even get half the price back. Just be quiet, Jeriel, he replied coldly. What you told me to be quiet? You are the one throwing our money out the window, Roy, he said to the butler. Call the appraiser immediately and move these items. The butler bowed instantly. I understand. Then the professor turned his focus back toward the ancient vase. It seemed that this specific vase was suddenly radiating an incredibly powerful and mystical energy. This was the vase of the Eastern master crafted with the pure talent and in the heart of a truly legendary ancient artisan. Thanks to the Midas touch effect, its true potential was awakened. This rare ceramic vase now possesses a special ability: flowers kept inside will never wither. Not only that, but the flowers will slowly evolve into rare new species. Bridge 4. Every single petal now grants elite level healing. He smiled, realizing that this vase worth 2.5 million is now something he can never sell. You and I just witnessed a miracle. All right, you and I are diving back into the life of our legendary main character. Handle these with care. Cheriel tries to keep it together, asking if he is actually planning to sell every single one of these precious items right now. Are you really trying to bankrupt the whole family? He just answers calmly. Don't worry, the money will come. What do you mean, don't worry? Hearing that, he just ignores her and says it's finally time to go to work. Over at the Imperial Town, inside the Magic Tower's Discovery Club room, ahem, there are 5 students gathered together and having a great time. They are all happily playing cards together. Suddenly, Eferena drops her hand with a serious face. A set of kings winning the whole round. The other kids are totally shocked. No way did Eferena really just win 3 games in a row. She gives a smug laugh. Looks like I'm off cleaning duty for a whole week. The kids keep arguing, saying they almost had it if the cards were different. But that's just a loser's excuse. Eferina beams with joy, thinking to herself that this moment feels like a beautiful dream to come true. She remembers her dark past. Born to a simple baron, she never even had the chance to attend the academy. From the very second she stepped into this magic tower, everyone has treated her like an outcast. She thinks back in fear. It wasn't just the students, even the professors couldn't stand the sight of her. Painful memories flood her mind, moments that once made her break down in tears from the sheer unfairness of it all. Now Eferina looks at her new friends with nothing but pure affection and warmth in her eyes. And yet here she is, finally part of a club and surrounded by people she can trust. Sunlight fills the room as she happily admits how much she loves this simple, magic discovery club for commoners. A girl nearby quickly warns her. To the outside world, this just looks like a regular boring club. Eferina, watch your words. She quickly apologizes, but suddenly footsteps approach as a cold voice calls them all a bunch of fools. Now pay attention, because the trouble they've been waiting for just walked through the door and started screaming his head off at them. It turns out Beck went and snitched to Professor Redlin about what's happening in this room. He smugly tells the professor that these low-class commoners are just wasting space in the elite magic tower. Everina frowns, knowing that Redlin and Beck always team up to cause trouble whenever commoners are involved. The professor glares at the club board and bellows, asking what on earth they think they're doing here. Eferina shuts her eyes tight, trying to stay calm. She knew this wasn't a friendly visit, but she already knew deep down that this day was inevitably coming. She decides to handle it with dignity. We submitted our official club plan, and it was fully approved, she says. We are a real club. We are an officially recognized club. Professor Redlin scoffs in disgust. Who would ever allow such a stupid club to be formed? He points right at her. Wait, aren't you that same low-class brat I caught before? Is it really you again? She curses silently to herself, hating that he is using that same insulting label on her once again. He won't let up, mockingly asking how such an arrogant girl dares to glare at a professor like that right now. Lower your eyes right now. The girl beside her tries to calm her down. Beck stands by the door, laughing his head off at the scene. Redlin continues the mockery. You see that figure in the shadows? Trust me, the vibe is about to shift completely as he asks which professor allowed this club to exist. He claims no respectable teacher would ever approve this. Eferina realizes something is coming. The professor keeps shouting, convinced that no respectable teacher would agree. Before he can finish his sentence, the tall silhouette of Deculain appears and simply says, It was me. I gave them the approval. He glares down at them, his voice cold. I gave them permission. Is there a problem with that? Professor Redlin's jaw drops in pure terror while Eferina starts to panic at the sudden turn of events. Deculain stares down with an angry, piercing gaze. I authorized this club. Professor Redlin, do you have any sort of issue with my personal decision? As the kids watch in shock, he asks if he needs Redlin's permission. I heard you calling for me from down the hall. Is there a problem? He thinks to himself that he's already had enough of Gerald's constant nagging today. He hasn't even had a moment to breathe before this old man started complaining. He is covered in sweat, but the terrifying aura Decoulain is radiating makes everyone in the room tremble with fear. Redlin panics, stuttering that he didn't mean it that way, addressing him as head professor Decoulain. He immediately tries to change the subject, nervously asking if the room feels a bit empty. He forces a smile, claiming the Imperial University Magic Tower deserves much better furniture and equipment than this. He says he only got angry because he was truly worried about the poor quality of everything in here. Redlin promises to take full responsibility and replace everything with high end gear. Decoulain just stays silent, no longer complaining about it. A second later, Decoulain finally speaks up. You really are kind, Professor Redlin. This place does look a bit pathetic. The professor just scratches his head and laughs, saying he'll handle it. Trust me, you and I haven't seen anything yet. Alright, let's dive into a story where our icy professor absolutely destroys his rival's dignity. He catches Bach trembling and sneers that cowards always act like cowards before walking away. Buck can only grit his teeth in rage as the sun shines through the classroom windows. The second Decoulain steps inside the room, the entire class erupts into a wave of whispers. It has been so long since his last lecture, everyone is wondering what happened during his absence. The gossip gets even louder as they wonder if that train accident was in the diary. I saw it too, that floating train was insane, so hopefully he tells us the full story. Sylvia listens with a poker face until he slams his hand down and demands total silence. Dequilane holds a piece of chalk that floats in mid-air, calmly announcing the lecture is beginning. He looks over the room and explains today's topic, pure elements, and the concept of magic interference. A magic circle glows as he explains that interference is when one mage hijacks another's spell. Alan walks in carrying a crate full of mana stones ready for the professor's demonstration. Now pay attention because here is the real test. He snaps his fingers and the stones scatter everywhere. They drift toward the students, who can't help but stare in awe at his effortless magic. Only Sylvia remains calm while the very last stone comes to a stop right before Ephraim. Decoulain explains seriously that these are mana stones, each worth 3000 LN. He watches the glowing stones and tells them to try and seize them using their own magic. Whoever grabs one keeps it. Hearing that, Ephraim's eyes light up as she excitedly slams the table. Her neighbor quickly covers her mouth as Deculain's voice turns sharp and a little irritated. Interfering with a spell is vital for any mage, but defense is just as important. Try to protect yourself first, but go ahead and try it. The students reach out to channel their mana, creating a thick, tense atmosphere in the room. Deculain thinks to himself for a moment. He stopped a whole train before, but his telekinesis is still basic. He needs to sharpen his control. You and I know he's strong, but he wants to see how his magic handles 150 students. Sylvia is determined, pushing her limits to break through his magic. She refuses to lose this fight. Ephraim is also giving it her all while other students are already collapsing and coughing up blood. They tremble as they pour out their last bit of mana, leaving Alan completely stunned by the scene. The professor is incredible. Even with 150 students attacking at once, he does not flinch. Honestly, Decoulain is surprised that they can't interfere even as they strain until their noses bleed. His eyes sweep across the room, quickly spotting a sudden anomaly in one of the stones. Sylvia has actually succeeded in snatching control of the mana stone away from his grasp. She glances at Ephraim, who is still struggling, before Decoulain walks over to praise her. Great job, Sylvia. You really are the best. She is shocked but simply bows her head. He knew she could do it, but wonders who else will, as others collapse from exhaustion. He coldly starts to say if there is no one else, but suddenly stops mid-sentence. Hearing this, Sylvia's face turns pale with a sudden look of shock. That second winner is Ephraim, who gasps that she finally secured her 3000 LN. Sylvia's eyes flicker with emotion, but she stays silent as no one else can break the spell. Decoulain finally tells them to stop, and instantly the exhausted students collapse in a heap. Some are even vomiting while he rubs his forehead in disappointment at how pathetic they are. Take a break and clean up your mess. Class ends and everyone rushes to leave. A girl asks Ephraim how she did it since she almost died trying to interfere. My tongue is numb, Ephraim says while bleeding, but I think I've realized something very important. And then that's where we leave it wild, right? Stick around for the next part. Alright, you and I are diving back into the academy where the power scales are shifting in the craziest ways. Effine admits she doesn't know much about telekinesis, but breaking the professor's spell felt like snapping something real. Her friend can only sigh in pure envy. From across the room, Sylvia can't take her eyes off their table, her gaze sharp and lingering. She frowns, unable to process the impossible. How could the student who ranked dead last suddenly jump all the way to second place? There's no way she got special treatment. She thinks back to the way those two interacted recently, her mind racing with suspicion. The rumors must be true, then Professor Declan has been giving Efene private lessons late into the night. Sylvia glares, feeling a bitter sting. Did the professor really lie to her? She watches Effine celebrate over a mana stone and scoffs. What could he possibly see in that idiot? Sylvia keeps staring, her expression twisting with pure irritation. That smug attitude of Effine's is becoming unbearable. The next lesson begins shortly after. De Cullen holds a floating piece of chalk and addresses the class. In the warm up practice, he notes they all tried their best to cause magic interference. However, he calmly explains that there's a much easier way to shut down his telekinetic powers. Those who succeeded might have already caught a glimpse of the truth. Both Sylvia and Effie look up startled as he introduces the concept of mana interference. Now pay attention, because this is where the real lesson starts. This technique is different from the usual method of blocking a spell right as it gets cast. This requires you to actually understand your opponent's spell and then sabotage it from the inside out. But there's a reason this isn't common, it has massive limitations. The students are lost, grumbling to themselves. They assume it just means writing out countless magic circles to make it work. He continues the lecture stating that you can only use mana interference on spells that you personally understand inside and out. And in reality, it's not a method that any professional would actually recommend for frequent use. In a real fight, most mages would just use a barrier for defense or counter with a different spell entirely. His voice turns stern as he continues. But there is no gain without pain. Today, they will use this chance to master the art of understanding and applying mana interference. The chalk floats toward a magic circle on the board. The core of this technique, he says, is identifying the central circuit of the magic array. This central circuit changes depending on whether the spell is offensive or supportive and which element is being channeled. In other words, you have to recognize the exact circuit the enemy is using and jam it instantly. Mastering this technique makes using regular magic feel like child's play. Dekulin then manifests a glowing magic circle directly from the array. He speaks with total authority, promising to teach them how to find the central circuit in almost any magic circle. He releases a surge of powerful mana. Looking at a spell like Stormblade, he shows how destructive spells always have circuits that burn from the inside out. Below him, the students are scribbling notes as fast as they can while he moves on to support magic. 2 hours later, the Kulin glances at the clock and starts to say something, then suddenly stops mid sentence. He snaps his book shut with a definitive thud. I know what you're thinking. He's really just stopping. He tells them that since they wasted his time earlier, class is over, even if there's more to cover. The rest they'll have to figure out themselves. He gives one final reminder about the upcoming midterm exams and the open practice session. He warns them that today's lesson is vital, so they better remember it. With a brief goodbye, he walks out, leaving the entire classroom in a state of absolute shock. The door slams shut and the room erupts into chaos. Students are stunned that he just left without finishing. They wonder what's wrong with this professor. A red haired girl stretches and groans, complaining that it feels like being cut off right in the middle of something important. Effine just gives a forced smile. She can't believe they're expected to figure out the rest of this complex theory on their own. Honestly, she thinks to herself with a spark of excitement. Today felt like she finally reached some kind of deep, indescribable enlightenment. Suddenly, a voice calls out, mocking Effini as the representative of the commoners. She turns around to see who's talking. It's that arrogant guy Bach looking down his nose at her with a condescending smirk. The red haired girl snaps, asking if he's looking for trouble again. She reminds him that he already dragged Professor In into his mess before, and that his group has been nothing but trouble lately. He just sighs and laughs it off. He tells them they're acting way too special for a bunch of low-born commoners. He demands to know how a bottom-tier student like Effine suddenly jumped to second place. Effine just shrugs, deciding he isn't worth her time. He cuts her off, sneering that someone with no family or money must have bribed the professor to get those results. Effin's face goes dark, her eyes widening in shock. She turns back with a cold, sharp glare and asks him exactly what he just said. He stays arrogant, claiming he's just stating the facts. Everyone knows she's been getting private lessons from Professor Decoulain. She immediately fires back, denying it completely. She insists that never happened, while Sylvia watches the whole confrontation silently from a distance. Bach isn't backing down, shouting that she's a failure who shouldn't even be at the academy. He demands to know how she got so good so fast. He doesn't stop there, mocking her by suggesting the professor must have gone easy on her during the test. He sneers that the professor probably just felt sorry for a homeless orphan with no parents. Trust me, you and I both know this guy just crossed a massive line. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a mage finally snaps. If Irene is fuming, Amana surging as she growls, "Say one more word, I dare you." He doesn't flinch, showing zero fear. He mocks her. "You think I'm actually scared of you?" She snaps back instantly, but suddenly Sylvia sees a hand reach out and pull her back by her sleeve. Julie panics and tries to stop her. Stop it. What if you get punished again? Those words finally break through Epherine's loss of control. She remembers Deculane's teaching a mage must always keep a cool head. She lets it go, looking down as she pulls her hand away from Julie. She replies happily, "Thanks, Julie. You are right. I lost my cool there." Julie smiles and replies happily. Ephraim then continues excitedly, "I think I just went crazy because I talked to an absolute moron." Julie laughs, glad she is calm again. Bach watches them absolutely furious but unable to do a single thing. Ephraim shouts excitedly, "Julie, let's go buy something delicious." They leave, ignoring the guy's panicked shouts behind them. After they leave, only Sylvia remains in the classroom. She stays silent while watching their backs as they disappear down the hallway. Outside on the campus grounds, a pair of feet hurries forward. Ephraim clenches her fists in anger. "I held back because of Julie, but I can't stand that Bach guy anymore." She mutters about what she should do with that arrogant noble until she suddenly spots Sylvia waiting for her right there in a narrow alleyway. "Now pay attention, this gets suspicious." Ephraim is shocked. "Sylvia?" The girl steps forward, asking to talk. Sylvia insists on a conversation. Ephraim is confused. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? She snaps back, "What is it? If you're looking for a fight, you picked the wrong time." But Sylvia has a question. "Are you getting private lessons from the Kool-Aid?" Ephraim's temper flares up like fire at the very suggestion. "Oh, how funny. You want to pick another fight? Why would I ever study with the man I hate most in this entire school? Do you really think that sounds reasonable to me? We have the worst relationship possible." She's clueless. Ephraim barks, "Calling me for this nonsense. Why is everyone annoying me today?" Sylvia crosses her arms, convinced Ephraim is telling the truth. She turns around to leave, simply saying, "Fine, whatever you say." Ephraim panics. "Whatever, what do you mean by that?" Sylvia stops and drops a bombshell. "Deculane has not set foot in a laboratory for 3 whole years, not once since the day your father passed away." "You and I saw this coming, right?" Ephraim just scoffed. "Of course he hasn't. Deculane is nothing without my father's genius. That's just a fact. But Sylvia isn't done yet. Did you know Deculane has been in the lab every single day for the past 3 months? He's cleaned it up, hired a new assistant, and brought in high-level magic tools. What do you think that means?" Ephraim can't believe her ears. Her mind is racing. This can't be possible. A dark thought crosses her mind. Is he trying to steal her father's research again? But there's no way Deculane is capable enough to continue that research alone without my father's help. She grips her trembling hands and forces herself to stay calm. How should I know? Maybe he's trying something on his own. He is a professor after all. What does that have to do with me? Sylvia smiles and walks away. "I just thought you didn't know. Good that you do." Ephraim stays behind, deep in thought. A few days later, during the next practical class session, all the students line up in a long row while waiting for their turn to be tested. Julie is nervous. A practical exam in a place like this. Ephraim is just as confused. What is Deculane planning now? As everyone begins to move, Bach suddenly shoves his way to the front and nearly knocks Julie over. She growls, "That jerk again." But Ephraim stops her before she can react. "Just let him go for now." Deculane stands on this podium, his voice stern. "Silence. Class is starting. This is your final practice session before midterms begin." Suddenly, Deculane snaps his fingers loudly. Instantly, the covers fall, revealing a massive crowd watching from the stands. Deculane steps forward to announce the trial. A public exam. Everyone is stunned by the scale. Ephraim gasps at the sheer number of people watching. "In front of all these people, you will demonstrate magical combat." Deculane begins explaining the rules of the duel. Use any spells you have mastered. You will fight each other using at least 3 different types of pure elemental magic forms for this exam. Winning or losing doesn't matter here. I will focus on grading your process, your strengths, and your weaknesses. Use this as a foundation to improve yourselves for the future. He introduces the supervisor. Professor Raylan will watch closely to prevent injuries so there are no limits on your power. He laughs. "Leave it to me. Let's watch this battle together." All right, you and I are jumping right into the action with Yogan stepping forward to choose his first opponent. The first battle kicks off as two contestants face each other under the gaze of thousands of spectators. The announcer shouts for the matches to begin and the students start showing off their magical skills to the judges. Powerful spells are cast in quick succession with contestants rapidly taking down their rivals. From the sidelines, both Relin and Dikilin keep a sharp eye on every single movement the students make. At first, they are a bit clumsy, but soon they find their rhythm and start unleashing their true magical potential. Debris flies everywhere as the intensity ramps up, and Sivia secures an easy victory without breaking a sweat. The announcer declares Sivia the winner while Bach and his arrogant crew start throwing insults from the stands. Another commoner loses. What are they even doing at the magic tower? They would be more useful cleaning our gardens. Ephraim watches in silence, thinking about how cruel these people are and how no one dares to challenge Sylvia. As her friend leaves the field, she cheers them on, but then Paris calls out for Bach to choose his next opponent. Stick with me here, because this is the moment where that arrogant noble Bach makes a huge mistake. She scowls but realizes this is for the best, and soon enough, the two of them are facing off on the field. He sneers, asking if she can even fight, mocking her because no one is here to secretly help her this time. Ephraim glares back, asking if that trashy attitude and insulting others is just standard etiquette for someone like him. She snaps back, telling him he looks pathetic, trying to mimic Dickelin's style, hitting him right where it hurts. Fueled by rage, Bach stutters in shock, but Ifrine does not wait. She raises her hand and releases a surge of magic. She declares she will show him that his magic is just as disgusting and rotten as his own personality. The two clash instantly, with Bach shouting back in disbelief at the insults she is throwing his way. Calling her an insect, he summons his own power and screams that he is going to send her to meet her parents. His spell slams into Ephraim, throwing her back and smashing her into the wall with a massive earth shaking explosion. Bach laughs, thinking it is over, but suddenly his magic circle turns blue, leaving him completely frozen in confusion. On the other side of the smoke, Ephraim has already cast a spell designed to lock him down completely. She glares at him, remembering a phrase from her time at the tower, as a massive magical shadow looms over Bach. She shouts that a good old fashioned beating is exactly what these arrogant nobles deserve the most. Now, watch this, her magical fist sends him flying across the arena while Julia cheers her on from the sidelines. Even though that quote did not actually exist, Bach is left crying like a baby on the ground from the impact. She walks over to him with a smug look, asking how it feels to be absolutely crushed by a commoner. The announcer confirms Ephraim's victory while Bach grinds his teeth, convincing himself she just got lucky. Dickelin stands at a distance, looking over the contestant list and sighing at how things are playing out. He complains the matches ended too fast because some idiots could not even take one hit, but then Ephraim approaches him. Placing her hand over her heart, she looks him in the eye with total seriousness. She explains she was supposed to use three elements, but her opponent was so weak she only needed one to finish. Dikelen is momentarily speechless before coldly agreeing that she has a point about her performance being cut short. Since she could not show her full potential, he tells her to go ahead and pick any other opponent she wants. Without hesitation, she points her finger directly at him and declares that she wants to fight the professor himself. The entire crowd gasps in shock as Raylan shouts, calling her a complete lunatic for even suggesting such a thing. People start murmuring that she has lost her mind, and even Sevia looks on with a confused and worried expression. Ephraim takes in their shocked faces, thinking to herself that this was exactly the reaction she was expecting to see. She is not stupid, she knows this is her one real chance to go head to head against a master like the Killen. If she can seize this moment, she does not care if the whole world thinks she's insane for a little while. Diegelen lets out a faint smile while Raylan keeps ranting, wondering if she has any idea what she is actually doing. Diegelen cuts him off, telling Professor Raylan to settle down and keep his composure for a moment. Raylan is stunned, but Diegelen calmly agrees, stating he never set any limits on who could be chosen as an opponent. So he will be her opponent, and trust me, you and I are about to see a clash we won't forget. Alright, you and I are witnessing a massive handicap match where Decollane says he won't strike first if she makes him move even a single inch. She wins the whole thing. Hearing that, F. Hereni feels the pressure. She nervously replies, "Yes, sir." The two face off, ready to clash. A mana begins to surge steadily from F. Heren's bracelet. Her heart is pounding like crazy. This is the duel she has been craving for so long. He stands tall and commands the start. Immediately, she unleashes her magic straight toward him. She knows the power gap between them is clearly too massive, but she understands she can't just stand still and do nothing right now. Her attacks rush at Dekulane, but he blocks them effortlessly. He doesn't even need to lift a finger. Deep down, she knows this fight is beyond reckless, but she doesn't stop. She launches another spell, determined to test herself while she has the chance. Facing a monster like him, she isn't afraid. One day she'll close this gap and defeat him. She screams, pouring every ounce of her mana into a blazing fire spell. Even the Kulane looks a bit shocked by her raw power. He chuckles softly. Despite Harini's intense mana, he stands his ground without a hint of fear. She tries to stay calm. It's not over. Using earth magic, she kicks up clouds of dust. Now pay attention here. With her own strength, Efherene creates a massive fire tornado that completely surrounds Dekulane. Professor Raylene gapes in total shock at her hidden potential, while even Sylvia feels the heavy tension as she watches this duel unfold. Suddenly, her magic circle fluctuates. F. Heron freezes in pure shock. Cracks spread rapidly across the fire sphere she created until it shatters completely, revealing the Kulin standing there tall and calm as if nothing had ever happened. He looks down at her with a gaze full of arrogance. Seeing this, F. Herini grits her teeth in shock and continues throwing a wave of different magic spells directly at him. But her attacks do nothing. The Kulin speaks coldly. Your magic has a tell, and it's obvious. Large movements make those habits easy to exploit. Her mana is thrown into total chaos as she grits her teeth in frustration. She tries to cast another spell, but her body suddenly locks up. She can't move. Her mind goes dark. Her magic failed. Did he really see through her entire spell structure? Deculain speaks with a freezing tone. In front of me, you won't be casting anything else. She seethes with rage. Damn it, he has completely blocked her ability to cast any more magic. She isn't done yet. She charges forward with a scream, swinging her fist for a physical strike. When it comes to hand combat, she's far more confident. But he catches her fist with ease and blows her back with a single move. You and I saw that coming, but look at her tactical combination of elements using wind and fire to create that massive dust explosion. She even used the earth element to create a clever dust explosion. After seeing her abilities, he realizes her magical intuition is actually quite impressive. But intuition isn't enough if you can't control the elements at the right moment. He stares at her glowing bracelet, knowing it's the key to making this all possible. Deculane's gaze becomes sharper than ever while looking at the bracelet, which grants the ability to control every element as long as she wears it. Truly, it is one of the most precious abilities in the entire world. Dekulane smiles, thinking that if his past self saw F. Herene now, he would be trembling with fear or even pure jealousy in his heart. If a kind girl like her grows up properly, nothing could be better. He approaches her and says the match is decided, but her performance wasn't bad at all. His words make time itself feel like it stopped. Her eyes light up with joy, completely unable to believe what she just heard. He turns to leave, announcing that class is over and students should prep for midterms. After the match, everyone is stunned and gossiping. Is this really the first time Dekulane has praised a student this much? It really is. But man, if Herene was incredible today. Compared to her boring, quick fight with Beck, this was legendary. Nobody expected her to be this good, and poor Beck can't even find a way to argue back. She smiles, finally feeling recognized as her friends rush over to support her, telling her she was amazing. The scene shifts to the sea. Trust me, you and I are definitely coming back. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where a game creator's world becomes far too real. On land, Ganesa greets the arriving children, asking Leo and Carlos how they have all been lately. Yuria is the last one off the boat. Ganesa excitedly screams her name, asking if she remembers her. With a small smile, the girl steps onto the pier looking absolutely radiant in the bright sunlight. This girl is actually Yua, the ex-girlfriend of Kim Woo-jin. Ganesa hugs her, saying she missed her. Laughing, the girl joke that the hug is basically child abuse and asks for some room to breathe. Ganesa apologizes and lets go. But wait, look at Yuria's face. It is completely cold and expressionless. Now pay attention. This is where it gets wild. A blinding light suddenly appears from out of nowhere. Car headlights rush toward her, and that brilliant light swallows her entire world whole. Silence falls, then a loud noises return. She wakes up realizing she has possessed the body of young Yuria. When she finally opens her eyes, the world she once knew has been replaced by something new. Ganesa is shaking her shoulders, arguing with the others about using children for such dangerous tasks. She refuses the job, but her partner asks if she is just blinded by the girl's beauty. He warns her about the heavy penalty fee. Inside, the girl is starting to panic. You and I both know that feeling, seeing the characters you created standing right in front of you. A woman walks past a wounded man and approaches the girl with a very soft greeting. She introduces herself as Ganesa. The girl realizes this is the famous Red Ruby adventure team. The warmth and the sea breeze feel real. If this is truly the game's setting, she hesitantly confirms her name. Just like that, she has become a character in her own creation. Back in reality, Ganesa yells at the children, telling Leo and Carlos to stop running around. Yuria looks at her, thinking about Ganesa's reputation as the world's greatest explorer. She calculates her moves. To survive here, the best bet is to stay close to this woman. Determined to live and return home, she watches the Duke receive a very strange-looking box. Inside is the Yukin staff, a legendary weapon crafted specifically for him by the master Localo. This exclusive gear for Graham Yukin can store up to 500 points of pure mana. It acts as a regenerative circuit for magic. The Duke is stunned by its incredible beauty. The staff is made of rare ironwood, carrying all the natural traits of that powerful wood. It stands at the top of all woods, optimizing the user's magic and physical potential. This aesthetic item even changes its design to perfectly match the user's chosen outfit. He admires the attributes, noting its special power for purification and warding off evil spirits. The price of 9 million was a bargain. In terms of power and beauty, it is a treasure. Roy calls from outside to say dinner is ready. The Duke says he will be down immediately. The table is covered in expensive delicacies, and the Duke stares at the feast in silence. He asks Jeriel why the meal is so lavish when their family finances are so tight. Roy explains they need strength to overcome hardships, calling it a morale boosting feast. He says the artifacts sold incredibly well. Buyers rushed the auction, causing it to be interrupted. At that moment, Jeriel and Roy felt like they were living in a beautiful dream. They earned enough to cover the deficit and run the entire clan for several years. Roy says this is Jeriel's way of saying thanks. The Duke smiles and says it tastes delicious. Relieved, Jeriel smugly tells him that he finally seems to understand how to manage money. The siblings enjoy their meal, though he still critiques her incorrect knife technique. Jeriel snaps back in annoyance. Later, the Duke faces a mountain of paperwork in his office. He holds a document and sighs at the absolute mess left for him. Midterm exams are coming up, and he is working hard to draft the questions himself. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a legendary villain try to be a decent teacher. He remembers his past self, an arrogant noble who forced students to taste absolute despair. Every question reeked of elitism. He sighs, realizing that even his exam papers reflected just how much of a trashy person he used to be. Old Dekulin actually believed that making an exam impossible was the only way to prove his own superiority. Looking at these ridiculous questions, he rests his chin on his hand, determined to change his ways. This time he wants to create something meaningful. A challenge that's tough, yes, but one that leads a mage to a true moment of enlightenment. Every small choice he makes as a professor will build the foundation for future talent. Sifting through the files, he wonders if there is a clue hidden in this final box. Watch closely, his eyes caught something that feels totally different. This exam paper feels unique. He starts to doubt if his past self even wrote this. The difficulty is extreme, but it's the kind of problem that sparks a burning curiosity. Mana begins to swirl. He grips the paper, funneling his magic into the exam's core. Elemental lights immediately burst forth, filling the entire room with a powerful, radiant aura. Suddenly, a mysterious silhouette appears. It is a girl whose identity remains a complete mystery. He stares in shock. Correctly answering the problem reveals this mana painting as a result. Each color represents an element blending together in a way that leaves him in absolute awe. Looking at that ghostly figure, a small smile finally plays across his lips. It's a perfect elemental theory question. Suddenly, he feels a sharp, instinctive surge of jealousy. He knows that even the old Decolin would have been stunned by such sophistication. There is a beauty here that he could never have created with his own talent alone. His eyes narrow as he stares at the phantom woman. Who exactly is she? Meanwhile, a letter arrives stating the red line issue is being postponed by the High Elder. A mysterious girl picks up the paper and mutters how interesting the situation is. The meeting ended because the Kulin actually opposed the suppression. Adrian happily sets the paper down, noting that this is a very strange and sudden development. Her gaze turns sharp, scanning every professor in the room with an intensity they can't ignore. You are all the same, she thinks. Adrian Mee is the top candidate for the Archmage title. She possesses massive magic power, but her personality is surprisingly playful and light-hearted. She loves student gossip, especially the massive fight between Dekulane and Yoli, or hearing about Professor Lelin failing yet another diet. I know what you're thinking, but her gossip habit is tied to a crazy secret. She is actually a half elf, which explains both her eccentric personality and the source of her truly massive and overwhelming magic. Even someone as detached as her has been waiting for a day like today. She sips her tea. Dekulane protecting the red line. This monthly meeting just got interesting. Usually he's the only one who skips. He claimed a noble needs no one's favor. That was his usual line, but today a voice interrupts speaking of him while he's absent. Ryfin speaks up cautiously, mentioning that Luina will attend the upcoming mage conference. She is stunned. Luina was the rival who resigned because of the Kulin's schemes, and she thought they had already returned to the kingdom. She smiles, wondering why Luina would choose this specific moment to return to the Empire. Riffin notes they would return immediately if a prestigious position was made available. He smiles, thinking their return would provide a massive boost to the Magic Tower's strength. Luina achieved greatness abroad, unlike Dekulin, who only knows how to protect his sins. I'm not saying the current head is bad, he adds. Adrian Mee gives a mysterious smile. Fine, if Luina returns, I'll consider it. Hearing that the other professors look relieved. And there we have it. Trust me, you and I must see how this rivalry explodes. Let us dive into the academy where things are getting weird, very weird. She shouts her reply and sprints through the door. Staring at a mountain of documents thick enough to bury someone, she begins to feel the pressure. She cannot stop thinking about it. The exam questions he turned in are way too good to be true. He must have had a ghostwriter, and she's starting to think she should tease him about it. What if Luina de Culain's absolute mortal enemy actually made a comeback? Adi can hardly contain her excitement, shouting that it would be the most entertaining thing ever. Fast forward to midterm day for elemental magic. The halls are buzzing with pure chaos and non stop gossip. Wait, you heard the news? Is this really the exam? I have heard rumors that Deculin's tests were weird, but this is just way too much. It is totally insane. I am out, I quit, but Alan steps in quickly. All right, everyone, just stay calm. Look, I know this is not a normal exam and you are all panicking, but this is exactly what was announced. This pure elemental magic midterm will last for 10 straight days. You have until midnight on Sunday to finish it. Once classes end, you will each head to your own assigned private room to start the test. You are allowed to take your other exams during this window as well, so manage your time. You can eat and sleep inside the exam room, but never take the test papers out. It is an open book exam, just as we promised. Now pay attention here. July is terrified. An open book test that takes 10 days, how hard can it be? Ephraim is losing it. Even final exams are not this brutal. That is Tikulin for you, letting his assistant do all the talking while he stays hidden. Alan continues his announcement. The professor added that anyone with a perfect score gets a recommendation letter from the head professor. The entire class is stunned. Excited murmurs fill the room instantly. That letter is a massive deal. Mage ranks are split from the Tier 1 Eternal Archmage down to the Tier 11 Novice, but ranking up is a nightmare. It is not something you just breeze through by showing up. Leveling up in the mage world is not about just sitting in a classroom and waiting for time to pass by. Every single rank requires you to crush a promotion exam, and trust me, those tests are absolutely brutal to pass. But a letter from Deculain, a tier 4 magic king, that is basically a golden ticket and a legendary shortcut to the top. Ephraim stops. A letter from Deculain. Why would her mortal enemy ever give her a recommendation? It makes no sense to her. Her motivation just plummeted. She does not want anything at all to do with that guy ever. But wait, what if she actually gets the perfect score and forces him to write it? She starts imagining herself taking him down. If you had not written me that letter back then, you would not be crawling at my feet right now, would you? Beg for mercy, just thinking about it feels amazing. Just wait, Deculain. I am coming for that recommendation letter and your pride. Watching Ephraim's sinister grin, Julia can only stare back in pure helpless disbelief. Day 4 of the exam hits and reality is a nightmare. She is clutching her head and groaning about how impossible this is. You and I can see that mountain of papers. 1 hour, 4 hours, 10 hours, their difficulty just keeps spiking higher. Look at these endless calculations. But she will not quit. If Irene has to admit these questions are actually breathtakingly brilliant. The process is pure torture, but finding the answer gives her a rush of enlightenment she has never felt before. Did Declan really write these? She stares at the papers with a deep, suspicious frown. The joy of discovery is too addictive to stop, even while suffering. She grips the exam paper with new, fiery resolve. Just you wait, Deculain. I'm definitely getting that damn recommendation letter from you. Her determination does not last long before she is back to sulking. This question is just too much to handle. She decides to leave the room for some fresh air. Overthinking it is just making it worse. Outside, Sylvia is sitting on a stone bench, staring at the quiet scenery. She rubs her shoulders and lets out a tired, long sigh. Finally finished one question. It took 30 whole hours. She needs a break. She remembers Alan's promise about the recommendation. She smiles. He said it like he was granting a huge favor. How arrogant of him. Truth is, anyone capable of a perfect score on this would never fail a promotion exam anyway. She places a hand on her chest. She wants that perfect score for herself, not for some letter. Each question is hauntingly beautiful, a literal key unlocking a brand new level of understanding for her. If I finish this, I will truly evolve as a mage. She closes her eyes tight. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Sylvia. She's shocked to see Ephraim standing there. How far along is she? She hesitantly starts to speak, and that's where we leave it. They both shout together, What question are you on? Both are absolutely stunned by each other. You and I are diving back in, as Sylvia shyly mutters, I am on question 8. Hearing that, Helene gasps in pure shock. What, you are on 8 already? Sylvia just nods, still working on it. Helene is sweating now. That is still insane. I am stuck on 7. Sylvia watches her, wondering what is happening. Is she really just one question behind me? Is she lying? No, stop overthinking, Sylvia. Focus. I have to get back to solving. Sylvia stands up to leave, making Hareen blink. Wait, she asks curiously. Are you getting up just because of me? Sylvia brushes it off immediately. I was just taking a little break, that is all. While the exam heats up at the tower, Dekulin senses a massive disturbance approaching. Gripping a newspaper, he says to himself, now things are really beginning to move forward. Emperor Kreb is in critical condition. Dekulin rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Emperor is dying. Dekulin remembers his face, thinking he was always known for being such a calm and gentle leader. He always balanced divine and imperial power. He was never truly hostile toward the Red Sins either. Quite a rare ruler. Now pay attention here, because the new king rising after him is the most important person in the world right now. A woman with flaming red hair and overwhelming magic power flashes through his mind. She is a force of nature radiating raw energy. Dekulin thinks to himself, she is also the biggest troublemaker of them all. Sopian Zekat August von Jeep reign. The world is heading for total war as the tower night begins to fall. It is the final day. During this marathon exam, so many students have already collapsed or simply given up halfway through Dekulin's test. The gap between the top elites and the struggling bottom students is now painfully obvious to everyone. Regardless of their scores, students are bragging about finishing the exam like it is a badge of honor they earned. When it ends, they do not just celebrate their freedom. Instead, they spend time reflecting on what they truly learned. This unusual focus starts drawing a lot of attention from everyone. Even the high ranking magic professors are desperate to see what this legendary exam paper actually looks like. They are stunned by the difficulty. Right now, only two students are still fighting to solve the final question. Number 8. Only Sylvia and Herini are left. After such a long time, Herini is starting to feel her spirit break. She curses this damn 8th question. Is this really the final wall I have to do this? I will solve it. She has drowned herself in countless cups of coffee. She cannot quit now, not after all that caffeine. Her face looks ghostly pale. Just focus a little more, she tells herself. Looking closer at the paper, her eyes suddenly widen. She sees it. Suddenly, out in the hallway, Dekulin and Alan see a brilliant flash of light exploding from inside the testing room. Alan shouts in surprise. Professor Dekulin replies quickly, yes, one of them just solved the final impossible question. He stays calm as if he knew this would happen. I figured it would be that girl, he thinks. The door opens. Dekulin walks into a room overflowing with pure mana. He softly closes the door behind him, taking it in. You see those tears? That is Sylvia, and she finally did it. Dekulin steps inside and tells her softly, I knew you would do it. Congratulations. In front of them, a breathtaking masterpiece of magic is unfolding, filling every corner of the silent room. Vibrant colors pulse with magic throughout the room. Even the cool blues radiate warmth under a starry sky, shining with hope through the sharp, beautiful darkness that fills every single corner. Dekulin reaches out toward the light, a small smile appearing as he admires the view. Absolutely stunning. He thinks, even though I wrote the question, my own limits would never allow me to recreate a beauty quite like this. Kimujin is reflected in this problem. A man who dreamed of being an artist but lacked the natural talent. Still, he wanted to create something that moved people. He never stopped chasing his art, no matter how hard it got. That was Kimujin. Dekulin's own sense of aesthetics was also woven into this final challenge. So, Dekulin, who loves beauty, and Kim Ujin, who dreamed of art school, are both finally finding some peace in this moment. He turns to leave, whispering, well done, and thank you. Sylvia is frozen, unable to believe what she just heard. She stays still long after he is gone. Her hand trembles as she whispers back, me too. I want to thank you, teacher. Sylvia reaches out to touch the magical light she created with her own hands. She feels a deep sense of satisfaction. I will become a great archmage, she vows. She has the talent, an absolutely incredible, terrifying amount of natural talent. Who would have guessed she could pull this off? But then again, she is the descendant of a legendary magic family. Her hand brushes the magic. Sylvia looks up, eyes shimmering. No magic itself is already beautiful enough on its own. Out in the hall, Alan enters the room to announce Lady Hareen. Time is up. Hareen looks up and smiles. What a shame. Hareen did her best. Trust me, you and I will definitely see more from her very soon. She spoke up curious. What about Sylvia? Did she solve everything? Alan nodded in silent agreement. Ephraim sighed in awe. That girl is a monster, so jealous. Staring at the ceiling, she realized her mind had shifted. Stick with me because Ephraim is no longer chasing letters or Dekulane. Now it is all about her curiosity as a mage. Ephraim frowned with regret. wishing she could have solved every single question on that exam. She stood up abruptly, stating that while the exam is over, the problems remain. Alan looked at her completely confused. She turned to him and declared, "I will solve this." Herin's smile was bright filled with that unstoppable will. He gave her a gentle, encouraging smile. "Go for it, I will be cheering for you, Ephraim." Dusk fell over the magic tower. A while later, a weary Ephraim trudged down a quiet, lonely street. She groaned a marathon exam. Like that only feels good if you actually finish the whole thing. Now watch this. While she expects a cold home, something much better is waiting for her after this ordeal. A door covered in graffiti and a frozen bed. Suddenly, figures approached. A familiar voice called out, making her spin around. It was her best friends. Ephraim gasped, her voice full of emotion as she looked at them. Julie opened her arms wide with a grin. Celebration after an exam is mandatory. Let's go eat something delicious. Moved to tears, she cried out Julie's name. Her friend just laughed, asking what was wrong. You looked totally drained earlier. It was so sad to see. Was the test really that brutal? Julie's eyes were soft. Then she cheered. Since you made us wait, Ephraim, you're buying dinner for the group. Ephraim panicked, shouting that she never said that. A few days later, inside her room, magic began to happen. She stared at the shimmering light, completely mesmerized. It is beautiful. Suddenly, a voice called out from the hallway. Are you ready, Ephraim? She quickly replied that she was coming, realizing it was Julie calling her. Later, she chatted with a girl in the garden. It is such a relief that exams are over, we'll be busy soon. But these few days are precious. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming team training session. Her friend looked just as excited. Ephraim felt a wave of gratitude that she had kept pushing forward. I'm glad I didn't give up. Fighting until the end was my best magical experience so far. Suddenly, her friend asked if she'd heard the news. Professor de Culain is in a massive scandal because of his exam. Ephraim was stunned. Her friend took a sip of juice, her expression turning surprisingly serious and deep. Can you believe it? Rumor says de Culain was summoned all the way to the floating island. It is absolutely insane. Ephraim stood there dazed. The floating island. Are you serious right now? It is a land suspended 1,500 meters in the sky, the peak of magic where the world's greatest mages gather. They say that every drop of knowledge and every spell in existence converges right there on that island. A self governed hub, far beyond earthly rules. Naturally, it's packed with eccentric geniuses who are completely obsessed with a magical theory. A professor turned and asked, so, what is this all about? What's the big deal? Another replied that the tower's exam is more shocking than imagined. It's a completely revolutionary form of magic. Mages everywhere were praising de Coulin's work. In no time, it became the hottest topic on the entire floating island. That is why de Coulin was invited there to give a special lecture explaining his legendary exam paper. De Coulin stood in the center of the hall, staring at the exam. The impact of his work was truly incredible. He hadn't expected it to get this famous. Mission lecture at Floating Island, reward plus 30 mana. Getting this quest was lucky, not to mention the teaching fee was incredibly generous for this session, about 1 billion won. He thought about making this his full time career. It wasn't a bad idea at all. He addressed the students with polite grace. It is a true honor to meet all of you today. Today's speaker is the senior professor of the Imperial University and a Tier 4 elemental mage, de Kulain. The topic is the university's midterm exam. This lecture will last for approximately 2 hours. Before the questions, we'll discuss pure elements. Adrian giggled, asking Raina if she had seen the test. Rena snapped that it must be plagiarism. There is no way Deculain could have created such a brilliant question alone. This prickly professor was Rena von Slot McQueen. The lecture proceeded without a hitch from there. Trust me, you and I are about to see just how deep Deculin's influence really goes as he starts. All right, you and I are about to watch a genius professor silence his haters. Deculin is clearing exam questions one by one when a voice suddenly speaks up for question 6. The question I have one. Adrian Me can't hide her intense curiosity as she stands up and raises her hand as high as she can. She points a finger forward and delivers her inquiry. Based on what you just said, Professor, I have something to ask. If we distinguish between pure elements and types, suddenly a glowing magic circle manifests, radiating a brilliant blinding light. Adrian Me finishes her thought. For question 6, how should we combine elements to create the most optimal destructive magic possible? Before answering the question, he lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Oh, even the academy director is here. Well, that makes sense. She is famous for her mischievous nature, after all. Given Deculane's past reputation, it is no wonder people suspect a ghostwriter. Maybe I will play along with this game for a bit. Now watch this. The moment he shows everyone why he is the master here, Decoline points forward, manifesting a massive glowing blue magic circle filled with ancient, intricate runes that absolutely stuns Adrian. After finishing his demonstration, he addresses Adrian Me's lingering doubt and answers her question. Just add a core circuit in a linear form like this. She looks completely stunned, but manages to respond. What? All right. Thank you, Professor. Adrian Me keeps digging with more questions, but his vast knowledge answers them all instantly. Under the frustrated glares of the other mages, Adrian Me finally goes silent. Only 10 minutes left. Since the Culin gave her most of his time, he has to make a final decision. Regarding the questions, too much time has been wasted, so I will skip the final one. Suddenly, another hand shoots up from the distance. Did you really come up with question 8 all by yourself? Rina is questioning the very authenticity of the exam and demands the truth. Sensing her implication, Decolane's gaze turns ice cold. Rina, please clarify exactly what you are trying to say. Rina doesn't back down, asking him directly without any hesitation. Like I said, are you truly the one who thought of and wrote question 8? That is what I need to know. The room erupts in chaos. What, wait, what's happening? Is she saying he hired someone else to write it? Is this for real? Facing Rina's interrogation, Dekulin remains perfectly calm as he prepares to clear the air. Taking inspiration from others is common. However, he suddenly pauses. You and I can see it now, that is pure, undeniable talent on display. Brilliant streaks of light fill the hall, proving his genius once and for all. Dekulin gives them a spectacular show. This entire work belongs to me. Everyone is left wide eyed and speechless at the beauty of his creation. It's amazing. He emphasizes again, I just improvised this on the spot. So it's completely different from the actual exam. He then shifts his gaze toward Rena. After his performance, Dekulin's face hardens as he asks for her opinion. Is that a sufficient answer for you, Professor Rena? She is fuming with rage, but can only grit her teeth, unable to argue. With nothing left to discuss with them, Dekulin ends the lecture. The class is dismissed. A system notification pops up, event quest complete. Mana increased by 30. Dekulane walks down the hallway with a hint of unease. In the original story, Dekulane and Raina had a terrible relationship. Today went smoothly, but I fear trouble is coming soon. Truly, Dekulin is always surrounded by a mountain of problems. Suddenly, the silhouette of a girl up ahead causes Dekulin to stop in his tracks. Just looking at her, a strange sense of familiarity washes over him. Who is she? Even I recognize that face. Suddenly, the girl turns around to look at Declan with an expression so serious it's like the world is ending. He's confused. What is with that grumpy look? The two stand face to face, and the atmosphere becomes incredibly tense. Seeing that look of pure contempt directed at him, Declan suddenly realizes, now I remember, she was likely his university classmate. Despite her bewildered look, he politely reaches out his hand. It has been a long time, Charlotte. She can't understand why he's being so friendly and questions him immediately. What's going on, Deculain? I didn't think we were close enough to be on a first name basis. He asks a single question that makes Charlotte jump. Is Princess Maho doing well? I don't care how close they are. I really don't care about that. What matters is that the Princess Charlotte is protecting Maho, is nearing her final breath, a massive turning point in this game. Many named characters will live or die as new events unfold, and the one character who must survive is Maho. She is one of the characters I helped create during the game's development. And trust me, we are just getting started as she becomes the key symbol of justice in the main quest. Alright, you and I are diving into the life of Charlotte, a girl whose royal bloodline makes her a walking political nightmare. A tragic princess, shadowed by death wherever she goes. For now, she is hiding in plain sight within the Empire as a student. But the moment the Emperor passes away, her protection vanishes. She will be forced out and hunted by everyone. Even though Dion Killian means well, his sharp tongue makes every word feel like a stinging rebuke to her. Suddenly, he holds out a glowing white orb. Before she can misunderstand his intentions, Dion quickly explains himself. Do not get worked up. I'm just tossing a lifeline to an old classmate who is walking straight into a death trap. After hearing those blunt words from Dion, Charlotte stands there, completely frozen in place for 5 whole seconds. She takes the communication crystal as he adds, if you change your mind and call me, I will help you. Those words from Dion Killian continue to echo loudly in the back of her mind, refusing to let her go. Back then, Charlotte had snapped at him. You expect me to beg for help from someone like you, dream on. Now pay attention here, Dion is not sugarcoating anything. He tells her straight that time has already run out for her. But if you still refuse, fine. It is your choice. Charlotte is left in a total state of confusion and doubt. She lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out, Charlotte, you do not look so good. Princess Maho appears looking incredibly gentle and kind. Not wanting her to worry, Charlotte tries to act calm and collected. Maho is truly concerned and warns her friend, I understand the situation, so do not try to carry this burden alone. Soon my brothers will send their subordinates to either use me or eliminate me, all for the sake of the throne. It is exhausting. I used studying as an excuse to run to the empire, hoping it would be a place to live. I felt safe here, but the next emperor will not tolerate any chaos. I have to leave as soon as possible. Thinking it over, Charlotte realizes Maho is right. All she can do is nod and agree with her. Maho looks at her and gives a relieved smile. Then she suddenly points to a small suitcase she is carrying. Charlotte, this is every single coin I have managed to save up until now. Charlotte can hardly believe her eyes. But why give this to me? Maho prepared the money specifically because she feared Charlotte would run into trouble. I know you do not have enough to hire mercenaries for the journey back. Charlotte awkwardly tries to turn it down. No, princess, I will manage somehow. Please, you must take this money back for yourself. Maho insists on sharing the burden. This is for everyone, so it is not a waste at all. Do not be stubborn. Faced with Maho's overwhelming kindness, Charlotte can no longer find the heart to refuse her help. I understand, princess. It is embarrassing, but I will use this to hire the best mercenaries I can find. No matter what danger comes, I, Charlotte, will protect you. Suddenly, she senses someone watching them. Charlotte flings the door open to catch the intruder, but they are already running away as fast as they can. You feel that chill, right? Even without seeing a face, Charlotte knows the danger is moving faster than she anticipated. Without help, things look grim. As night falls, silence finally settles over the world, but one office light stays on. As Jeriel walks past Dion Killian, she cannot help but throw a bit of shade his way. You are reading quite a lot lately. I thought you hated books. Hey, at least give me an answer. I heard you gave a lecture at the floating island and even got paid for it. Is that true? Dion knows exactly what she's after and shuts her down. Do not expect a single cent from me, Jeriel. I was not even asking for any anyway. An official letter arrived. The freshmen want a field trip at our territory. When Dion rejects her instantly, she gets annoyed. Come on, at least think about it for a second. Dion's memories of field trips are nothing but bad news, so he shuts the idea down once again. Field trips are unhygienic and a mess. I absolutely forbid it. Jeriel tries one last time to convince him. Just look at the letter. It is not for free. It is a chance to show off our magic tower to them. But once Dion decides, he never changes his mind. That is enough. Now get out of here, Jeriel. I just wanted you to take a look. Dion is not joking anymore. He glares and gives her a final warning. Seeing that terrifying expression on his face, Jeriel does not dare stay a moment longer. Fine, I get it. She storms out of the room in a bad mood. The atmosphere returns to its heavy, oppressive silence once more. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens when the white orb glows. All right, you and I are diving into a high stakes escape where one wrong move means instant death. I think it is time to leave as we are running out of time, so help me call her. And he agreed without hesitation. Fine, but will you follow my plan? Declan asked about the strategy before pulling out a map and explaining the specifics of their escape route to Charlotte. There is only one path for Princess Maho to escape. It looks dangerous, but that is exactly why it is the safest route. Charlotte immediately asked for the location, and Declan revealed the spot without any delay. Crevasse Canyon. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat at the name as she immediately expressed her deep concern about that terrifying place. What, that land is full of poison. Only you would suggest such a place, Declan. He frowned and emphasized, do you really think you can survive by taking the normal path? Trust me, Charlotte. We will make it through Crevasse Canyon. Now watch this place because it is literally nightmare fuel. It is a rugged canyon with demonic energy so thick it feels like a literal hell where actual demons appear. That is why no kingdom claims it, making it the only possible survival route for Princess Maho. If they can cross the crevasse canyon, reaching the Duchy of Urin will happen in the blink of an eye. Charlotte added, I cannot say I never considered that geographical advantage. But back then you probably did not expect Urin to join. Do not worry, I will personally lead the way. You will lead personally, he confirmed. That is right. But Charlotte was still uneasy, her heart filled with doubt and hesitation. She simply could not understand it and asked him, why go this far, Declan? This trip does not even benefit you or your family in any way. Declan then tried to find the right words to explain his reasoning to her. I am someone who lives for my territory. My wisdom and tactical sight are far superior to yours. What did you say? This guy is bragging again. He explained with a pensive look, I just want your princess to survive so she can bring benefits to my family and territory. It is just a deal, not kindness, so do not overthink it. Charlotte dropped her suspicions and asked about the plan, who is our contact. He had calculated everything carefully and finally revealed the secret details to her. Meet at the entrance of Kravas Canyon in 3 days. If you cannot even make it there, I will consider you unworthy of survival. Charlotte agreed with Declan. Fine, I just hope your abilities are actually as impressive as that big mouth of yours. Independent breakthrough mission. 4 shop coins rewarded, additional achievement bonuses unlocked. 3 days later, everyone at the mansion was completely stunned. Is this really? Heckin, yes, it is. Let us take a breath. This city looks amazing, but remember, it is all part of our main character's secret master plan. Heckin is a thriving tourist city with endless spots to eat and play, inspired by the most livable real world cities. Despite many requests to make it a picnic spot, Declan had always refused in the past. After getting his approval, Jeriel asked in confusion why the change of heart. You said no picnics allowed before. But this was all part of his plan. Hecken is near Crevasse Canyon. From here, it only takes 4 hours by horse to reach the meeting spot and sneak out. Suddenly, Declan turned around and asked where all the new students were staying. Jeriel reported the details. One floor of the Hecken Romang Star Hotel is booked with 4 people per room. Anyone who wants a private room pays themselves. Declan praised her. Jeriel, well done. As a professor of the Magic Tower and the Lord of Hecken, I have fulfilled my minimum duty to our guests. A picnic should be free. I will not interfere with your fun, but if you dare make the territory dirty, your life at the Magic Tower will be over. Everyone was stunned by his words. Then he spent his time preparing to turn Hecken into a future military outpost. Jeriel was always confident. How are our Hecken mages from the Magic Tower? No provincial mages can even compare to them, right? Declan thought to himself, by combining my vision and tycoon potential, I can clearly see the golden glow radiating from these capable mages. This girl gets a raise, but that guy is fired. He was shocked by the sudden news. What? Just like that, he managed his time perfectly, and before he knew it, it was already sunset. Sylvia stood silently watching her fireworks in the quiet space. In the sky, bright and colorful explosions never seemed to stop. Everyone was excited by the beautiful scene. Sylvia's work is truly beyond reproach. 10 points, those fireworks are gorgeous. 10 points. She stood with hands on her hips, confused. Why the professor assigned magic firework homework here? Ain agreed. It is true. Now you and I must see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving back in as Sylvia finishes her show and the professors announce Group E for their destruction and harmonization magic test. Before the professor can even finish her sentence, she's cut off. That's enough. Herene is left standing there completely stunned and confused by the sudden interruption. Redlon isn't in the mood to wait around any longer. He immediately demands they start telling them he doesn't need a long, boring explanation. Fire Hareen and her team slam their magic into the ground, and a second later, a massive, stunning display of fireworks erupts into the dark night sky. The other students can't help but stare in awe. Everyone is absolutely speechless at the beautiful display. It's gorgeous, and Group E did a great job, but Redlun isn't easily impressed and only gives them a mediocre average score for their efforts. 9 points because the sound was perfect. But then the professor next to him sighs and drops an even lower score, only 4 points. Seeing Hareen's disappointment, her teammate tries to comfort her. Don't worry about it. At least we finished the task right. But then Dekulin steps in and shocks everyone by giving them a perfect 10. He tells them their balance of destruction and harmonization magic was absolutely flawless. She's overcome with joy and can't even believe her ears. A 10. Did he really just give us a perfect score? The quiet night now covers everything in darkness. Under the bright moonlight, Dekulane stands alone, waiting for the right moment to act. He's fully prepared to kick off his secret plan. It's time to go. He wonders if Charlotte has made it to the destination safely. Now, pay attention, the person appearing before him isn't Charlotte, it's Hareen. She asks if he treats her this way because he feels guilty about something. Deculaine calmly asks Hareen why she's out here all by herself at this hour and tells her she should just go back home immediately. Her heart is a mess and she's desperate for an explanation. Please tell me, at the club and again today, why are you doing this? Why are you treating me like this? Does this have something to do with what happened to my father? Declan looks at Hareen with an annoyed expression before hopping onto his horse. Go find out for yourself. You aren't a whining child anymore. Hareen grinds her teeth in frustration when he refuses to give her an answer. Deculaine doesn't waste another second and quickly gallops away into the night. Hareen isn't giving up yet and screams after him. I'm going to apply for the professor's department, just you wait. I'll uncover everything about why my father committed suicide. I'll surpass you, Professor, and become even greater than you could ever imagine. Everything goes quiet once again. Deculaine is gone, leaving Hareen standing there all alone with her hurt feelings and resolve. Meanwhile, Deculaine is pushing his horse forward, riding hard toward his next destination. So, Herin wants to join my department. That's interesting, but I don't feel the destiny of a villain coming from her at all. I don't even know what the original Decollane did to her father. If it was truly an unforgivable sin, things will get complicated. The mana here is too strong. Let's head back to the stables. We'll continue tomorrow. I'll use the crystal ball to check if Charlotte and the others have arrived at the spot yet. Suddenly, a voice calls from behind, and Decollane turns around to see a familiar face. You've worked hard, he says with a sigh of relief. Charlotte did her absolute best to protect Maho and make sure they arrived safely at the meeting point just as they had planned. Now that everyone has finally gathered, they'll be able to depart on their journey very soon, just as they originally intended. Decollane bows respectfully to Maho and introduces himself. I am Decollane, the head professor of the Magic Tower at the Imperial University. From this moment on, I will guarantee a safe escape route for the princess. You can rest easy knowing I'm here to protect you. Maho is deeply grateful for his help, thank you. But before they leave, Decollane has a few important things they need to keep in mind. This journey couldn't have been easy. What's with your appearance? Charlotte tosses him a piece of paper and tells him to hold on to it. Here's where it gets serious. Decollane opens a note from some adventurers, and as he reads it over, his expression immediately turns cautious and wary. After finishing it, he folds the paper with pure rage. Disgusting, he mutters. They really don't know their place or their limits here. Seeing his reaction, Charlotte checks in on him. Are you okay? You look like you've seen something terrible. Degulin confirms he's fine and tells them to stay close. Let's move. Without any hesitation, they set off under the glow of the moonlight. Maho can't hide her curiosity and asks Charlotte what was written on that paper. Professor Decoulin looked really upset about it. Charlotte doesn't know how to answer at first, but she realizes she can't hide the truth from Maho. She decides to be completely honest. The note said there are 37 assassins chasing us along with a terrifying creature known as a Dianan. A Dianan. Maho asks for clarification, and Charlotte reveals more frightening details about what they are up against. That's right, it's a hybrid creature, half demon and half ghost. It's incredibly difficult to deal with using just physical force alone. It's also nearly impossible to destroy with regular magic, making it far more dangerous than the group of assassins. Maho is completely shocked. That's not all. She emphasizes that the Danon is actually a product of a dark contract, a contract Maho asks in confusion. Seeing how confused she is, Charlotte explains the dark reality behind the creature's existence to the princess. And that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you and I both know this journey is about to get incredibly dangerous. These enemies are using human sacrifices and dark magic just to hunt our group down. Alright, you and I are about to meet a man born to be king, but with a deadly twist. He comes from a legendary family of ancient exorcists, famous for hunting demons since the dawn of time. This bloodline gives him an insane edge against spirits, allowing him to purify the demonic energy around him and transform it into his own massive pool of magical power. Once the mana is purified, it jumps to tier 1 quality. Decollane leads the way, his eyes scanning every shadow as he feels the thick murderous intent hanging heavy in the air of this cursed place. This is the Gravas Rift, and it is not called the Den of Demons for no reason. The demonic aura is so thick you can feel it on your skin, making it hard for any normal person to even breathe. But for him, this is a massive advantage. Thanks to the surrounding darkness, his mana quality temporarily surges all the way up to tier 4. Mana quality is everything here, and a single tier of difference can decide exactly who lives and who dies in a duel. Power is split into 10 tiers. Most people sit at 9 or 10, while only those at tier 7 or higher can even dream of becoming knights. From tier 5, the numbers drop fast. Most famous figures on the continent are only at tier 3 or tier 4. Watch closely. Tier 1 is a legendary rank reserved only for the gods. Even Tier 2 only has 4 people like the Guardian Knight, Kifrit, and the Archmage Daemon. That is how elite we are talking. With his Tier 4 mana handling a creature like a Dianon is easy work, suddenly Charlotte starts grumbling from right behind him. She asks if he can move any faster, but he tells her that being slow and steady is the only way to survive this madness. He warns her to stay calm and keep the space because rushing in here could leave her corrupted by the demonic energy. Realizing he is right, she goes silent. But a moment later, she quickly turns around to check their surroundings. Maho is also trying to comfort her, telling Charlotte that everything will be fine and not to worry so much. The princess is truly kind. Even though she must be terrified, she still puts her subordinates first and tries to keep their spirits up. She vows never to let anyone get hurt, even if it means sacrificing her own life when danger strikes. Suddenly, Maho points ahead in a panic. A swarm of bats is diving toward them, and Charlotte immediately flips into her cold battle mode. They are finally here. The main character is confident in his skills and decides to take them all on by himself. He tells them he will handle it as sharp stone pillars erupt from the ground. His eyes glow with terrifying intensity. In the next second, he shows zero mercy and unleashes a massive preemptive strike on the entire swarm. The bats are trapped in his magic circle with nowhere to run. One by one, they are sliced apart by his razor sharp attacks. You saw that right? He wiped out the entire group in a single heartbeat without breaking a sweat. Once the threat is gone, he calmly turns back around. His allies are absolutely stunned by that display of overwhelming power. Professor Deculane is truly on another level. That was absolutely extraordinary. Despite the wind, danger still lurks in the shadows. He keeps a cool head ready for whatever crawls out next. Right on cue, another savage monster lunges straight toward the group. The others wonder why these annoying creatures keep coming, but the real threat has not even shown up yet. Suddenly, the Kulin spots something. He tells the intruder they lack manners, warning them that if they step any closer, he will tear them apart right there. Maho has questions she is too afraid to ask, while Dekulane remains silent and continues marching straight into the unknown. His steady footsteps echo across the cold, hard ground. An ambush is waiting for them. The enemy laughs, calling him clever, but doomed, asking if he realizes his life is about to end. Sensing the situation is getting dangerous, Dekulane orders Charlotte to take the princess and head for the Urin kingdom immediately. She is shocked and asks for clarification, but he is just trying to keep her safe by playing with her emotions. Are you just pretending to be worried right now? He knows she will not listen, so he tells her to just turn around and look at what is coming. A group of dangerous men in black appears before them, but in an instant, a massive explosion fills the area with white smoke. They never expected him to strike first, and the blast leaves every single one of them injured and reeling. After showing her exactly what he can do, he asks her if she has made a decision yet. Her only job is to get out of here fast. Charlotte thinks it over and finally agrees to follow his lead. They head out, but Maho suddenly yells for her to look. Charlotte turns and is completely frozen by the sight. A powerful and eerie demonic energy is rising right in front of their very eyes. A shadow figure emerges as they are surrounded on all sides. And that is where we leave them. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. What the heck, a Dianon stick with me, because even with this monster appearing, the Kulain's original plan stays exactly the same as before. Take the princess straight to the kingdom. But Professor, staying here all by yourself is way too dangerous. He quickly calms her down. I will be the one to finish this. His ally also vows to stay and clear the path for them. Lady Charlotte, I will support you. Get to safety now. Charlotte stands frozen, her mind a chaotic mess of psychological struggle. If you are still worried, do not hesitate here. Once the princess gains power, you can just help the Yuklin family later on. I will send a few more guards to escort you. Now get moving. Charlotte grits her teeth in sheer frustration. Deep down, she really hates leaving him behind, but she eventually chooses to take Maho and run to split the enemy's attention, hoping to meet him again in Yurin. Meanwhile, the enemies refuse to let them go. Chase them down, don't let them escape. Let's see how far that foolish woman can actually run. Dekulane is also determined to make sure this monster does not get to run wild anymore. You should worry about yourself first. The Dianon mocks him, still acting incredibly arrogant. Arrogant mage, this body cannot be killed by mere steel. Magic is useless too, as your spells will just scatter into the dark energy of this abyss. A powerful, overwhelming aura explodes around the monster. Now watch closely with me as Dekulin stays perfectly calm and begins a quick analysis before he strikes. So confident, aren't we? He is right though, normal physical hits and standard magic won't even scratch a monster like a Dainon. It is practically non-physical and magic is weak here. But actually I have the home field advantage in this place. Not only is my magic quality rising, but even my mana recovery speed is massively boosted right now. I have already applied the Midas hand to the wood steel while we were moving. The Dinon is still way too cocky, just standing there looking down on him. The Kulain sees the opening and strikes instantly while it is off guard. Right at this moment, a massive stone projectile screams through the air, heading straight for the Dianon with incredible force. A brilliant blue light slices right through the Dianon's body, but that was just the beginning. The Kulain has way more in store for him. Before it can react, an even stronger light erupts, literally tearing the Dianon's physical form into pieces. The monster is totally stunned, staring in shock because it could not react at all. It tries to fire back a blast of dark energy. Dekulin managed to create a barrier just in time to block it. Behind him, his ally is watching this with pure concern. Professor, that thing was cut in half, but it is still alive. Dekulin immediately tells him to calm down. Stop overreacting and just keep hitting the damn thing until it actually stays dead. He isn't flinching at all, summoning more massive stones as he levels his staff to prepare for a devastating next move. Glowing blue stones fill the air, raining down on the monster like a deadly meteor shower. The Dianan was acting all tough before, but now it is completely frozen in pure shock. He has created an attack matrix from every direction, leaving the beast with absolutely no place to hide. His ally is speechless at Dekulane's performance. No matter how tough a Dinon is in his hands, it is just a bug. Now let's check on Charlotte. She has successfully ditched the pursuers and protected Maho with some decisive action. She rushes over to Maho immediately to check on her. Are you okay, Your Highness? Even though she looks pale, she manages to force a smile. Aside from feeling a bit nauseous, I am fine. But Charlotte knows something is wrong. Those are early signs of miasma, poisoning. We are almost out, just hang on a bit longer. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind them. It is Giran, the Minister of Internal Affairs and Maho's uncle. Maho recognizes him and runs into his arms. Forgive me, for I could only wait for you both here. It is okay, I understand everything. Honestly, I'm just thankful. Kiran then notices Charlotte's presence and asks who she is. I am Charlotte. I see Lady Charlotte. Thank you for escorting Maho all the way back to us. Charlotte does not take all the credit. It was not just me, there were others who helped us too. She turns around and looks back into the distance. Minister, please let us stay here and wait for our friends for a moment. He agrees to stay with them. Very well. And so they do not leave waiting for Deculane's group until the sun sets. But even as the sun dips below the horizon, nobody appears. At this point, Maho is starting to feel quite worried. Is the professor going to be okay? Charlotte feels a deep sense of gratitude. He really protected the princess just like he promised. Since they have waited too long, Kiran says they must leave. They start walking forward, but their eyes are glued to the back. Suddenly, Charlotte and Maho freeze in shock. Dekulane is standing right there in front of them, safe and sound. Did you really make it to safety? Both of them survived and arrived here just as promised. And trust me, you and I can both feel the relief as they finally reunite in this emotional moment. Alright, stick with me because our cold main character is about to prove why he is on another level. Even without rest, he is already moving out. No need, the job is done. Even though Charlotte wants to stop him, his firm attitude makes her take a step back. Charlotte tries to speak, but her throat feels tight and the words just will not come out. At first, I thought he was just causing trouble, but Dekulane actually worked hard to save the princess and me. He faced danger alone. I have to thank him properly. Just then, Charlotte calls out and reaches her hand toward the departing professor. Putting aside their past grudges, Charlotte is now truly grateful to him. She says thank you, but the Koolian just turns away with a cold look. Enough, look at yourself, you clearly have not bathed yet. I am not shaking your hand. Facing that harsh rejection, Charlotte clenches her fists in pure frustration. Under the setting sun, Dekulane leaves without waiting for any praise from them. They cannot just let their savior leave like that. They call out to him one last time. Be careful, I will definitely repay this debt. Thank you so much, Professor. Deculane's face remains totally blank. He gives them a final wave goodbye before turning and continuing his journey forward on his own path. Mission complete. Main plot progress plus 4 store points and 30 mana gained. That night, Charlotte was summoned by the Minister Giran. Good, come in. She slowly enters his office and takes a seat exactly where Giran points. Her mind is racing with curiosity. What is he going to say? Is it possible even the Aran Dukedom will not accept us anymore? Or is there some kinds of plot? If he wanted to hurt us, he had plenty of chances since our very first meeting. Once they are both settled, Giran finally breaks the silence and calls her name. Before saying this, Giran warns her to stay calm. Now pay attention to this reveal because it changes everything. The Archduke wants the princess to be his official successor. After hearing that, Charlotte's eyes go wide with pure shock. She cannot believe her ears. Everything goes quiet as she processes the news. What are you saying? The princess can actually inherit the dukedom? Giran confirms it. Exactly. The Archduke has likely been planning this since before the letter from Maho arrived. It seems he always had this intention. His own nephew is just not trustworthy enough. For now, this is a top secret only between the Archduke, you, and me. Charlotte still cannot believe this is real. Is something like this really possible? Just moments ago, I was worried she would die over an inheritance. A weak princess with nothing, and now she is the successor. Everything is moving so fast. Suddenly, a specific memory flashes through Charlotte's mind. She urgently asks if anyone else knows. Kiran shakes his head and asks what she is talking about. That is impossible. Even I only heard this news from the Duke a few minutes ago. Her voice drops to a whisper as she realizes the truth. It all goes back to the words he said before. We cannot rely entirely on human predictions. People cannot repeat something perfectly every single time. One time is a coincidence, but when it happens over and over, Charlotte begins to question everything. What is he exactly? It is like you and I are watching someone who already knew every single detail before it happened. I am a career politician with more vision and wisdom than you, yet he calculated every single move. To predict this result, the man is not just a genius, he is a monster. The image of Decoulain walking away into the sunset is now permanently burned into Charlotte's mind. She cannot help but smile. She wonders if he made it back home safely. It is early morning at the mansion. Soft light from the new day begins to filter through the windows of his room. Decoulain slowly opens his eyes after a long sleep. He sits up and realizes he only slept for 2 hours. The sun is not even fully up yet. His steel physique clears his fatigue after only a short rest, even though yesterday was far from normal. My body is fully recovered and forcing me out of bed. I should probably start training my psychokinesis. While deciding how to start his day, Dekulin suddenly pauses for a moment. He looks up with a hint of regret. If only I had lived like this sooner, waking up and immediately training over and over. No rest. Constantly finding weaknesses, fixing them, and moving forward. He developed this routine because of constant danger, but even this is not enough. A habit of persistence, a competitive nature, and an unbreakable will. These qualities are what make his life so efficient. If only he had lived this way before. Memories of his past life in the real world resurface. Do you have anything else to say? She just shook her head and walked out. No, I am leaving now. He just stood there, scratching his head. The door slammed shut, ending everything between them right then and there. If I lived like this as Kimujin, she might not have left. He decides he needs one more nap. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are about to see how this steel physique is actually a total curse. For someone like me, being stuck in this game 22 hours a day is just exhausting. The scene shifts to the crowded station. People chat by the long train, sad to be leaving already. They talk about visiting family while a group nearby watches them from the shadows. They are mages from the academy returning from vacation, and I want to see them too. Yuria suddenly steps forward and asks why they even have to hide from Ganesa. She laughs it off, saying they are just avoiding the crowd, but her eyes say something else. It is suspicious. Ganesa is still watching those mages with a very sharp, judging gaze. Suddenly, she spots a familiar face. Now, pay attention because seeing him here changes everything. People say he has changed and being seen together is risky, but his face is just too handsome. Yuria hates hiding in corners and steps out. Even with the crowd, this alley feels much worse. Deculin's attention is caught by a voice, and he looks up to see her standing right there. Ganesa's heart sinks. They have been caught red handed by him. He saw them, but Yuria's blank expression is even more shocking. What is going on here? Yuria just stares at him, lost. Deculin memories of him from the real world suddenly flood back. It feels like it was just yesterday. A strange, familiar feeling rises deep within her heart. Once they were side by side, sharing days filled with nothing but laughter and true happiness. Tears begin to blur her vision, and she cannot understand why these intimate moments are flashing back. That smile of his, bright as the sun, is still burned into the back of her mind. But he is just a character in a game, so why does she miss him this much? Standing there at the station, he looks exactly like the person she could never truly forget. They lock eyes for a long moment, and that is where the first season finally ends. Stick with me because the season 2 starts right now, and you can feel the tension in the air. Only the faint scent of flowers remains in the heavy silence between them. They stare at each other with complex emotions until a sudden noise finally breaks the strange spell. Deculin snaps back to reality, feeling foolish for overthinking a moment with a mere game character. Yuria tries to shake off those rising feelings. She needs to stay awake and stay focused. It is just Deculin. She stretches and walks away while Ganesa remains hidden in that dark alleyway. She looks away from Yuria and watches Deculin strictly scolding two female students nearby. If you carry food and drop it on the ground, you will lose merit points. She peeks out cautiously. He definitely saw her, but why did he not say a single word? Did he really change? Days later, Gerald is shaking with fear while Deculin remains perfectly calm. He sees her trembling and sighs, "Calm down, Gerald, there is no need to shake like that." But we are going to see the new emperor. Not being nervous would be the weird part. During the coronation ceremony, we just need to bow since it is not a formal meeting. Take this and do not overreact. It is a prediction based on the next emperor's tendencies. Use it to help you manage the territory. 12 days ago, the previous emperor finally passed away. Since the main quest is about to accelerate, I have written down all the major future events. Gerald reads it and thinks he is just showing off his ego again. Stop acting like a genius. Deculain ignores her mockery and warns her to take the job seriously. After entering the palace gates, a knight leads them both to their assigned seats. The Ukulin family sits this way. Gerald looks around amazed by how many people are here. As they walk, he suddenly stops. Standing right there before him is a very familiar face, Julie. Sensing his gaze, she stops to look back. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. He bows back politely, but inside he wonders if they are still struggling with Peron. A horn blares, making them turn to see a lavish carriage pulling up to the red carpet. Petals fill the air. Stick with me, because this luxurious entrance is where everything begins. A pale foot steps out wearing a shimmering gold high heel that catches the light. Then comes a deep red cloak rustling softly with every step Sopian takes toward the crowd. As she gets closer, the atmosphere grows heavy with a mixture of respect and absolute silence. Every stride toward the throne is packed with a powerful pressure that makes her cloak flutter. The Pope approaches with the crown, placing it on the head of the brand new emperor. Drums thunder across the square as the people erupt in cheers for their new sovereign. Sopian the Eighth is officially crowned, but instead of pride, she just lets out a yawn. Hearing that yawn, Gerald looks up in total shock and stammers, "Are you yawning?" Despite reaching the absolute peak of power, the young Emperor Sopian feels nothing but pure boredom. It is all because of her insane talent. She is a natural genius who masters everything. She could be the ultimate knight or a legendary mage. She is basically a cheat code. But when everything is this easy, nothing can actually keep her interested for long. Dion knows this because of his past life memories, but there is a bigger reason. Suddenly, massive pressure crushes down. Now, watch this. His pupils shrink from the sheer weight of it. He looks around frantically wondering who could be staring at him with such a terrifying gaze. That murderous pressure is coming from the top, the person sitting on the supreme throne herself. Others think she is scanning the crowd, but Dion knows for a fact she is targeting him. But why is she looking at him with those eyes? Her gaze is sharp and dripping with enough bloodlust to make Dion feel physically trapped. After the ceremony, Sopian retreats to her room, fiddling with a chess piece in total annoyance. She complains that it was boring and actually hoped for an assassination attempt to happen. Her knight stays silent, which only makes the bored emperor ramble on even more. She brings up Daeon asking her knight if he remembers that interesting guy from the tower. She says he caused a stir with his results, but when they met, something felt off. Caron thinks it is normal since everyone knows her, but Sopian knows it is much deeper. She immediately fires back, telling him that this man was unlike anyone she had ever met. He was judging her, and even when he felt her killing intent, his eyes never wavered. You and I can see she's hooked. She finally found someone who feels like her. Karen is used to her eccentric behavior by now and just gives a very dry response. Sopian stands up slowly, a devious and calculating glint finally appearing in her bored eyes. She decides it is time to do her duty and start with some long overdue royal business. The scene shifts to the academy where our main character Dion is currently working his job. He walks gracefully with his lesson plans while Alan struggles to carry a mountain of supplies. Looking around at the school, Dion cannot help but feel a deep sense of total annoyance. He complains that the students are still as foolish as ever, even in this new term. When they reach the office, they find a massive crowd of students just standing around outside. Alan is confused, wondering why so many people are gathered in front of the office. Dion has no idea, so they step inside to see what the big commotion is about. Charon and three knights are waiting for him, and though Dion looks calm, he is panicking. He sees the royal crest and wonders why the palace is suddenly looking for him. Charon wastes no time and begins reading the official decree from the new emperor herself. Dion and Alan kneel immediately, and trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to see how a royal decree flips this entire world upside down. It summons the Magic Tower's head to discuss magic with the emperor. Deacolin has been selected as a prime candidate for the royal tutor position. He is the one meant to teach the Emperor magic. But first, he must solve a challenge prepared by the court mage George to prove his worth and absolute capability. This command from Sephen leaves Deacolin stunned, his calm mask finally cracking. Inside, he is screaming, "The Emperor actually chose me." It is a long standing imperial tradition. For 1 year after their coronation, the Emperor must learn about the outside world from chosen experts. Knights, mages, and scholars are handpicked to provide instruction, but only after they pass their own rigorous evaluations and tests. While processing all of this, Carol finally reaches the very last line of the official imperial decree. Deacolin von Grahan has been officially shortlisted as the candidate for the magic tutor who will teach Her Majesty. To prove your worth, you are tasked with solving the magic circle problem prepared by the royal mage George. He searches his memories for any info on this event, but realizes that in the original story, Deacolin was never chosen. This realization sparks a deep interest. The Emperor chose me. I do not remember this ever happening in the past life. How fascinating. Normally, I would not even care, but if destiny is knocking at my door, there is no reason to refuse. Besides, royal missions always come with massive rewards. Plus, I can finally figure out why Sephen has been watching me so closely. Carol, acting with formal politeness, asks him one more time, "Are you really going to attempt this?" Now pay attention because Declan is about to walk straight into the lion's den to uncover why he was chosen. He takes the paper. That was it. But before leaving the room, the knight cannot help but turn back and take one last look at him. He recalls the person who gave him this problem and remembers the specific warning that George had left for them. Solving this should take at least one full day, maybe even three. Lord Jorge guaranteed that it would not be an easy task. He wonders how long the famous declan will last. While he expects a long struggle, the professor is already performing an impossible miracle. In just a few short minutes, the entire complex problem has already been completely solved. The solution causes a brilliant light to fill the room. Even after cracking such a terrifyingly difficult puzzle, his face remains cold and indifferent. As soon as he finishes, an image of George appears, offering a pre recorded message of sincere praise and congratulations. Congratulations, Mage. I am Jay from the Royal Palace. Your talent will be judged by the time it took to solve this. Solving this within one day is considered fast. Hearing this, the knight almost cannot believe his own ears or eyes. My god, you have finished it already, Declan's voice rings out, completely devoid of any emotion or pride. Yes, it was quite difficult. I only succeeded because I have been studying ancient runes lately. I suppose I was just lucky. Even after his humble explanation, everyone feels that this is supernatural. Still, how is this possible? It is truly incredible. You and I both know he is cheating a bit here since he literally created the runic language of this world. These runic characters in the test are an ancient script found only in old carvings, but for me they are nothing special. I was the designer who finalized this runic font. Combined with my current knowledge and comprehension, this level of difficulty is easy. Sensing a heavy gaze, he turns his head to look back at Carol, who is standing there in total shock. In that moment, the look in the knight's eyes changes completely. He hands over the official letter to Dickeline von Grahan Yukin. This is the formal invitation from the royal palace. You have been chosen. Dickeline accepts it with a polite thank you. Back at the palace, the knight immediately reports what happened. Safin is visibly startled. Solved in 5 minutes, she asks. Yes. Realizing how powerful he truly is, she lowers her voice and makes her final definitive choice. Then there is no need to look any further. We choose Dickeline. But Carol disagrees, suggesting they should observe him more. This annoys her greatly, and she immediately fires back. What is there left to observe at this point? He solved George's legendary puzzle in just 5 minutes. That is more than enough proof of his talent. Seeing Carol's stubbornness makes Safen lose her patience. She tries to prove Diquelan is the absolute best candidate. You have always been biased toward Rena over Dikele, but that mage took 4 whole hours to solve the same problem. Usually that would still be considered excellent work, but the gap between them is just too wide to ignore. Carol listens and realizes she thinks he is being unfair. He quickly tries to explain his actual concerns. Your Majesty, my support for Rena is not personal. Professor Dikeline has too many dark rumors. A perfect mage fits the palace better. His rigid attitude makes her exhausted. Savin looks at him with a firm, cold gaze and delivers her final order. So the choice is made. Trust me, you're going to want to see the chaos he stirs up in that palace as the tutor. All right, you and I are about to witness a scene where she stands her ground, leaving him with no choice but to obey. To shift the direction of their talk, she brings up another matter that has been causing her a real headache. Rugidan, the man assigned to test the tutor knights, was injured. Karen quietly confirms that Vice Commander Yak is currently recovering. She looks over the list and asks if the selection is stalled because no other suitable candidates can be found. Colon wants to find someone quickly, but a position this important requires them to move with extreme caution and care. As Zephan mutters about finding a fit, she suddenly shouts out that she has come up with a brilliant idea. Khan is ordered to act immediately, but seeing that look in her eyes, Karen feels a deep sense of dread rising. July's knights watch her training like a madwoman in the yard, whispering to each other about her pushing herself too far. She is clearly still not fully recovered, but at the very least, she is finally able to grip a sword again. They feared she would collapse before this, and they still worry if she is truly fit for a real battle yet. The only thing that could possibly restore Commander July's fighting spirit is finally finding the truth they have been seeking. They believe they found Baron's body, but since it is a steep cliffside, the search will be incredibly difficult. Just then, a knight rushes over looking completely panicked, shouting for her with a sense of extreme and desperate urgency. Now pay attention to her expression, they are too far to hear the words. But July's face instantly fills with total shock. Karen's commanding voice echoes through the estate as he calls her full name Yuli Vonda Freden with great and heavy solemnity. You have been officially selected as a candidate to teach swordplay to the Majesty as a Royal Knight tutor. Pass the evaluation to prove your strength. July accepts the royal command with a sharp, disciplined, and very serious salute. The scene shifts to a desolate place where July walks slowly through a relentless and biting snowstorm toward a small cabin. She reaches the door and steps inside, where the voice of a man immediately rings out to greet her arrival. Long time no see, July. She freezes, then politely bows to the senior knights who are already gathered in the room. The blonde knight sees her and offers a friendly smile, saying he knew she would definitely be one of the candidates. He tells her to sit and relax, wondering if this group test will feel just like an old academy project. Wu glares at him coldly, warning that he will not be showing mercy to anyone, so everyone should stay ready. The massive knight from the Saint Star squad also speaks up now, his voice coming out in a deep rumble. Everyone from the strength squad is prepared for this. After that, the conversation dies out and the room falls dead silent. Hearing a noise, July turns her head toward the door, feeling incredibly curious about who will actually be judging them. Since Vice Commander Yak is injured and cannot attend, who will come, Ryan answers indifferently that he has no idea. Suddenly, the door creaks open just a tiny crack, and cold snowflakes begin to swirl and fly into the warm room. July waits for the examiner to enter, and her eyes widen in pure disbelief when she sees a pair of elegant boots. Diego walks inside with snow dusting his shoulders, taking off his hat to greet every single person in the room. Greetings, I am Deacle, and I will be acting as the temporary examiner for this night tutor selection. Everyone is stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock. As Deacle walks past July, his gaze lingers on her for a moment. I know what you are thinking. A mage evaluating elite knights. This whole situation is getting weirder by the second. July is lost in confusion. Why is he here? What kind of scheme is Deacle trying to pull off this time? Ryan turns rude immediately, shouting that a mere mage could not possibly know the first thing about being a real knight. Deacle looks completely bored by the outburst and explains that he is simply here to perform his assigned duty. He admits he is a mage and not a knight, but he will follow every official instruction and guideline perfectly. He notes their displeasure at his appointment, but reminds them that as a royal tutor, he is more than qualified. Are you really going to doubt a direct mission that was personally given to me by the king? Hearing this, the knight can only grumble in suspicion. This guy was actually chosen as the royal tutor. The blonde knight smirks with pure contempt, asking if this test is even going to be fair for them. He warns Dikil not to show any favoritism, while July remains silent, focusing only on the chaos in her own mind. Diegil remains calm, stating he is only a judge. The final decision belongs to the king. The real test begins tomorrow, so you and I should get some rest too. The blonde knight scoffs and turns to lead the others away, saying they need to rest to keep their edge. Alright, you and I are about to see just how cruel a fair test can actually be. As the Kulain heads upstairs, the knight's bitter complaints still ring in his ears. Whatever he thought, he knew the Emperor would be the one to make the final decision anyway. He looked down into the empty space, silently acknowledging the harsh truth of what they were saying. They were right, this selection process was rigged from the very start, but not for the reasons they thought. I am here to make sure Yeriel fails. Outside, the biting wind finally died down, leaving the area in a heavy silence lit only by the faint glow from the house. The Kulin looked out of the window to observe the candidates. He noted that knights really do start sparring the moment they meet one another. Julie was giving it her all in the practice duel. Watching her shout with such spirit, a complicated emotion flickered in his eyes. Why would a mage who knows nothing of swordsmanship accept such an absurd way to choose knights? It was all for Yeriel. She must not enter the palace. Now watch closely, because there is only one reason he's doing this. He has to protect her from the monster lurking in the palace dungeons. Deculane's own personal death flag. The dark abyss of the Fredden family is something that Yeriel must never be allowed to see. Until that mirror shatters, I cannot let you reach the palace, Yeriel. Time passed quickly, and soon a brand new day began. As the first light dawned, their grueling exam finally started. Inside the house, de Kulin began explaining the details of the test. This first trial is designed to evaluate your powers of observation as well as your absolute persistence. This area produces rare items created from pure mana. I will assign each of you a specific object to find. Your mission is to bring it back. He pulled away the cloth covering the items, and a brilliant light radiated from within. As he handed the designated items to each of them, he continued his explanation. The item must be completely flawless without a single scratch. Also, I will not be moving from this spot. Are there any objections? Speak now or forever hold your peace. The blond man and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Julie and Raven did the same. Amidst the flickering firelight, the Culane made his final announcement. Good. Since you all agree your 24 hours start right now, immediately Julie charges out into the freezing snow to begin her search. Facing the brutal elements of this place, she tried to visualize every tiny detail of the object she needed to find. Her target was an ice flower, a transparent bloom found only on the treacherous cliffs of high snowy mountains. Growing in such harsh conditions makes harvesting difficult, but with 10 blooming and fading daily, it is not an impossible task. I know what you are thinking. Did the professor really come here just because the emperor ordered it? Trust me, there is more to it. Suddenly, seeing her target, she wanted to cheer. High above, a beautiful ice flower was blooming, and Julie was luckily very close. She successfully picked it and brought it back safely for Dekulin to inspect. He looked at the flower in total silence. To get a better look, he leaned in and narrowed his eyes. After his observation, he bluntly declared it a total failure. It is a failure. Julie is stunned, shouting out in disbelief, but he just crosses his arms and coldly repeats the rules. I clearly stated the item must be intact without a single scratch. Seeing her hard work rejected, Julie felt a wave of disappointment. No way. She flashed back to the moment she picked it and began to blame herself for being so careless. I was too reckless. I should have checked it more carefully before returning. I will go back and find another one. After another grueling search, Julie found a second ice flower. She slammed her hand against the frozen rock face to steady herself. Panting heavily after climbing the towering cliff, she stared at the flower. I found it, thank God. The snow made everything slippery and she nearly fell. Back at the house, Dekulin found a crack and immediately failed her again. Failed. The blonde candidate heard her getting rejected again and curiously asked if there were really that many defects. It seemed he had already found his item. He sat there with his mouth full of food, glancing back at her. Julie had pushed herself to the limit and was now starving. Her stomach growled loudly and wouldn't stop. Dekulane heard the noise and indifferently told her that food is only for those who either finish the task or quit. Do you want to give up? Knowing her personality, there was only one possible answer she would give him. No, I am going back out. The storm grew stronger, and while her armor helped against the cold, she was reaching her limit. Suddenly, a tiny flicker of light catches her wandering eyes. Julie gritted her teeth and looked toward the flower high up. To protect it from the wind, she used her own cloak. After trekking through the storm with an empty stomach, she finally made it back to the safety of the house. Tragically, this flower fails too. Her effort denied again, Julie finally snaps. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. No way, this cannot be. Stick with me as he reveals a tiny, devastating scratch on the delicate flower petal. Julie looks at the flower in pure shock. How is this possible? There was not a single scratch on it when she was outside. Why does it keep? A sharp cracking sound suddenly cuts her off. She looked past him toward the fire eyes locked on the flickering flames. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of realization flashes through her mind. Excitedly, she tells Deekilin that she is going back one more time. After figuring out how to save the ice flower, she turns and leaves. Deekilin sees that spark in her eyes. He purses his lips while watching her walk away to find another snowflower. Did you find a way, Jeriel? No matter what you do, you are still not going to pass this exam. Time flies by like a wild animal, and soon the dawn light chases the darkness away. Everyone gathers at the table, curious if she will actually return. Can Julie actually pull this off? The blonde guy is just as curious, staring outside without even blinking. I'm not sure time is almost up anyway, but speak of the devil, Julie returns with an excited tone. Judge, I have brought the ice flower back. Hearing her voice, the other three immediately cheer out in joy. There she is. D. Killen coldly tells her to come inside and bring it to him, but Julie refuses to enter. She begs him to step out of the wooden house. Please come out here. This time there will not be any mistakes. Since seeing the fire yesterday, she realized exactly why every flower she brought back ended up covered in scratches. We were all so foolish until now, failing to notice that the heat from the stove was damaging the ice flower. This must be the answer, but watch closely here because her desperate request is immediately shot down by D. Killen. No, I am definitely not moving from this spot. At this moment, innocent Julie finally realizes his true intentions. He never intended to let her pass from the start. Now he is just adding fuel to the fire. I even gave you a chance to object. It is your own fault for not observing the test conditions carefully. Julie does not argue and admits it was her mistake, but she refuses to give up right here. She bows her head and starts channeling her ice powers into the flower. This action leaves Deekillen absolutely horrified. Her energy is already drained, so using this power is a massive struggle. Cold mana begins to wrap around the cabin. Frost spreads across the building. Dee Killen looks at the frozen stove in shock, realizing she is covering the whole house in mana. In an instant, she completely wiped out all the heat inside the room. After freezing the whole place, Julie holds up the flower, convinced it worked. She painfully presents the flower to him. Even after all that, he still fails her. The mana affected the flower too, making it all a useless effort. Deep disappointment fills Julie's eyes. Resentment boils in her heart, but he stays cold, disqualifying her on the spot. You and I both knew this was coming, but seeing her end up in the infirmary like this still hits hard. Outside, everyone is talking about the situation. Is Julie sleeping? No, she actually fainted. Her body temperature dropped too low and she does not even have the strength to leave. This is just so unfair. I do not feel comfortable with this at all. Their voices reach his ears, but D. Killen pays them no mind. He is carefully thinking back to the strange image he witnessed earlier today. That was the first time I saw Julie's mana. Something was off. What exactly did I see with my sharp eyes? Damaged mana that is a wound deep inside her core. Injuries that deep in the core are rare. This definitely was not just some ordinary wound. Maybe it was from a serious life threatening injury. But a trauma like that is something even I did not know about. Can she even reach the peak of knighthood while carrying an abnormal condition like this? What the hell happened? The others are still discussing the unfairness of the test while feeling bad for Julie. It was too hard for her. An ice flower versus a stove. Honestly, nobody could have passed that. Her injury is stuck in his mind. T. Killen looks at the three people in front of him and speaks up. They are fellow knights, so they might know something. Has Julie ever been seriously injured before? The blonde guy is furious that he even asked, Hey, do you have a conscience? That was your fault. Do you not remember we were escorting her in Marek? Do not tell me the after effects are still haunting her now. Every word he says leaves D. Killen confused. What is he talking about? An escort mission? I had no idea. Trust me, you and I are about to uncover a hidden past from before the game even started. You and I are diving right into a heavy moment. A blond man turns to Raven, asking if Julie felt off during their duel. He recalls every single detail before finally answering. It seemed like she was intentionally holding back her mana. She used sword intent, but never let her mana explode at the same time. Hearing this, the blond man looks at Deculain in shock. Could that really be a side effect? Deculain stares at the injured Julie. Is it true? Once he confirms she is indeed hurt, he remains silent, not saying another word. Coldly, he orders everyone to return to their rooms. The second exam will continue once the first eliminated person leaves. By the time she prepares to go, the sun is already setting. Failing the test leaves her devastated. Julie lets out a heavy sigh just as the Culin appears, speaking in his signature icy tone. How unfortunate, Julie. Even though she knows he was being difficult, she stays calm and takes the blame herself. No, just as you said, an exam is an exam. It was my own negligence. I should have checked everything carefully before accepting the mission. Her sincere admission of fault leaves Deculain completely speechless for a moment. After a long pause, he speaks. Julie, before you go, I have one question. She looks up, asking if he is speaking as a judge. Yes. He looks down at the empty space below and gives an order. That promise I broke in the past. Pay attention here. The tension is about to snap. He asks her to repeat that old promise. He just wants to hear it one more time, even though she still hates him. A strange surge of emotion rises in Deculain's heart, making him doubt everything he thought he knew about himself. Is he holding her back to hear those words, or does he just want to keep her in front of him for a few seconds longer? Or maybe he is just looking for an excuse. The person he has become seems to have finally made peace with himself. Julie sighs, deciding to recount the story. It has been 6 months already. Where should I even begin? Back then, I received a letter from the Luna family. It was from the mother of a wizard under your command who had taken his own life. The letter detailed the evil things you had done. I asked for an explanation, but you just burned the evidence right in front of me. That moment was the final straw. It was the reason I decided to cancel our engagement for good. When Deculain heard her decision, the original owner of this body refused to accept it. The engagement cannot be cancelled. I will do as you say, so please forgive me. Julie continues, noting that only then did he promise to reveal the truth and apologize. But why ask now? What meaning does it even have? Deculain lowers his voice and takes full responsibility for his past sins. It was my fault from the very beginning. Everything back then was on me. However, that research is still ongoing. I am continuing the work that the wizard started. Naturally, he will be credited as the co-author of this research. Any profits will be shared to help restore his family. On the day this is published, I can finally offer him my apology. Seeing him finally admit his mistakes only makes Julie furious. Why didn't you just say that back then? Before she can even finish her sentence, Deculain cuts her off. I apologize for that as well. My only excuse is that the person I was back then is not the person standing before you now. His blunt words leave her stunned. Silence falls between them as a strange, heavy atmosphere begins to fill the air. You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, think again. Dekulane speaks first, Julie, from now on, I will try not to love you. Ignoring her shocked expression, he continues, from this moment on, we will both walk our own separate paths. I will handle my own feelings so they aren't a burden to you. One day I will succeed. His strange behavior leaves her confused. Dekulane hides the misery in his eyes, turns away, and leaves her with one last comforting thought. You worked hard today, Julie. Please be careful on your way home. Walking away, Julie cannot stop thinking about his words. I will try not to love you. She smiles, part skeptical and part hopeful. Is he really starting to change? Dekulane returns to his room. He stands by the window watching Julie as she slowly walks out of sight. As he watches her leave, one question begins to haunt his mind. Despite his iron will, is loving Julie, something he simply cannot escape. 3 days later, all of the selection evaluations are finally complete and verified. 4 knights representing this era are confirmed as the instructors for the royal palace. Dekulane reads the newspaper headline and finds the whole thing absolutely ridiculous. After struggling to pick Raven, they ended up selecting all 4 of them anyway. But as for the wizard tutors, one specific detail on the list catches his eye. The name printed on the list sends him into a deep state of contemplation. A herald announces his arrival in a high pitched voice as Dekulin von Graim Yuklane enters the palace and bows before the queen. You and I just saw a huge shift. As she yawns, that shrill voice echoes through the hall once again. All right, you and I are diving back into the world of a villain who actually means business. Working with Rena von Slot McQueen was something he never expected, especially becoming co tutors with her. Rena never had any good feelings toward Dekulin. Honestly, it had been a total relief not having to deal with her ever since that incident on the floating island. But things are about to get complicated. Rena kneels down beside him, stealing a secretive glance before crying out in shock, unable to believe they are meeting here of all places. Now, pay attention, we are heading back a few years to when the professor promotion evaluations were in full swing and a joyful voice echoed through the halls. Professor Renarfin brings the news with a massive grin. The position of head professor belongs to you, Rena, and you have all of our full support for this role. Redlin stands nearby, smiling like a peaceful Buddha. Even Maitreya seems to be in total agreement with him. I feel the exact same way about this promotion. Please give it your all. Then Riffin mentions Dakulin with a tone of pure disgust, saying if that arrogant professor also becomes a head professor, I simply could not stand it. Corina accepts the praise and well wishes from her supporters, offering a soft smile while thanking everyone for their kindness and belief in her abilities. Back then, the only real candidates for the head professor position were Dakulin and herself, making it a high stakes battle for power and prestige. Dekulin possessed incredible magic analysis skills and theory backed by the massive influence of his family name, making him a truly formidable and dangerous opponent. While she excelled in overall research achievements to keep the competition balanced and nobody liked him, personality differences aside, they all collectively hated Dekulin. She had far more professors supporting her than Dekulin did. She fully believed that the prestigious title of head professor at the Magic Tower would finally be hers. However, things did not go according to her plan. Driven by pure rage and frustration, she decided to seek out Dekulin to settle things once and for all. A cold wind blows as the last leaf finally falls. Suddenly, the sound of frantic running and urgent voices begins to echo through the long, quiet stone corridors. Hurry up, this is an emergency. This sudden rush of people leaves Rena feeling completely confused. She stops one of the staff members to find out what is happening. Wait a second. Why is everyone in such a hurry? When the person sees her, they seem to hesitate, unsure of how to deliver the devastating news. It turns out the Lord has been seriously injured. Constant screams fill the air until Rina feels like her head might split as one bad report after another arrives. Her brother's business is on the verge of total collapse. Every single one of his business partners has suddenly and unexpectedly cut ties and cancelled their contracts. Her sister had an accident and bandits invaded their lands. It all started with her father being wounded and losing his mana, followed by a domino of family disasters. You and I can see that answer is not exactly hard to find here. Without a second thought, the first person Rena suspects is the original Dekulin. Just thinking about him makes her hate him enough to wish he would just drop dead. I absolutely refuse to submit to someone like Dekulin. If I bow down to an evil person like him, my family will never be able to hold their heads up again. I keep telling myself I will overcome this. But on a day of heavy rain at the Reena mansion, her father finally spoke up, forcing her to make the most difficult choice of her entire life. Reena, I know how much that position means to you, but can you please just give it up? Our family is far more important than any title, my daughter. By the time she looked back, her entire family had already collapsed. There was no choice but to surrender. The family was not strong enough to resist his control. And on that dark, rainy day, she traveled to the Dekulin mansion. However, the gatekeepers refused to let her inside, repeatedly shouting at her to leave. No entries allowed. Please go away. She continued to beg in the rain. I have something I need to say. Please, just let me speak once. Leave immediately, Deikulin. Hearing her annoying calls, Deikulin looks out at her, making a scene outside. Rina, why are you causing such a loud and pathetic ruckus in front of my home? Rina clenches her jaw as if fighting a war within herself. She screams out in pure agony, I will give it all up. So please, just make it stop. Dikulin seems genuinely surprised by this. He stares at her in silence before letting out a cold scoff. Stop! Stop! Exactly what? I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. His words leave her stunned. Dakulin looks down at her with eyes that are colder than the rain. Since you came here so unexpectedly, I thought maybe you were here to apologize, but it seems like you have no intention of saying sorry at all. But your McQueen family has long received support from the Elaine family, yet despite surviving thanks to us, you behave like a completely ungrateful dog. Naturally, I believe I deserve a formal apology. Hearing him insult her family like that makes her freeze in place. A massive wave of hatred begins to rise up like a tide deep within Rena's heart. In her eyes, there is nothing left but absolute resentment and curses that no normal person could ever imagine. I was naive enough to think that giving up on my dreams would finally end this nightmare. But that devil Dekulin even demanded an apology from the very person whose life he had almost completely destroyed. Rena's silence leaves him feeling quite confused. No matter how much she hates him, facing the ruin of her family, Rena has to cast everything aside to beg for mercy. She kneels down in total humiliation. I am so sorry, I admit to all of my mistakes. I have no other choice left, and no matter how shameful this is, I must protect my family. Dekulin looks down at her kneeling pathetically on the wet ground, and then he coldly delivers an incredibly harsh and cruel observation. What a lowly and pathetic creature you are! Without a single shred of mercy or pity, he steps down with full force right onto Rena's thigh. And that is where we leave it, a brutal reminder of just how heartless this man can be. In his eyes, there is only pure contempt. All right, you and I are about to meet a villain who treats everyone like dirt. A lowly insect from a family with no history dares to crawl here. Know your place. You're disgusting. Get lost. If you still want to see your family name restored, then never let me see that cursed face of yours ever again. As she was ordered to leave a stain of humiliation and an unerasable wound formed on Rena's pride. In the pouring rain, her tears fell without end. But back in the present, Raina is purely focused on getting her revenge. I have never forgotten that day. This time I will not lose. The shame I suffered back then, I will return it 10 times over. The next day, hushed discussions echoed throughout the academy. Was that story actually true? They say she suddenly vanished. Of course, that can't be true. But I mean, did Professor de Cullen really do something that terrible to her? As de Cullen approached, the gossip turned into hushed whispers. What really happened to make Rena disappear like that? Even though her disappearance was linked to him, de Cullen wasn't bothered at all. He just kept on with his teaching. In this world, magical disasters happen mana, storms, fire, rain, bone dust, and many other strange phenomena. But if you are a true mage, you shouldn't just look at these as simple tragedies. Because every single one of those events is actually a combination of pure raw elements. On the outside, he looks indifferent, but Decoulain is actually quite bothered. Raina's disappearance makes his skin crawl like needles. Everyone is staring at him, but pay attention here. He finds dealing with these immature kids much easier than the alternative, specifically Sylvia and Ephraim. One calls him arrogant out of nowhere, leaving him completely confused by the sudden remark. What was that about? Dekulane continues his lecture, acting like he doesn't have a single worry in the world. It means even the things around us can be seen through magic. It has nothing to do with me. The truth will be revealed soon enough. The next day, the butler's announcement echoes through the Dekulane mansion. Sir, there is someone here from the Public Security Bureau to see you. Vice Director Lilia Freeman steps forward to greet him. It has been a long time, Professor. He is clearly confused. What brings the Vice Director of Public Security all the way here? Lilia Freeman gets straight to the point. I am here regarding the disappearance of Lady Rena. He asks her, why come to me? Do you suspect me? No. She opens her investigation file and answers coldly. This is simply a routine inquiry. Professor de Culane might be the last person to see her. Lady Rena attended the royal lecture that day and vanished. Do you happen to have any suspicious leads for us? Even under her intense, sharp gaze, he doesn't flinch. Dekulane just answers her with total calm. No, his instant zero hesitation answer makes Lilia Freeman freeze for a second. I see. He then heads back inside. The idea of being thought of as a criminal makes him incredibly annoyed. Being suspected is unpleasant, but you and I know the old Dekulane was totally capable of doing something that evil. Just then, a strange fluctuation in the air makes him stop. Light erupts from his desk, startling him. Have you abandoned us? We are still following your orders. This left behind message is confusing. A mana trail. Following his orders. What does that even mean? Who left this note? Based on the content, it is likely from one of Dekulin's old secret contacts. If it is from the underground network, I have a bad feeling about this. Wait, does that mean the one who kidnapped Rina was actually. Feeling a pair of eyes on him, he immediately glares toward the shadows behind him. That feeling of being watched disappears, but Dekulan stays on high alert. Then a respectful illusion appears from the dark. Master. He examines the figure from head to toe. It is a guiding illusion magic leading the way. Following the illusion, Decollane reaches a part of the capital filled with pure despair and gloom. Sickly people line the streets coughing constantly while women and children sleep, leaning against the cold walls. The illusion explains that even in a glorious empire, light and shadow always exist side by side. If the Emperor's direct territory is the light, then the place we leave on is the darkness. We have arrived. Please step inside. Having finished its task, the illusion vanishes, leaving Decollane all alone. Opening the door, he is met with a deep, bottomless staircase and a pitch black night waiting for him. At the bottom, he finds two shadow assassins kneeling in wait, one man and one woman. They bow their heads and greet him in unison. Welcome, Master. He realizes these are his own secret forces. So these are his people. They are still following orders. You and I just witnessed a heavy reveal. What happens next is even crazier. All right, you and I are jumping right into a mess. He asks for his orders, and the man answers without missing a beat. If Rina sets foot in the capital, the command is simple, no mercy. As he hears this, Killen finally sees the whole picture, just like he thought this was all handled by Deacon's secret underground network. Luckily, no immediate death flags popped up, but these guys clearly don't like DQ. He tells them, take me to Rina right now. When he arrives, he finds Rina hooded and tied tightly to a chair. The assassin notices his look and explains they injected her with anti-mana toxin. She's magicless for 3 whole days. Looking at the unconscious Rina, his mind starts racing. What on earth is he supposed to do with this situation? Deacon's men actually kidnapped her. Rina's villainous fate is unfolding and she's going to wake up thinking he's the mastermind. Now pay attention because he has to clear this misunderstanding or he's basically dead. While he's thinking, an assassin hands him a file. Master, there is something here we want to show you. He takes it wondering what it is. A notebook. After reading the contents, his expression turns dead serious. He hands the file back and simply says, thank you. Everything is crystal clear now. He tells the assassins to head out for a bit so he can speak with Rina. They leave, and in that dark room, his face becomes cold enough to freeze the air. Right at that moment, Rina finally wakes up and begins to struggle. They pull the bag off her head. Even though the light is soft, her eyes sting after being in total darkness. She spots him and absolutely loses it, screaming his name at the top of her lungs. You think you'll get away with this? I'm a royal instructor if the palace hears. But he cuts her off mid-sentence. Rina, watch your tone. You're tied up and can't use a single drop of magic. The reality of her situation makes her shake with pure boiling rage. You and I can see where her head is at. She wonders if this is all about some old grudge. Is this about that promotion battle? You already ruined my life once and now you're coming back for more? As she keeps shouting her questions, he silences her once again. Just take the head professor position. Rina freezes, completely stunned and confused by what he just said. Wait, what? Then why the hell did you even kidnap me in the first place? It's not like he ordered this crazy mess. He stays silent, then makes a bold decision. Trust me, this is the only way he can stop his own death.